Hunter and Monster, Part 01. The shadow of a lone figure, deliberate in steps, came out of a blue shimmering portal. On his left hand, was a long cord affixed to a silver handle, dripping in blood. The lone figure, finally out of the portal which closed behind, was a boy, a young boy. He was tall and lean, but his exuberance possessed a different aura. He came to a halt just immediately the portal finished disappearing, his gaze still affixed to the ground. He jinxed his head upwards and reluctantly tilted it to his back to see that the portal was gone. And he smiled. Returning his gaze to the front, he flipped his cord around to wrap his body, locking itself with a click, to the handle. His armor tightened against him to prove beyond doubt that he wasn't muscular. His gaze revealed two amethyst pupils, enough to pierce through a person's heart if it was a dagger. His shady brown hair looked in order, as if nothing had happened to him. Although his light brown skin betrayed that assumption. Yolks of blood lay on his skin, abandoned to dry. It showed he had been in a fierce fight. And so, a very familiar voice commanded. "Get him. My name is Buji, and I'm fucked." He stared at the approaching guys, two hunters, closing the distance between them. And returned his stare to the ground in thoughts. Of all the unique abilities that existed, I got none. Only left with an S rank and no talent, making me the weakest and so, powerless. I never imagined to remain the weakling, even after entering the academy. But it happened. Life's so unfair. Life was not difficult because I had nothing to live with, but because I was cast aside. I was isolated. I was an outcast, because I only remained the weakest. She alone stood by my side. I mean Kira, but her contribution mattered less. Majority affected me the more. Even, until my first raid as a hunter. Though I was weak, they assigned me a team that was going to raid a high-level dungeon. No help came to me in there. Except for a little bit of combat skill I had grasped with my effort. Thing turned in harder, and my team left me stuck in a sanctuary room. They had pushed me into there as a bait. As the sacrifice. And I thought it was all over. I thought I had died. But how did I even get here? This stronger. From what I could remember, I was at the blink of an eye death when a screen hovered right in front of me. Survival due to inheritance. Congrats. You have gained the status of a player. The player upon leveling up will awaken a potent monster. Class, Animagus type, snake aspect, Venom. Do you accept? Yes. I was not ready to die, so, I had accepted without knowing what it was all about. As far as I could still live, I needed it. But then, life had started hard for me. Starting with my early days as a weakling. Buji fell to the floor after stumbling over someone's leg. It was probably a trap set with the leg. He hit the ground with a dull thud, his knees scraping against the cold floor. What followed next was an echo of laughter from those who surrounded him, sharp and mocking. This is enough. The thought burned in his mind, but reality betrayed him. His body was frozen and helpless. His hands placed on the floor as he struggled to push himself up. His gaze was fixed downward, unwilling and unable to meet the taunting eyes of his tormentors. Buji still knew not what to do and remained still as if trying to figure it out. But then came another blow, landing on his head. The force made his arms to give out, and his face slammed against the floor. A weakling. That's what you are, sneered one voice. I wonder. Not even an attempt to fight back. Show us what you've got. Anything. Don't just let him blow you out. You are a boy like him. A boy you regard him. He's not even worth calling a boy. The mockery came from the voices around. Others laughed at him, their laughter was more humiliating. Phones clicked as some jerks took pictures, while one boy leaned in close, recording a video of Buji's humiliation. This is shameless, Buji thought bitterly. How had he fallen into this life of endless ridicule? The laughter exasperated in his ears, pulling him from his thoughts. With a shaky breath, he began to rise, dragging his bag along with him. Perfect timing, the bully from earlier smirked. His boot kicked hard, slamming into Buji's side. Buji's body flew backward, making loud contact with the wall. Everyone in the hall made a collective gasp, following was silence. Buji's body crumpled to the ground, motionless. For a moment, no one moved. No one knew what the outcome of the kick had become. Everyone, even the bully, froze, staring at Buji's lifeless form. The hall's atmosphere was filled with the breath of fear mingled with uncertainty. Buji remained still, his world faded, consumed by a memory. Memory of what had happened in the past. In the night's darkness, a silver rover could be seen traveling along the deserted road, the only sound heard being the hum of the car's engine. Streetlights assembled by both sides of the road, casting their sharp glowing light on the road, steadily illuminating the empty pavements. Mr. Inin was having control over the steering wheels of the car, while 5-year-old Buji made use of the passenger seat, battling with the object in his hands. His eyes was wide with excitement, proving his innocence. In the lonely silence, all that could be heard were the hum from the car's engine and the rattle chuckles from Buji. "Hey kiddo. You are good with the snake toy. Had to get you one since that is all you have always wanted, Mr. Inin," Buji's father said with a warm voice, changing to position of his eyes to land on Buji, who played with the toy. Buji's father chuckled and said, "I knew you'd like it." Controlling the car with its steering to turn left, he added, "You know, I had a similar toy when I was a kid. It sparked my curiosity and helped me learn at a later age, a lot about the natural world." Buji, so tender and delicate, only sat on the seat, showing his tiny teeth and making tiny giggling sound in playfulness with the toy. "You see, the natural world is full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Some have been unraveled but most of it still lurk in the dark." As if detecting the next words of his father were going to be useful, at least in the future, Buji stopped playing and listened. For some reasons, his father now made sense a little to him. Oh, your silence startled me for a moment, Buji," his father jokingly said, and immediately putting on a serious face, he added with a subdued tone, "I don't know how, but you need to listen to all I have to say." "Continue, Dad. Your words always teach me new things," Buji's brittle voice rang out. "Good to hear," his father said, leaving his son to stare at him with much enthusiasm. "I'm glad you are going to be listening now." "Good enough, my words were yet to come," Buji's father said and stroked Buji's hair gently. "There are 3 major criteria you have to imbibe in you if you want to survive in this environment you will find yourself. Asking, seeking and experiencing." "But how do I understand what you mean?" came Buji's subtle voice. "You see, in this car, there are only 2 of us, right?" "Yes, Daddy." "What did you observe?" "Nothing." Buji's thought was faster with the answer. "Well, I supposed you won't answer. And I will leave that for you to figure out," his father glanced at him, and continued. "Never be afraid to try new things, you know. They widen your intelligence. Being intelligent is not just about the books, it's about experiencing life and adapting to challenges. Movies also help a lot in this aspect. So, be a fan of movies, good ones." Buji paused, his father's word sinking in despite his age. Then, came the distraction. Before Buji could respond, the streetlights ahead flickered, casting shadows on the road. Suddenly, they went dark, plunging the car into darkness. What's happening?" His father was being rhetorical, Buji neither could tell what was going on. But for the first time, Buji noticed tremble in his father's voice. Before any one of them could react to the current situation, the car's tires screeched, and the vehicle careened off the road. The world outside became a blur as the car flipped, rolling onto its side. Time froze. Buji heard his father's voice, faint but urgent. "Never give up on your life. You are going to be great." Utter silence followed after. Be Dad? Buji stammered, his voice trembling. Daddy! Buji screamed, panic setting in as he crawled through the wreckage. Just then, sirens pierced the night air, growing louder with each passing moment. The sound was jarring, cutting through the eerie silence that followed the crash. Splish! Buji's was yanked back to the present as cold water was splashed onto his face. Water? From? Get up already, a familiar voice demanded. Even though his vision of the environment was blurry, he could dictate that it was Emra's voice. He could recognize that she is standing over him, her arms crossed. I've told you not to let them push you around, she scolded. You have potential. At least try to defend yourself sometimes. It was Friday. So, Emra had come to take Buji as company back home. She was always off in her own school during the weekends. With her help, Buji staggered to his feet, clutching the back of his head where it hurt the most. It hurts, he mumbled. At this statement, Emra narrowed her eyes, scanning the crowd. She spotted the boy standing in front, the culprit, and marched straight toward him. Without indecision, she grabbed his shirt, pulled him up and slammed him against the wall. When next something like this happens, you will crawl on your knees for the rest. But Emra was interrupted. A boy, average in height but with broad shoulders, shot out from the crowd. So, who do you think you are? Just barge in and think you can get away with it. The boy's eyes widened in fear, his bravado crumbling at Emra's stare. The boy pinned to the wall barely managed to croak out, she's from the Zin family. There was an immediate uproar in the hall, with students exclaiming and making their comments. Of course, it was a free world. Whoa! Zin family? No wonder she's a darling. Is that why she's so fearless? Snap out of it. She doesn't need a single praise. And does that justify her arrogance? Amid the chaos of remarks, Buji smirked, appreciating the sudden shift in power. But his happiness was short-lived. Emra released the boy with a shove and turned back to him. Let's go. Buji followed her out of the hall with his steps slow and deliberate. As they approached and opened the door, a voice shot out of the crowd. No matter what you do or what she might be to your strength, you'll always be a weakling. Buji noticed a burst of laughter had followed the statement, but the sound faded immediately at the closure of the door behind them. Emra led him to a sleek limousine parked by the curb. Next time, she said sharply, I will leave you behind if you get into trouble like that again. Buji didn't respond. He climbed into the limousine, the weight of what had happened pressing heavily on his shoulders. After a few minutes of smooth driving, the limousine came to a halt in front of an enormous gate. Intricately designed with golden runes that stylishly spelled out "Zin." I want to walk down the mansion, Buji said, leaving conspicuous looks on the faces of those in the car. From the look of things, they wanted to throw questions at him, but Emra was the fastest. Why? I mean, the distance is a bit far. I don't mind, Buji replied curtly, shutting the car door behind him. The gate creaked open to reveal a young man dressed like a soldier. The young man stood at attention as the limousine rolled through. Buji, walking at his own pace, followed behind on foot. Meanwhile, he had noticed the young man's action and let his thoughts wander. For some reasons which I'm yet to discover, the rich always seem to grow richer, while the poor remain stuck. Maybe it's just how the world works. But for now, my luck got me this foster family. The road ahead stretched long, flanked by perfectly trimmed lawns and towering trees arranged in neat rows of ascent. A driveway, winding and lined with refined marble stones, made its way down to the magnificent mansion. The exterior's glossy design revealed a hint of its interior look. The road seemed unending as Buji continued on a steady path down to the mansion. Finally, he arrived at the second gate, a small protector gate that shields the mansion, formed by the surrounding short fences. The scenery filled Buji with awe, but he couldn't shake the weight of his thoughts. Why do people build so many gates and walls? Just then, an answer came to his mind. Protection. Is all this really needed to feel safe? Just like the inner sanctum. Buji remembered a movie he had watched with Emra once. His father had advised him to be a fan of movies, but right here Emra is doing the same as him. Does it mean watching movies truly expands one's horizon? Back to the inner sanctum, the movie only centered on the protection of one's inner self or space. It was about a boy with dragon powers who built layers upon layers of barriers to protect himself. Everyone around him despised him, and so, wanted him gone because of his powers. In a bid to protect himself, the boy had created a sanctuary, covered by more than 100 layers of barriers, unknown to those who sought after him. This creation was named the boy's inner sanctum. Even after creating these walls for protection, the boy was still not safe. Before Buji could dwell any further, a soft feminine voice broke his trance. What are you thinking about? Buji turned, startled, to find Emra standing beside him. He hadn't even noticed her approach. Literally, he had stood there for more minutes than he imagined. Buji finally found his voice. I've been observing you for quite a long time. Don't tell me you're stuck in another one of your weird daydreams. Cut it. I was only imagining a stronger version of myself, Buji lied, starting to walk again. Emra raised an eyebrow in doubt, but decided to let it slide. Anyway, I came to let you know that the appetizer was ready. I had ours set up in your room. Let's skip the dining room today. In my room? Why? Buji asked, but Emra was already walking ahead, gesturing for him to follow. When Buji finally stepped into the mansion, he couldn't help but stop and take it all in. His eyes set on the foyer's high ceiling and crystal chandelier which created an atmosphere of elegance. The entire room he had entered was illuminated with a soft, golden lighting, while plush carpets and rich hardwood floors exhorted luxury underfoot. The walls were adorned with attractive artworks and the ornate mirrors added to its building delicacy. Just like the ancient mansions. Then came a sound that made him freeze, soft laughter. Turning his head, he saw a group of people seated in the spacious dining room, their gazes locked on him. There were 16 balls of eyes in total, watching his every move. Whoosh! Buji remained static at a point as his legs felt heavy, as if they were glued to the floor. He couldn't remove his eyes from their stares either, so, he just stood, moping. I'm still waiting for you, Buji. Emra's voice called from the staircase. Thank you, Jesus. He was relieved. His legs moved, slowly at first, then hastily towards the direction where the voice had called. Emra stood there, her hands crossed across each other immediately below her breasts. This girl is a miracle. She should have answered that name. He sighed in relief and hurried toward the stairs, not daring to glance back at the crowd. Emra stood at the top, her arms crossed. What was taking your time? Are you always this slow? Emra teased. Buji shrugged and began climbing the stairs beside her. Though he still felt the weight of the stairs behind him, but it no longer mattered. He had escaped their direct scrutiny, thanks to Emra's early intervention. The Xin family, his foster family, was unimaginably wealthy. The household was made up of 10 people, including him, for now. But whether he truly belonged here or not, only time would tell. In Buji's room. Buji and Emra sat on the tiled floor of his room, facing each other. Buji had a peculiar habit of avoiding furniture, even when chairs and couches surrounded him. Today, Emra had decided to join him, abandoning her usual protests about his strange preferences. I joined the cook in making the appetizers. What do you think? Emra asked Buji, breaking the silence in the room. Buji murmured, barely lifting his gaze from his food. I couldn't stay to help prepare dinner, though. I was famished, Emra continued, regardless of whether Buji had even grabbed her first statement. Buji remained silent, shoveling chunks of food into his mouth. His mind was elsewhere, distracted by thoughts. Suddenly, he broke the silence. "Oh, yes. I forgot about the guards while walking here." "The guards? Did anything happen?" Emra asked, her tone spiked with curiosity. "No, nothing happened," Buji replied, quickly swallowing his food. Realizing his abruptness, he softened his tone. I've been thinking." "About what?" Buji hesitated. He was not thinking about anything, but she would sure not believe it. Or was he actually thinking? About what really? The thing is. No. Using the scene at school wasn't really going to work. She will still not believe. Buji being bullied was not the first time it happened, so, it won't be enough reason to dissuade her mind. Come to think of it, he thought of nothing but partially thought about wealth. How was he going to put it to her, to make it look reasonable? He decided to settle on something simpler. "I need savings." "Savings?" Emra echoed. "Well, that's normal. We all need savings, especially as teenagers." Buji doubted if she truly understood his perspective. For her, wealth was always within reach, a privilege of being part of the Xin family, by blood. For him, the concept of financial safety felt more distant, like a responsibility he hadn't yet figured out how to shoulder. On his part, he was more of foolish, not reserved. He had the opportunity at his doorstep. Opportunity is one thing that will always come to a person, most times at the doorstep and at rare times, far from reach. Yes, far from reach, opportunity comes every time though, but many fail to acknowledge its presence. Rather than accept what is bestowed before them, they discard it as some sort of cursed luck, not the right time. Whether cursed luck or good luck, all can be encompassed into one word, opportunity. Whichever way must surely yield a positive result in the end, only if you acknowledge the fact though. Which was Buji's case, none. Well, saying none was wrong because he had all he wanted just in front of him. The head man of Xin's family, Emra's father, had offered to be at his best to provide whatever need Buji might come across. So, like Emra, he was also considered on the same level, but he misuses this rank he attained all in the name of reserve my foot. Hold it when it comes, and use it anyhow as far as it can ascertain. Getting no response from Buji, who seemed to have thinking as a hobby, Emra reminded him that her dad had offered to be at his service whenever he needed to, especially when it came to monetary terms. I knew she would have an excuse, like she always does. Rising from where she sat on the floor, Emra gestured towards the standing mirror in Buji's room with hands wrapped below her breasts. "You know, I earn money every week." "Not from my dad." "Every week?" Buji asked, startled. "Yes. But I do, unusual work for it." "Which one is, but, unusual, as far as you earn every week?" "But, with what time, she was always in school during weekdays and only came back on Friday to spend the weekends." "What sort of work?" "I've been considering whether I should tell you." "It's risky." She hesitated before finally continuing. "I work as a hunter." "A hunter?" Was she joking? Buji blinked in disbelief. "You mean, like, hunting animals?" "Not exactly. It's not the kind of hunting you're thinking of." Emra moved to the bed and sat on its edge. "It can involve risks, but might also bring opportunities." Risky and opportunity. He only thought about opportunity moments ago. While in thought, he stood up from where he sat and joined Emra on the bed. For someone like Emra, joining the so-called group of hunters surely was an opportunity with risks. If he had known what risks were involved, it would be easy for him to choose whether he would like to get involved too. Honestly, because in the logical sense, decisions are made depending on merits or demerits one can get after. On the same note, if he was able to weigh the risks as well as the opportunities being a hunter holds, it would be a pretty kudos to whatever decision he was going to make. But, he needed to know more, notwithstanding. Wait, he was forgetting another thing. Emra's choice of word determinants, might and can. The former entails that it actually breeds opportunities, but upon uncertainty, while the latter makes it a given that one was meant to meet risks. At this thought, Buji joined her on the bed, his curiosity piqued. So why did you decide to do it? Emra paused, staring at the wall as though searching for the right words. It's part of my family's legacy. My father is one of the higher-ups in the association. Hunter, association, how? Ignoring this question, she continued with why she had joined the association. You might be oblivious to the fact, but the era when civilians were in charge was long gone. We are currently living as servants of ourselves, just placing few people to act as our leaders. Okay. She just vomited information and was flowing too, but he understood nothing. Shifting the thought aside, he continued listening. There was a reason for it being like that. Let's call it evolution. Some are complete evolution while few are incomplete. Here she comes again, evolution. Like, what's linking there? No sense, at all. It's actually a long story to be told, history. A consequence of an uncertainty that had happened centuries ago. My dad was not even a living thing then, we are just keeping a kind of legacy. Just cut it short already. You still haven't answered why you joined the association. One of the things that are done to keep this legacy is breeding young ones like us who have been found to possess an ability or more. Preferably, those with inborn potentials. Emra said and turned to Buji's direction. Immediately, Buji, who was gradually losing interest, became agile, just to prove that he was listening. Satisfied, Emra shifted her gaze back to the wall. I joined the Hunters Association not because I wanted to, but because I am one of those who had the sort of potential they were looking for. Plus, the fact that my father is one of the higher-ups. She finally gave the answer I was looking for. Phew. What? Emra asked. Nothing. Was only tired for a bit. Okay. In that case, I was indirectly offering you an invitation to join. Emra turned to look at Buji, who was already lying down, with his hands at an angle 180 degrees above his head. Emra paused, staring at the wall as though searching for the right words. It's part of my family's legacy. My father is one of the higher-ups in the association. They train people like me, those with natural abilities, or let me say, inborn potential. Buji frowned, trying to process her words. Natural abilities? Yes. They seek out individuals with unique talents. Joining wasn't exactly my choice, it was expected of me. So, why are you telling me all this? Emra turned to him, a small smile on her lips. Because I think you have potential too. I was indirectly inviting you to join. Buji stared at her, stunned. And unlike expected from Emra, he gave no response. Before he could respond, Emra glanced at him lying down with his arms stretched above his head. That's a bad habit, and I mind it. Okay, I will sit up now, Buji said, reluctantly rising from the bed. He sat on the bed, stretching his hands in an uncivilized manner, narrowing, escaping a hit on Emra's face, who on her own part, dodged the careless hand. I told you I was a bit tired, but hearing nothing from Emra, he glanced an eye at her and uttered, okay, continue. But you're acting as if you can hear me. Yes, I heard you. And that is how I knew you hadn't finished your statement. You think you're fast enough to cover up, right? I have nothing to say, Miss Emra. Just continue. As if reading his thoughts, Emra continued, my academy is enrolling new intakes now. But they can only be recommended by establishments, institutions, and the higher-ups are also given an opportunity to recommend students. So, their awakening ceremony is soonest. My dad has one slot of enrollment left, I was thinking you could fill it up. Slot of enrollment? Emra studied Buji after his last question for a moment, then answered. Yes. Establishments and institutions are allowed to recommend as many students or individuals they find with potential, but the higher-ups are, however, giving only 5 slots. My dad has recommended 4 already, so, I think you can best fill in the remaining. Why does she think I'm best? In my former school, I am considered the weakest, earning the nickname, the weakling. Now, here she is saying I could fill in the gap. Does she think I have a kind of ability, or even, an inborn potential? But what? I don't know much about all you have told me. I mean, starting with this evolution story of yours. It was not clear. I will be with you in a short time, Emra said, getting up from where she sat and headed towards the door. She stopped in the middle of the open door and remembered something. Also, don't forget to pull off your uniform and freshen up. Oh, how can I almost forget I was still in my uniform? Buji thought and slumped back to the bed. Come. Dinner meal is ready. Let's have our dinner here too, Emra said, standing outside Buji's room door. Buji had already freshened up, he was putting his shirt on when he heard the knock on the door. Without wasting much time, he made for the door and opened it. Behold, Emra was carrying their tray of food. I brought it along, Emra said, noticing the surprised look on Buji's face. Allowing her in, Buji went over to a stool that was beside his standing mirror. We forgot this, he said, pointing at the tray of empty plates on the stool. I will take them while leaving, came Emra's response. Well, change is always constant. She no longer wishes to depend on the maidservant. Interesting. As usual, Emra dropped the tray on the floor and invited Buji to come over so they could be fast and end their discussion. She threw something on the bed anyway. What's that? The pamphlet I will be using to clarify your confusion of that hunter term and the evolution too, Emra replied. I see. After dinner, Buji and Emra were sitting on the bed again. Emra was flipping through the pamphlet she held in her hands. I'm not sure you love history, but you will have to engage with me in case you don't, Emra stated, flipping back to the first page of the pamphlet and holding it high enough so Buji could observe it. On it was the title, Why Be a Hunter? This pamphlet will be given to the new awakeners during the awakening ceremony. It contains the brief story of what had happened, and why they were going to be future hunters. Just read it first. Are you ready? I'm not going to be reading everything though, just the part that narrates how the evolution came to be. Go on, Buji's voice sounded instinctive and calm. In the middle of the clamoring metropolis, a mysterious sound echoed through the streets, melodiously. It unleashed an enchanting tune that was fascinating and haunting, with lyrics that whispered secrets to the listeners. The song's name was Unknown, and its origin was shrouded in mystery. At first, the inhabitants of the metropolis were engrossed in the song, some hummed it as they went about their daily activities. But as hours turned into days and days into weeks and months, a sudden change crept over the city. Occurrences seen as strange began to plague these civilians. Author must be a good narrator. Industrial equipment would either malfunction or at worst, break down with no cause and no explanation. Erected buildings would develop cracks and openings as if the foundations shifted. Sometimes, they end up collapsing. People would engage in disturbing dreams during their sleep, only to wake up feeling exhausted. What started with small insignificant events, soon grew more intense and occurred frequently. The government tried its very best to find the source and cause, but all efforts resulted in a dead end. It was then obvious. The unknown was more than just a song, it was a curse. A curse that was crafted to disrupt the fabric of reality. Just perfect. As the curse began to improve, the world began changing. Monsters fell upon the earth, once concealed in the shadows, later emerged into the open. Strange energies began to manifest, magic came into existence. Humans unknowingly absorbed potentials, hidden, and were later called awakeners. The awakeners were those who were withdrawn from living under normal human capabilities. Among them was a young man named Een, who, unlike others, possessed an unusual ability, the power to sense and track strange energies, especially magical energies. This ability led him to an ancient chamber, deep beneath the city, where he discovered an artifact. An ornate box adorned with cryptic runes. It was small in size too. As Ian touched the box, the curse revealed its true nature. A powerful entity struck out from the small box, surprisingly escaping the enclosure in which they were. The formless entity, however, obeyed the principle of diffusion, spreading across the atmosphere. Ian and the awakeners who were closest to the box got affected the more since they inhaled most of its cursed scent, the scent that made one to be able to transform into beasts, and even, monsters. Other awakeners and normal humans noticed the strange scent spreading so fast, and the atmosphere changing its color to somewhat dark purple. Soon, the steady approach of different strange portals from atop the atmosphere. That was when the awakeners realized that they were not going to be fighting against the curse but must prevent the catastrophic junction of what was approaching their world. The fate of the humans hung in the balance as they furthered their research on how to stop the catastrophe. The world changed forever, as magic and monsters became a basic occurrence in everyday life. The government of the world changed its politics from being handled by humans to hunters, the newly awakened who fought against and hunted down what was hidden in the mysterious portals. This occurrence happened 10 centuries ago. Continue, Buji said, after waiting for Emra to continue. I'm done. You will find out others when you enter the academy. Take this as a prologue. Just like that. You are a good reader though. Thanks, Emra's face flushed. Okay. It's late already. Good night, Buji noticed the hands of the clock. Don't forget the trays too, Buji reminded and slumped onto his bed, closing his eyes after hearing the closing sound of his room's door. I'm surely not going to sleep this night, right? Should I accept the invitation? After all, I will now be closer to Emra's protection. Buji rose from his bed and went to the standing mirror. The tray of empty plates on the stool was no longer there. He stroked his hair several times backward, glancing at himself in the mirror. So, I am really the owner of this handsome face, Buji retorted, feeling his facial skin. But come to think of it, being a hunter might not be best but will be for the better. Money is involved, don't forget. Buji's statements were directed to the image formed on the mirror, the image of his very self. Looking at the tickling hands of the clock on the wall, it saw the hourly hand resting on 9, while the minute hand was on 11. It was 9:55 p.m. in the night, and Buji was still awake. He could have easily gone to the kitchen and helped himself with making some coffee. Unfortunately, he wasn't the type to do that, all in the name of being reserved. He looked at himself in the mirror again, and after seeming to look satisfied with the image that appeared on the mirror, he turned his direction towards the wooden drawer by the side of his bed. After searching through the piles of books in the upper part of the drawer, he found it. A rather rusty-looking brown book, rich with its production compared to books published at a similar age. The book that had been handed over to him years back as a child. The universe is full of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Always keep exploring, asking questions, and seeking answers. His father's words flashed his thoughts immediately. Seek, explore, and ask. Acronymically, SEA. Then, he looked at the book he held in his hands. It bare a name that was the same as the acronym he thought about. See. What a coincidence, Buji was rather bemused than surprised. Being intrigued, he got more curious to know what the book concealed. He opened the first page of the book. As if a repetition of what had happened while in the car with his father, it revealed familiar words. Nature holds mystery beyond its reality and imagination. What does that mean? Buji's eyes hovered again to the next page and found another scribble. This time, it was in the form of a list. Animagi, Dragon Eye, Dragon 2, Dragon 3, Fox Eye, Fox 2, Phoenix Eye, Phoenix 2, Unicorn Eye, Unicorn 2, Snake. Buji spent more time on this particular page. He tried to figure out what each animal represented. Not only that, each animal looked as if they were ranked, except the snake. What does this mean? Seek answers, explore mysteries, and ask questions. His father's words reverberated in his mind. Just then, he observed what he hadn't noticed. The animals mentioned were written in red ink, except Unicorn 2, and Snake, which were written in green ink. As if the book was Mother Confessor, the letterings of Unicorn 2 let out a vague red glow of light, the letters scattered for a bit, and when the glow calmed, Buji saw it. The Unicorn 2 was now with red ink, leaving Snake to be with the green ink. Whoa, Buji shouted and threw the book off his hand to land with a thump on the ground. Suddenly seeming to realize it was night, he searched his room with his eyes and positioned his ears to listen. No one seemed to be approaching, therefore no one heard him. Maybe he hadn't shouted anyway, false though. He was only lucky his room was a bit far from Emra's, who would be the only one to care enough to check on him. Lucky or unlucky? He couldn't dictate which was certain for him, considering what he had seen. Magic. Upon this thought, he mustered to courage to pick up the book. The page that he opened was still staring at him, and it had pitted the word snake, leaving its lettering still on green ink. Explore. He had no one to ask any questions at the moment. Even if there was, that person would surely be Emra's father, and Buji had developed this weakness of inferiority within him whenever he faced that man. He couldn't seek also, since there was nothing to find for the moment. But for the book, it is now a mystery. So, he must explore. Flipping to another page of the book, he saw another inscription. Boldly written and in uppercase. Intelligence, protection and reserve. Putting a slight smile on his chin, Buji scribbled something on the book with his hands. They didn't show anyway, but what he wrote resonated in his mind. R.I.P. Word game, he muttered, chuckled softly, and flipped to another page. The book was getting more interesting, especially for Buji, who was in full possession of the book at the moment. End of major contents. Subcontents ahead. Somehow to Buji, every major content considered by the book served as nothing but time-gaining concepts. But on second thought, he flipped back to the beginning of the book and started all over again. Let me think this over. SEA, not really sure of the real meaning, but if it was as I thought, it means this book is in to reveal unspeakable mysteries. Coming to the sentence on the first page. Nature, mystery, reality, and imagination. These four words tend to reveal a kind of prologue, so presumable, this chapter was going to deal with highlights and stories alike, maybe analysis too. Let me not be logical, rather let me leave it at the presumption. Over to the next page, the most intriguing page so far. What lies beyond that word, animagi? Probably, it was going to start with what an animagi is and then, continue to explain other concepts. These animals, that explains the word animagi, right? But let's not be sure anyway. I am mostly interested in that animal on green ink lettering. Flipping over, Buji ignored the next page. He had thought similar things about each of them before, so disturbing his mind now would be unnecessary. He flipped and flipped again. But surprisingly, he saw a text, much unexpected. Continuation must be a day before your first raid. Don't open this book until a day before your first raid. Buji closed the book he held in his hands and left it rest beside him as he sat at the edge of his bed. The book's cryptic aura lingered. It could speak volumes when opened, who knows? Once again, his mind drifted back to Emra's earlier invitation. He hadn't seen it coming, but the deed was already done. And now that it was here, he found it difficult to turn down the invitation, especially not when it came directly from Emra. Not her father, not anyone else. Emra. Being closer to Emra, he was guaranteed of some kind of protection, right? Or, maybe her school surely consisted of people like her. Surely, a school that hosted people like her had to be on another level of strength, if it must be added. Do I really want to do this or not? Why am I feeling this invitation is more of a challenge than an offer? Unfortunately for Buji, his doubts were still stubborn and unyielding. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He took a glance back at the book lying innocently on his bed. Its presence now felt somewhat intentional, as if it had served as a tool to coincide with the decision he was about to make. As if it had been planted to guide his decisions. Maybe. Or, it might be an elaborate tool to lure him into accepting the invitation. Seek answers, explore mysteries, and ask questions. That's the natural world for you. His thoughts betrayed his imagination, reminding him once again of his father's words. He imagined being a hunter, not just to take down animals but monster. Then, he remembered once again what Emra had read to him, the evolution. Buji gritted his teeth to a sudden realization. She didn't make something clear to him. She didn't read anything about the awakeners that had direct contact with the curse. But, why? That part lingered in his thoughts like an unresolved puzzle. He imagined upon certainty that those awakeners didn't just vanish at the spot, since it would have been written, at least, as a means of showing the effects of inhaling the curse's smoke. Instead, no clue about what happened to them was given, or did Emra deliberately skip over it? But that didn't seem likely. She had said that any confusion will be clarified when he enters the academy. Now what? That's her another way of making me long to enter the academy. This becomes more interesting and I feel like giving it a try. At this thought, his eyes darted to the clock on the wall before him. 11:15 p.m. Damn. Buji sank back onto his bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling as the gate of doubt opened. If the invitation was a sort of trap, it won't be coming from Emra, right? Besides, she already warned me that there are risks involved, so, there's no ulterior motive. Despite being cautious, life always had a way of pulling him into situations he tried to avoid. Staying out of conflict, plus his reserved demeanor often shielded him, except that things happen. Making it look like he was never cautious, never the type to disregard conflicts. Only his reserved demeanor was dominant in his actions, retreating quite often and got beaten most often. Making him look very weak. So, that was his weakness. Another thought came to his mind. The analysis his father was trying to make while they were in the car, shortly before the incident took place. Maybe there would be a hint to make him make his decision. Back then, it felt like an odd lesson, but now, it held a glint of relevance. How does seeking answers, asking questions and experience have something to do with the two of them in the car then? His father had made it sound so straightforward, he should have explained better then. Anyway, may his courageous soul R.I.P. Back to the analysis. He was getting nothing, no idea was coming. But something came into his mind. They were only two in the car and his father's question based on observation. He was not sure, but thinking about it now, he only observed that his father drove the car discussing with him while he was more of a passenger, playing in the car. What do they have to do with Essay? Buji rose from the bed again and sat at its edge. He glanced at the book, as if trying to figure out something. Then steadied his stare later at the empty wall before him. Yes. Simply put, my father drove me because he knew how to and I knew not how to. Buji thought that his analysis was earth-shattering, but that was only what he could reason out at the moment. Seek, explore and ask. It helped, in a way. He only ended up hoping on logics that his father wouldn't have found the brand of car to drive if he hadn't sought to find such. One more thing, he couldn't have been able to drive if he hadn't given it a try to learn how to. A try? I see. Everything now seemed to play at his foreground, but this time, he had decided to play with it, even if it will cost everything. Well, I'm not sure I'm ready to use everything, 'cause there will be Emra at his side at all times. Although, it's shameful how I rely on a girl who is a year younger than me. That won't make me to lose what I have anyway, she will be mine. What am I thinking? Buji hit his head several times to erase the thought that just started to creep in. The decision Buji decided to make, and keep up to, was a hard one. But there was no second to it, or an alternative to. It only had to be his acceptance. So, he decided he was going to accept, and taste what life looks like in the academy. I mean, if Emra's father could be this rich as a hunter, there was more to it than danger. He was starting to see it as more of opportunity rather than a trap. Living with the Xin family had really been another opportunity he held onto since his new regime as a new member of the family. You're welcome. Feel at home. That, and synonymous ones had been the statement then. Only Emra had kept to her words, taking care of him but not as a brother. Not as a brother. She had made it clear for him from the start. I wonder what her definition of care really entails, Buji muttered. He shook his head sharply, trying to banish the thought. It was ridiculous and yet. Buji sighed and collapsed back onto the bed. This time, he couldn't disobey the fact that sleep tugged at the edges of his consciousness. The day had been exhausting, so, he was tired. One step at a time, he thought to himself as his eyes began to close at intervals. Few minutes later, Buji was fast asleep. Early the next morning, what startled him into waking up had been a loud, deliberate knock at the door. Emra, always too early, he grumbled groggily, his voice thick with sleep. After no answer from Buji, the knock came again, this time louder. The knock on the door repeated itself again, except it was louder this time, jolting Buji out of his sleep haze. Buji reluctantly rolled out of bed, rubbing his eyes to get off the sleep it still harbored. He further stretched his body with the intent to make his muscles which were stiff from the restless night, free. Coming, he muttered, wondering how long it had taken him to sleep. Virtually to his reality, he thought he slept for a few minutes. He hadn't realized that he had fallen asleep so deeply. Upon opening the door, Emra stood dressed in her sports outfit, a sleek combination of blue leggings and a fitted tank top. Her appearance this morning was staking with attraction. With her natural aura of confidence, she was just going to serve as a perfect friend. You're not ready yet? Emra asked, looking really shocked. Sorry. I wouldn't have known it was morning if you hadn't banged at the door. Thanks for waking me up. Bang. Emra smirked. I knocked severely but you ignored me. So, I had to increase the force I used to knock on the door. I didn't bang. Sorry, Buji muttered. Don't tell me sorry. I am still fit and healthy, you know, Emra blotted. Get prepared now, we are jogging today. That was Emra for you. Anytime she returned home, Buji was bound to take part in one exercise or the other. If they weren't sparring, they would be taking on endurance drills, among others. Today, they were going to be jogging. Give me a minute, Buji requested, darting to his wardrobe. He pulled out a hoodie and a pair of black joggers. Emra waited by the door, giving Buji a chance to dress up. She fiddled with her ear pods trying to ensure its balance. At the same time, Buji laced up his sneakers and made for the door. Let's go, Buji retorted, as he, with Emra, dashed out of the room together. Creeping into the crisping morning air, they noticed the streets were still quiet. The atmosphere was doing its job, ushering the soft light of a waking sun. She really woke me up so early, Buji cursed with his thoughts. Buji and Emra jogged side by side, their footsteps formed a steady rhythm that could plunge a puppet to dance. For a while, the only sound they heard was that of their sneakers, sharing contact with the road's pavement and the occasional chirping of birds. So, Emra decided to break the silence. Did you think about it? Buji hesitated. Although, he figured out what she asked about but decided to play dumb. Think about what? About the invitation. Emra answered. Yeah. I thought about it, Buji said, finally. And? I was going to give it a try, he replied, but noticing the response was satisfying from Emra's look, he added. I will join the academy. Emra reduced her pace, shifting her gaze to Buji who jogged by her side. You are sure about this, right? Yes, Buji said, his stare fixed on nothingness ahead. I have thought about it. I need to stop living in uncertainty, but instead, explore this uncertainty. Then mellowing his voice, Buji said, if the academy was where I will find my answers, then I am going. For a moment, Emra didn't retort with any action. She was rather, fused with her thoughts. If Buji thought like this, it meant one thing, he had read the book. She decided she was going to collect it this time, without returning it. Noticing the sudden silence from Emra, Buji had to ignore it but stated instead, it wasn't easy if I must say. I had to think through a lot of things. But the more thought, the more I fell into the realization that I couldn't keep running away. Maybe this is an opportunity to know my worth and capabilities, if so, I'm not letting it go. He read the book, no doubt. She forced a small smile to tug at the corners of her lips as she said, I didn't think you would agree so quickly. They turned to a corner, heading to a stretch road lined with descending trees. The scent of the tree lingered in the air, adding to the morning's serene environment. I'm so glad you accepted, Emra said. In that case, you will be going with me. With you? Don't worry. I'm not going tomorrow. The awakening ceremony is in 5-day time and I will be staying home until then, Emra explained. So, prepare, Emra softened her expression. They continued jogging in silence and after a while, Buji got distracted by the questions that swirled in his mind. For some reason, there's more to Emra convincing him to join. No matter how hard he tried to reason it, nothing came. So, he gave in to thoughts and asked the questions. Why did you push so hard for me to join? Emra hesitated before she answered. Because I see something in you, Buji. Something different. Something different? Buji repeated, unsure whether to feel flattered or wary. Yes. I don't know what it is yet, and I'm not yet sure. Guessing you were just going to be different. The puzzling nature of her words gnawed at him, but he chose not to press further. Instead, he kept his focus on the path ahead. When they became extremely tired, Emra stopped. She leaned against a tree to help her catch her breath. Buji followed suit, he was exhausted not just tired. Will you be there at the ceremony? Buji asked with a different tone. I will be there, she replied. Buji hadn't expected Emra to say less. He hoped she would have told him a few other things he might need to do. Before Buji could open his mouth to utter anything, Emra had already made hers. Let's finish the jogging, she said. As they headed back home, the silence between them was scarified by their thoughts. With no exception, they thought about nothing in particular that might be best known to them. When they reached the front porch of the mansion, Emra's expression changed but she managed to hide it. Get some rest. You need it, Emra urged Buji and vanished into the building. Buji stood there for a moment, enjoying the cool morning breeze as it brushed against his skin. He had finally made his decision but still had doubts left within him. He felt the path ahead was going to be more daunting than ever. Whichever way, he had to give it a try. In 5 days, I will be on my way to give what I consider mystery a try. He shrugged at this thought and suddenly remembered. The book. If Buji was going to forfeit anything at the current moment, it was not going to be this book which he has found most interesting. Even though he hadn't opened the pages, it just intrigued his curiosity. Plus, it was one of the few things his father had left for him. Buji ascended the stairs in a hurry, his steps were quick and showed determination. Of course, the stairs were long enough. The morning light streamed through the narrow openings of the windows along the staircase, casting dim shadows on the walls. It was still morning. So, I still have a whole day to achieve a lot. Halfway up the stairs, Buji came to a halt. He suddenly had the strange sensation to change his path and visit Emra's room instead. He got confused and tightened his grip on the handrails of the stairs, trying to understand why he felt that way. Why Emra's room? The urge to do as he felt was strong, but Buji quickly shook the feelings off his head. There was less time, maybe. So, no time for any kind of distraction. He had planned to secure the book first. Then, any other thing can come after. He softly hit his head and muttered. Buji, focus. The book is what we're talking about. That might be a mistake he was about to make. Whenever he disobeyed his feelings, something was bound to happen. But, he had no other choice. For some other reasons, he still had to disobey this feeling. Calm down, he patted his chest and muttered, first things first. On reaching his room, he pushed the door open and walked inside. His eyes fell on the bed since that was where he remembered leaving it last. It was not there. He shifted his gaze, scanning the stool beside his standing mirror to know if he had left it there unknowingly, but it was not there either. Anyways. He thought and lastly, decided to check the drawers beside his bed but it was neither there. He was not at ease. The book was gone in the meantime. Yes, for the meantime because he was kind of sure it was not out of sight. Just that moment, his stomach churned, and a name immediately echoed in his mind. Emra. She could have taken it, right? The possibility of Emra taking the book left Buji uneasy. There was no reason for her to take the book, or did she actually know anything about the book? The feeling he had earlier. Maybe that was when Emra had collected it. If he had known, he would have headed for Emra's room, but it was now late. He stood frozen for a moment, not knowing what to do. His mind joggled different thoughts at the same time making him look more confused. Confronting Emra immediately was tempting, but it was not the best idea. He had to freshen up first. His sportswear clung to his skin as it was soaked with sweat from their morning jogging. It made him uncomfortable and at the same time, it's going to be uncalled for to face Emra like that. He really had to freshen up and change his clothes. The faster the better, the earlier the best. Stripping off his clothes, he stepped into his small bathroom which was on the adjacent side of his room. He turned the shower on, letting the cool water running from it cascade over his skin. Relief, he said calmly and exhaled as he tried to breathe out of the water already gushing down his nose. After spending some time in the bathroom, he stepped out, drying his wet body with the towel which was hung on the hanger by the wall of the bathroom. The thought of the book returned almost immediately. He couldn't condone his delay anymore. He rushed to his wardrobe and drew out fresh clothes, which he later dressed in his room, and left his room, heading down the corridor towards Emra's quarter. Before he approaches Emra's room, he is bound to pass across Mr. Zin's room, Emra's father. In that case, he slowed his steps to avoid the man noticing he was crossing over to his daughter's room. As he walked, his steps were brisk. He approached the grand door that led to Mr. Zin's chamber. The double doors were made of polished metal wood, affixed to the walls on adjacent sides, standing tall as a testament to his wealth and authority. Familiar and foreign symbols alike were carved in a sort of decoration on the surface of the door. The materials shimmered since they were made of golden inlays. Well, if I must say. He was prepared to be rich. Just then Buji noticed that the corridor passage was delicately designed. His eyes lingered on the grandeur for a moment before his gaze shifted further, straight forward to Emra's room. Buji suddenly remembered he was out on this passage for a cause, he wanted to find his book. Therefore, he neglected his thoughts and made to move but something stopped him. A voice stopped him, Emra's voice. He listened to be sure he was not consciously hallucinating and it turned out he was not. "What is Emra doing there?" he said in a hushed tone. "Why am I asking this question? After all, they are father and daughter. Buji, just mind your business for one. In that case, I will just go in and wait for me. Wait, I can use the opportunity and check for the book instead, in her absence." His thoughts which conflicted against one another were abruptly distracted by Emra's voice behind the grand doors of Mr. Zin. He agreed, came Emra's voice. Is that so? Therefore I will recommend him right away so he could get a good place, Mr. Zin responded with a resolute voice. Buji found himself pinned to the stop, listening to kill his curiosity. He heard what Mr. Zin had said and put a smile on his face. A good place. Wonderful. But the voice suddenly became dim, he couldn't grab all they were saying again. As a result, he stepped closer, straining his ear to catch all fragments of the conversation, but he was shocked after hearing Emra's voice. I'm happy the plan is working accordingly. And, Daddy, I also have the book now, and I won't be returning it anytime soon, Emra stated. Buji still stood affixed at a point. The smile on his face vanished immediately. He wanted to be sure he had digested what he just heard, and yes. He heard what he just heard. Fuck. They had a plan. Just turns out my doubts were right. Buji was forced to a stop by the words that reverberated from the voices across the room. He wanted to keep listening to kill his curiosity. He heard what Mr. Zin had said and put a smile on his face. A good place. Wonderful. But the voices suddenly became dim, he couldn't grab all they were saying again. As a result, he stepped closer, straining his ear to catch all fragments of the conversation, and he was shocked after hearing Emra's voice. I'm happy the plan is working accordingly. And, Daddy, I also have the book now, and I won't be returning it anytime soon, Emra stated. The smile on Buji's face vanished as soon as he heard what Emra had said. He tried to consume the words in him but couldn't swallow them, he was shocked. My doubts were right. There was something more to this invitation than I thought. He still listened, bringing his ear closer so he could grab more of the things they said. Unknowingly to him, he has been under my watch, Emra began. Buji doesn't seem like others. There is a different aura I get whenever I'm around him. Unfortunately, he's yet to realize it. Buji couldn't tell exactly how things happened inside Mr. Zin's room. Each of their reactions and all that, but he was sure of one thing. The room reeked of betrayal, especially from Emra. He, however, stood at a point near the grand doors and continued to listen. Different how, that was Mr. Zin's voice. It's kind of hard to explain, Emra admitted, clutching the book in her hands. Recently, he seems to move like someone carrying a burden he isn't able to bear. I noticed it too. The incident down there in the living room made him suspicious in the eyes, Mr. Zin replied with a calm male voice. Buji could sense that Mr. Zin leaned against his chair since he heard the creaking sound of the chair. Judging from the building's appearance, he imagined that the chairs might be somewhat made of gold or at least silver, but he was distracted by Mr. Zin's voice. You don't know, but Buji is suspected to have a different bloodline, abominated by the association. Emra hesitated before asking. And what if it doesn't reveal itself? The awakening ceremony shall tell. That was why I asked you to invite him so I could use my remaining slot, came Mr. Zin's voice. Buji felt Mr. Zin had paused for a while. He imagined if he had put on a wry smile after what he had said. Whether his bloodline was going to reveal itself or not, Buji will become an asset. Or a liability. An asset or a liability. What does it mean by that? Buji is only suspected to be the last of the bloodline that has long been forbidden to exist. Mr. Zin cut his words short. That book you hold will reveal more if you want to know. Sea, Emra muttered, meaning she had glanced once more at the book. Zin however asked the question that piqued Buji's interest. What about the boy? Mr. Zin's voice asked. From what you always say about him, he is super smart, so be careful with him. About that, I will be careful especially now I'm not sure he's still left in the dark. During our jog this morning, he spoke like he had read the book, Emra replied. It should have been like mother like daughter, but in this case, like father like daughter. Of course, I am still left in the dark, Buji's voice was pale enough to be heard by him alone. Outside where Buji stood, he was losing patience but he needed to keep longer. A plan? The book? The ceremony? They were connected, and he was just at the center of it. Damn! Buji clenched his fists at his sides, his heart pounding very fast with an organized rhythm. He couldn't condone any more speeches from them. And the last thing he wanted was to be caught as an eavesdropper. With a slow but deliberate move, he stepped back, heading back to his room. No need to meet Emra, because although he might be weaker than her to react, his mouth was going to be faster than him with his reaction. Back in Buji's room, he was weakened by all that he had heard, especially from Emra. He just sat on his bed, wearing a sad face. Should he back down now that he has heard all these? Of course not. Buji, can't you play by the game? Play by the game. Emra alone could possibly send Buji to his early grave. He was just 17 years old and still had more to achieve in life than expected. But his encouragement grew again. You don't need physical combat skills to play the game. The mind should be first, before anything else. The mind. It is always ahead of you in any action you think you might or have taken. Whether your actions were pale, weak, or strong, they are conceived and considered in the mind before execution. And that is true. But playing the game with the mind will make me weaker. You're yet to understand this, Buji. No matter how you want to think about it, anything you do was conceived by your mind, so, keep it up. His different thoughts conflicted with each other. But Buji came to a conclusion. Using the mind to play the game was just perfect. He had been doing it all these while, using his reserved demeanor, he muttered. But that has always made me the weakling. He needed to make his own plan. But how was he going to? He stood from his bed and went to his drawer, pulled out a sheet of paper and a pen. He began to scribble notes on the paper, mapping out what he knew so far. The book has been collected by Emra, and I am going to leave it with her for now. Although the book contained information I am yet to download, but sometime in the future. Their plan, I am not too sure about their plan. So, I need to make different counter plans in case. Like, their plan is all tied to me. The ceremony, a pivotal event that would reveal something about me. The beginning of how Mr. Zin and Emra, or probably, the Hunters Association will act towards me. As if trying to remember something, Buji leaned back, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. And the school, he thought. The school was going to be the powerhouse of what would come next from onwards. So, that's the key. That's the key, Buji whispered in realization, rubbing his thumb against his middle finger to a snap. Whatever Mr. Zin, his daughter, and other hunters might be planning hinged on that darn awakening ceremony. If that's the case, then he would have to play along, for now. He thought next about Emra. It was still unbelievable to him what she had done, but that was human for you. So hard to be trusted. But her voice. Unlike the confident Emra he had known, there was something with her voice. Was it, whatever it was? He smirked and said. That being the case, two can play this game, Emra. Buji finally resolved as he neatly folded the paper and tucked it into a book, placing it back in his drawer. He wouldn't confront Emra yet. He was going to use her as his informant. I only hope she will last wrong around me. Just as he was about to lie down on his bed for rest, he heard a soft knock at his door. His heart skipped a beat. With cautious steps, he approached the door. Buji. Emra's soft voice called from outside the door. Bro reluctantly placed his hands on the doorknob, he hesitated for a while. Why is she here? Okay, Buji, calm down, pretend as though nothing happened. Buji tightened his jaw. He opened the door to meet Emra's gaze. We need to talk, Emra retorted. About? Buji asked with a calm but guarded voice. Emra turned backward, observing her environment as if to ensure no one was listening. Then, she turned back to Buji with a usual expression of hers. The ceremony, she replied simply. We need to talk, Emra retorted. About what? Buji asked with a calm but guarded voice. Emra turned backward, observing her environment as if to ensure they were alone. Looking satisfied, she returned her gaze to Buji with an unusual expression. The ceremony, she replied simply. What about the ceremony? Buji decided to be persistent with questions, feigning nonchalance simultaneously. At least, can you let me in? Emra asked. Buji hesitated for a moment, but after realizing himself, he shrugged, pulling the door wider. Oh, sorry, sure, Buji replied, opening the door wide so that Emra could get in. He closed the door after Emra had come in, his hands reluctant to free the doorknob for a second longer. Why is she here when we have nothing to talk about again? After she has finished stabbing my back. Emra went straight towards Buji's drawer and stood there for some moments staring at the drawer before finally sitting down on the bed, close to the drawer. Unknowing to her, Buji became aware of her every move for the moment, especially now she was in his room. But he decided to act numb. Act numb? Should I ask her about the book? After biting his lips in contemplation, he decided to speak out. Emra, he called out softly. Emra, who sat on the bed, looking lost in thought with her head bent down, raised it up to focus her gaze on Buji. Her face recorded an unsettling mixture of distraction and intent, which means she was in thought. Thoughts about how they were going to use their plans against me. Yes, Emra answered, distracting Buji's thoughts. Sorry if I disturbed your thoughts, Buji mocked with an innocent, although you aren't the type to always think. Me? Well, I was trying to figure out something personal, Emra replied. LOL, I was really not offended deeply by the disturbance. Something personal? She's this stupid to rouse my suspicions about her. Well, what do I have to say? So, what about the ceremony? Buji tried to draw Emra's attention. Did I say ceremony? Emra hesitated before asking. I meant school, sorry, Emra corrected herself quickly. Buji kept his expression normal, though his mind screamed at her perfect pretense action. The school? Buji repeated. Yup, she replied, nodding as though trying to convince herself. Our school is the only hunter's academy in this eastern metropolis. It's where every hunter with even the bleakest hope of success starts their journey. As far as you are found to possess some kind of innate potential. Have you started your explanation? Buji asked dryly in interruption. Oh. Yes, why? Emra replied with a tone of slight annoyance, facing Buji in an attempt to find answers. That was not a good start if I should comment. Buji kept a mean face while making this comment. Feeling that Emra might suspect his mean face, he yawned theatrically, covering his mouth. Haw. I am just so tired. Emra squinted her eyes but said nothing about Buji's sarcasm. She moved uncomfortably, sitting straighter on the bed. In any case, the academy is the foundation for all that we do as hunters, she continued. It's not just about figuring out how to stand out in battles. It's about strategy, discipline, understanding the creature we are hunting, and above all, discovering our strengths and weaknesses. And what's yours? Buji asked, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed against each other. My strength? Emra asked, tilting her head to face Buji. Yes, and your weakness if you can say, Buji replied. Of course, she was not going to tell me about her weakness. Weakness often results from one's unresolved trauma, self-doubt, or an over-reliance on certain flawed coping skills. If she tells Buji her weakness, that is going to be the beginning of her downfall against Buji, especially in the future. She has not found out all her weaknesses yet, and she is not going to be revealing the ones she found out. Anyway, making someone like Buji know her strength was also risky, so Emra had to deceive Buji. My strength is intuition, Emra said. Although she was intuitive, that was not a considered strength in the academy. Intuition, and it didn't let you sense I had been eavesdropping on your chat with your dad. Well, what can I say? I did call it a flaw and not a strength. Buji was unaware of the fact that he had been misled in information. He only presumed in thoughts with was he told, although he was still going to find out more at a later time. You're funny, Emra. Are you joking or trying to joke? Buji asked. Joking? Emra replied with a question. I mean, how intuition is a strength, Buji doubted. Actually, we don't call it strength. Upon your awakening, you will awaken with a talent. Your skills will be built upon the talent you awakened, Emra explained. So. Buji expected to hear something from Emra but she didn't respond. But intuition cannot be a talent. So, she is lying now. Interesting. Right, Buji reclaimed, then perking his ears up, he asked. What exactly happens at the ceremony? Emra glanced down at her hands. She hesitated before she started. It's hard to put out an explanation, or should I say narration. The event can look different for everyone. You did better witness it yourself. Different for everyone, how? For many, that's the moment they unlock their true potential. Well, there are a few who awakened useless talents and have to hone more skills to keep up, Emra explained. And there are the rare ones, you awakened no talent. That's a bad sign and an atrocity against the Hunters Association. Her voice trailed off as she mentioned this. But, I heard it happens once in a blue moon. Buji could hear his stomach bobbling at Emra's words, but he refused to show any sign of his facial expression. If I showed any sign of fear, she was going to find out I might not have read the book, and therefore, know nothing about the bloodline they talked about. So, I have to keep up so she thinks they are way ahead of me. Although I still need to find out. Buji murmured to himself. What? Emra asked. Nothing, Buji replied, making sure not to look conspicuous. Emra smiled faintly. What Buji said wasn't clear to her ears, although she did hear his voice. But she only decided to let it slip off. I will be on my way to my room now, Emra said, getting up from the bed she sat on. And I did like to wish you good luck in advance, it's in 5-day time. Thanks. And one more thing, during your early days in the academy, you will not be allowed to mingle with older students. So, I might be out of reach, Emra put in as she walked to the door. But just know that not everyone among your fellow awakened will be your friend, she concluded, opening the door before her. Just be careful, Emra said and closed the door behind her. After Emra left, Buji went to his drawer and pulled out the paper he had scribbled his notes earlier. Adding some new points, he wrote. Strength, talents, skills, and weaknesses. Not all will be your friend. Not all will be your friend. Just then he realizes something about the last point. One is surely not bound to have everyone as a friend. This only meant that. Then raising his head, with his index finger tapping on his lips, he thought. What does it actually mean? Not all will be your friend. The thought resonated in his head for a few minutes before he got himself. Immediately, he realizes something about the point. One is surely not bound to have everyone as a friend. What was she meaning to say? Buji raised his head, his right index finger tapping on his lips. What does it actually mean? He couldn't speak out but his thoughts shouted at his timidity. This is unlike him, not able to figure out what something he thought about meant. Looking tired already, he slumped onto his bed, and within a short time, he slept off. Night came, day 1, day 2, day 3 until day 5. Buji adjusted his travel bag for the 9th time that morning. He was waiting at the back of the limousine they would be traveling with that morning. Are you all set? A bald man with a deep voice asked. We should be, except this, Buji replied. The bald man who happened to be the family driver came over to help Buji drop it into the booth of the limousine. It was closed, so, he opened it and for the 10th time, Buji adjusted the bag before thrusting it into the book. Moments later, the limousine was found on the road, traveling relative to the tall buildings by the sides of the road. Buji struggled to fasten the car's seatbelt as the limousine rolled over yet another bump in the paved road. The morning air was crispy, carrying the scent of specks of dust as the car traveled along the dry roads. Beside him, Emra was leaning against the edge of the limousine. Excitement resonated with her facial expression. Her father, Mr. Zin, sat straight in front, staring at what only he knows about outside the limousine. "We have almost arrived," Emra said, her right finger pointing at a distant hill. "Behind that hill is a tower. The tower is the western spire of the academy." "Behind, a tower? Is this some kind of old folks' academy I will be attending?" At that moment, the limousine came to a stop in front of a small river. Everyone in the car dismantled their seatbelts except Buji. "We are here," Emra called to his attention. "Here?" Buji repeated, coming down from the car, looking overwhelmed. Just seconds ago, Emra was showing him the hill and was explaining that the academy was right behind the hill. He never imagined how fast the limousine had traveled for them to arrive that soon. Still in doubt, he looked around to be sure if he would see the hill, but he didn't. Emra noticed this and proved her statements back in the car. "Remember, I told you that was the western spire of the academy. Unfortunately, he took the eastern side, which is shorter," Emra said, pointing at the driver who was offloading the luggage in the booth. Most luggage was Buji's own. Emra didn't come back with hers whenever she returned from the academy. She had her room where all of it was parked in the academy. Judging from the exterior of the academy, it must be really a sight to behold on the inside. Buji had been wrong when he referred to the academy as something told in the folklore. What his eyes saw or are seeing, totally disproves him. "Awesome," he said, attracting Emra and Mr. Zin's attention. Just then, Buji heard the driver's voice, average in height. "Your luggage," the driver informed. Emra joined to help Buji carry his luggage. Not much though, only containing of 2 travel bags, 2 sturdy backpacks and then his school bag. Emra took care of one of the travel bags and backpacks, leaving Buji with the other half including his school bag which he wore on his back. "How are we to cross this river with this load?" Buji asked, clutching onto his travel bag and backpack. "You know you do worry much, right?" Emra said. "Just stand closer and watch." Immediately, Mr. Zin leaned forward close to the river, placing his 2 hands above the river as it began to shimmer. An ethereal glow emanated from his hands, casting a supernatural light upon the water which started rippling. Buji watched amazed at what was happening before him. It seemed as if the world was stumbling at the foot of Mr. Zin's command. The river's surface started to foam as if the water fabric was being torn apart. The glow bumping out of Mr. Zin's hand kept intensifying, and just when it seemed like it had reached its climax, something happened. Something only Buji was disheartened and at the same time, fascinated to see, a very huge surprise to him. The river had shuddered and divided, laying before them a sandy path to trudge on foot. By the sides, the river stood gigantic like solid walls but still had its shimmering light blue color. What the fuck? What just happened? Buji's thought within. As if reading Buji's thoughts, Emra clarified him. That's his talent, he's a mage. Immediately, Mr. Zin shot Emra with his piercing eyes, indicating that Emra had made a mistake with what she said. She shouldn't have made mention of Mr. Zin's talent. Emra apologized sincerely to him. Buji noticed what had happened, and he witnessed Mr. Zin's scold for Emra was not because she mentioned it. It was because she mentioned it at the wrong time. She mentioned it in his presence. Interesting. Mr. Zin is a mage. Buji thought, squinting forward with his little burden, catching sight of a pointed structure stretching as if to pierce the sky. The path they trekked wound through dense wood trees before opening up to a broad clearing. It is what it is. The sheer height of the building that had this pointed structure made him swallow hard. Although he knew less about the academy, he had imagined it to be a place of wonder and mystery, but seeing it for the first time made his expression fill with a mixture of awe and unease. Even though it was delicate and a wonder to behold. Not long after, they arrived in front of the academy's gate. Buji looked back to find out that the wallish water that had formed from Mr. Zin's magic was beginning to close. On the gate, however, silver runes were carved to form some words. Benignus ad academiam venatorum. Buji forced himself to pronounce the words, while Emra helped with its meaning. It is a Latin statement meaning, "Welcome to Hunter's Academy," Emra replied. "And with this, I also formally welcome you." Buji's heart skipped a beat as the gate creaked open. Surprisingly, that was Mr. Zin's ending point. He turned without hesitation and left, allowing Buji to find his way with the help of Emra. The academy was unlike anything Buji had ever seen. His former school was nothing compared to it. He had done some necessary things with the help of Emra and is now seated inside the academy's hall. The admission hall bustled with activities of students, ranging from murmurs to exchange of pleasantries. On the far wall hung a massive tapestry depicting the academy's group of scholars. Emra's father was inclusive. Inside the hall, students were arranged according to 5 sitting positions. Buji learned that the sitting position was according to how they were recommended. Literally putting, the hall consisted of students recommended by 4 hunter families, and the remaining was combined with students recommended by establishments. In front of the hall, just in the middle of the stage's platform was an instrument standing tall, with a platform where students could stand. The instrument was made of a spinal metal that supported 2 metal-like pincers above, holding a circular orb that occasionally swirled itself. And here I am, seated in a weird environment. Welcome to the academy, Buji. Buji spurred himself with nothing more than a whisper. Welcome to the academy, Buji whispered to himself, searching the hall outrightly with his eyes. The hall was indeed a marvel of architectural intelligence. Its inside was very spacious and well lit with massive columns of floating orbs soaring high above acting as the wall's ceiling. At first, Buji had thought he was watching the real atmosphere above and orbs hovering in its air and wondered why it had to be directly atop the hall. But he was wrong. He noticed the orbs were just part of the column ceiling which portrayed an otherworldly atmosphere that was rather elusive than realistic. It was just a ceiling even though it seemed as though the hall was open-roofed. The hall was, however, circular in shape with its seat arrangement in the same form, allowing a large circular platform in the middle space created by the arrangement of seats. In front of Buji and on that circular platform, just in the middle of the stage's platform was an instrument standing tall, with a platform where students could stand. The instrument was made of a spinal metal that supported 2 metal-like pincers above, holding a circular orb that occasionally swirled itself. What could it be? Back to the seat arrangement, the students were arranged according to 5 sitting positions. Buji learned from the murmurs around him that the sitting position was according to how they were recommended. Putting, the hall consisted of students recommended by 4 hunter families, and the remaining was combined with students recommended by establishments. Emra was wrong again. He had told him that the 4 families were only allowed to recommend at least 5 students, but here he was, sitting amidst a larger number of students. He looked behind him and saw Emra, sitting with another crowd, then he noticed something. Immediately after each seat arrangement, there was a large space that demarcated it from the other arrangement. Guess that is to demarcate the students according to their recommendation. Buji was sure of something at the moment. The row where he sat represented those recommended by Mr. Zin, and the crowd sitting immediately behind him, where he had found Emra, were old students. Those with him in front were new students. And that is it. Although I don't know other family names. But he guessed that the row with the largest number of students contained those recommended by different establishments. Phew, he sighs and rests his back against the comfortable seat that was provided for them in the hall. The admission hall bustled with activities of students, ranging from murmurs to exchange of pleasantries, especially from the old students. The social gurus among the newcomers tried to get along with others, and that was not for him. He preferred to stay on his own. On the far wall hung a massive tapestry depicting the academy's group of scholars. Emra's father was inclusive. The pictures were used to show the representatives of each hunter family, with their names boldly written on them, Zin family, Nico family, Wallows family, Adith family, and the last one, Een family. But something was odd about the last picture frame. The picture on it had been totally blurred, with a red painted X sign running diagonally on the frame. So, there are actually 5 hunter families. But Buji was distracted by the noise that came from the other end of the hall, followed by utter silence. A young man had entered the hall through a side door at Buji's left corner. He was of average height and his presence was commanding despite his unassuming attire. He wore a long robe of shady blue, trimmed with silver threads that shimmered upon his movements. His eyes were piercing and bright, as though they could see into a person's soul. Either way, his eyes made the young man good-looking. This man's arrival abruptly stopped the noise, from especially the old students. Who is he? As if in response to Buji's question, the man who had stopped in the middle of the circular platform had started speaking, his voice echoing around the hall. I am Instructor Halion. You can call me Hay. He paused for a moment, to allow the students to download his name properly for permanent retention and continued, I am here to guide you, the new students, through the awakening process as it is the first and most crucial step for your journey here in this academy. At this statement, he went further, closer to the instrument that stood straight on the platform. This, Hay said, rubbing his hands against the object as if he were examining it, is the Corexis. A murmur followed at the mention of the word, Corexis. It was certainly among the newcomers. Most of them grasped in amazement while some who had known about it attested to its existence and would like to clear their fellows' confusion but were interrupted by the instructor. It is the key to unlocking the latent potential hidden within each of you. The object standing here beside me is as ancient as the academy itself, and its power of awakening is incomparable. Through it, the spark of abilities that lies within your souls will be awakened. Noticing the confusion on the face of the new student grew each time he mentioned awakened, he decided to take a new dimension of his speech. Awakening you doesn't mean we are initiating you. The process is just geared to test your will, strength, and ability to embrace the unknown. Corexis will channel its light orb of energy to your chest, revealing the essence of what you are. For most, it will manifest as light, but for a few, as shadow. Then with a low but audible voice, he added. Do not fear what you see, it will just be merely a reflection of your inner self. But the real problem sets in when you awaken no talent. No talent? Is it possible? Buji thought. The process is profound but simple. You, students, will march out one by one upon being called. When you climb this stage, you place your hands on the glittering part of the object's stem and allow its light to reflect on you. Some may feel as though they are stepping into another world, others might be a surge of power. But whichever happens, just trust the process. Hay said and paused. Surge of power? I did like to be among this category. Buji didn't speak out, he thought in his mind. But other newcomers in the hall mumbled words that were best known to them. Once again, the hall came quiet with Halion's voice. Since there's not much time, the process will begin at the expiration of my third count. 1. 2. 3. Since there's not much time, the process will begin soon. I hope you all remember all that I have said during the preamble and the process I mentioned earlier. Hay asked, but he was replied with silence. I will take that as a yes then. And before I forget, any talent you awaken will come with a rank. We have ranks ranging all the way from D to A, and there is also the S rank, the highest rank so far. But do not worry, none of you is fit to awaken the S rank yet. Let's focus on the A to D, right? Right. So, this instructor is a petty talkative. He should go on already. If it was enthusiasm or fear, Buji couldn't tell. He only wanted to either be part of what was about to happen or be against it. That was the same feeling most students in the hall possibly had. And the hall reeked of it, the feeling of enthusiasm mixed with fear. Hay clears his throat. He now stood in front of Corexis, which had its orb shimmering, giving out a blue sensation. Looking down at the paper he held, and looking up to the crowd, he started. The first student, Hay's voice echoed around the hall. Bruno Gaddison. Recommended by the Nico family. Immediately, a boy with sandy hair shot out from the crowd sitting at Buji's left side. He approached the Corexis hesitantly and reached for it with his trembling hands. Just before touching the object's stem, he looked out to the crowd and forced a nervous smile to appear on his face. Good luck. Good luck. You can do it. And many other comments shot out from the crowd. Everyone in the hall tried to contribute to the boy's encouragement to take on his awakening. A thought came to Buji's mind. Not all will be your friends. But everyone here seems to be contributive. Buji was distracted at the moment. The boy who was the first student had placed his hands on the object. The moment the boy touched the object with his fingers, the hall was filled with a low buzz. The orbs of the Corexis flared, producing a beam of light that enveloped Bruno, directing a ray of the glow to his chest. Images began showing within the light. First was a mountain shrouded in mist, which revealed a five-headed golden beast that suddenly got injured and disappeared. Allowing an eagle to come into play, flapping its wings and using them to form tidal waves which can lead to destruction. But its mighty wings were cut apart from its body, making the eagle to weaken and lay on the ground. After showing the eagle image, the light faded and as if it was commanded, came to life again. This time around, it left scribbling letters above the boy's head. Awakening completed. A rank awakened. Talent, Slayer. Congratulations. A rank awakened. Hay exclaimed, holding out his hand to Bruno for a shake. That's a rare talent you've awakened too. You're a rare gem. The crowd erupted into a cheer on seeing what Bruno's potential was. Awakening a B rank placed a hunter among the tops, not alone A rank. Not just that he had awakened A rank. His talent is Slayer. Bruno was relieved. His joy also knew no bounds. He had made it. He jeered his hands upward and everyone cheered with him, especially those sitting with the Nico family. He is surely an extrovert. Buji thought, referring to the boy's agility and boldness while exalting cheers from the crowd. Hay cleared his throat, silencing the crowd and allowing Bruno to hurry back to his seat. Next is Lorena Corvinus, recommended by the Wallows family. A brownish-haired girl stepped forward, heading forward to where Corexis stood straight. Unlike Bruno, she was not hesitant but she was not as confident as Bruno was. She seemed to be ready for whatever she was going to awaken. Whatever it may be, let it be, she muttered to herself. You ready? Hay asked the girl. Just like Bruno, she raised her eyes to the crowd and saw everyone embellishing their shouts of encouragement on her, especially the old students from the Wallows family. Everywhere suddenly froze as she placed her hands on the object. The orb's glow intensified, unlike Bruno's, and the visions it produced were vivid and chaotic. The light from the orbs faded and came to life again, just like it had done during Bruno's turn. Awakening completed. C rank awakened. Talent, Intuition. Congratulations. Wow, so intuition was a talent. Does it mean Emra was saying the truth? Even though she awakened a lower talent, the crowd still cheered her. At least, it was better than awakening a talent with the shadows, a dark talent. One after the other, students came and awakened each of their talents as well as their ranks. So far, the top family was the Nico family, with Bruno as a newly awakened A-rank hunter with a high talent. Not until a student came from the row recommended by establishments. Call it a public recommendation. It was a girl. Instructor Hay called the next name. Kira Nova. Public recommendation. The way he called out the public recommendation was a bit funny, so everyone in the hall laughed, some others made jest of it. The girl, Kira, had wavy, platinum blonde hair that fell to her waist. Unlike other girls who had come out to awaken their talent, her beauty was astonishing. She walked briskly to the platform and placed her hands on it. As usual, the orbs descended light upon her, enveloping her and revealing images that helped to assign her a talent. First, there came a blazing sun that descended upon the Earth's surface, melting sporadically. Amazing, but odd. Buji thought. What followed next was a rushing river that seemed to be swallowed by a small red stone, and another was a tree bursting into bloom. As usual, the light faded and came to life again, revealing some golden letterings in the air. Awakening completed. A rank awakened. Talent, Mage. A rank awakened. Talent is Mage. Instructor Hay shouted, purposely rushing to hug the girl who slightly dodged him in pretense to respond to the jeering hands in the crowd. Somehow, Buji waved to the girl when she looked at his side. He was a nerd, kind of, yes. But no one will see a good thing and not accept it, right? The girl was delicately beautiful and was a little bit busted too. I like her. Once again, there was silence in the crowd as the girl went to sit back in her seat. Instructor Hay, with his face gazed at the ground in disappointment of what the girl had maybe, unknowingly done, muttered. Next is Buji Inin. Buji waved to the girl when she looked at his side. For some reason, the girl was hesitant to let her eyes off Buji. He was a nerd, kind of, yes. But he was also handsome, although he had a lean body. On Buji's side, he imagined befriending a girl as beautiful as Kira. Emra was indeed beautiful, but here is Kira, having everything both in the facial looks and body shapes. No one will see a good thing and not accept it, right? I'm already liking this girl. Once again, he was distracted by the silence in the crowd as the girl hurried back to her seat. Instructor Hay, with his stare focused on the ground in utter disappointment of what the girl had maybe, unknowingly done, muttered. Next is Buji Inin. Recommended by the Xin family. There was an uproar in the hall. Everybody seemed to put their last hope on Buji, although they don't know what fate had in store for him. Somehow, they wanted him to be the greatest awakener for the day. On the other hand, some doesn't want that. They claim the Xin family had always recommended students who end up being the highest awakener, but they don't want the position to come from the public recommended. All hope was now on Buji. Finally, it was his turn. His heart pounded as he walked to the stage, the weight of more than 100 eyes pressing down on him. At least, he managed to face the crowd, searching for Emra with his eyes. And there she was, giving him some thumbs up as some sort of encouragement. Not like you want my good. You're certainly happy your plan is about to start working. You can do it, Buji. He turned to the direction of where the voice had come. Lo and behold, it was the most beautiful girl he had seen so far in the hall. It was Kira. Even though all the students in the hall jeered him like they did for others, Kira was more encouraging to him maybe, because he wanted to make her proud of him and become his new friend. With this, he approached Corexis and reached out his fingers brushing against the cool surface of the object. For a moment, nothing happened, and he was nervous at the same time. Still, he had to do it. So, he placed his hand on the shimmering part of Corexis's stem and held on to it. As it had done for others, the orbs projected its light to Buji, except that this light was brighter than anything that had come before. Some students murmured that he was going to suffer the same fate as Lorien, maybe a worse fate, while some others attested that it was certainly going to be something higher, like something like that had never happened. Buji's hand remained on Corexis for some time longer than others, but nothing had happened. A murmur from the students followed, trying to discourage him already. Some said he never had any potential from the start, which was why the Corexis was not able to detect anything. Others said he had been numb right from when he entered the hall. Students from the crowd said all sorts of things, including things that made no sense or in no way related to what was happening. But Buji heard two voices, and a glint of hope reappeared. Do not disappoint the Xin family, Buji. Make yourself proud. The last statement was what raised his hope high. He was not there to make the Zin family proud, he was there to make himself stronger and prouder, and he really needed to do it. Unfortunately, he couldn't manipulate Corexis to show any sign, he just held on to its core. As if detecting Buji's persistence, the bright light suddenly faded and came alive with another light, this time around a dim light. It projected visions that were strange and fragmented. Shadows wriggling in the darkness, a full moon reflecting in still water and a pair of glowing eyes watching from a far distance. As if it was not done, the dim light wrapped Buji, pulling into him a terrifying and exhilarating sensation, before finally releasing him. Making him stagger backward with his breath ragged. Scribbling some writings in the air. Awakening interrupted. But it wasn't done. It released another vision. But it was unlike expected. It had shown a vision of a void coast, wrapping it up with image of another void coast. Mad. Why is my turn? This dim light finally faded and lightened up again. It was now like normal and it started leaving some writing in the air. Awakening completed. S rank awakened. Talent, _____. Its cursor still wasted time to complete the talent he had awoken. Meanwhile, everyone in the hall started praising Buji, especially Zin's recommended. Last year, it had been a Zin, this year again it was going to be a Zin. But the uproar in the hall was short-lived. Everyone mellowed down and stretched their pairs of eyes to see what the object had finally written. Error detected. System unbinding, shutdown. Buji fell to his knees while the object of awakening finally went off. He didn't know what it meant, but from the shouts that had come from the audience, it was really not a good thing. Instructor Hay had said something about awakening no talent. So, it was real. And why does it have to be me? Buji felt the ground should open and swallow him. He couldn't imagine facing the students after what had happened. Awakening an S rank with no talent, there was no use. He remained on his knees on the ground, his stare continually focused downward. Maybe he shouldn't have accepted Emra's invitation. If he had known this kind of thing was bound to happen, he was surely not going to accept. His world seemed to lay in shambles in front of him and he could do nothing. Not all would be your friend. Maybe this was what Emra meant when she said that not all were going to be his friends. He could feel the rejection roaming around without hesitation. Emra won't leave me alone, right? Not all will be your friends. Perhaps that was just the case. That was what Emra meant when she said that not all were going to be his friends. He could feel sting of rejection roaming around him without hesitation. Emra won't leave me alone, right? Buji remained on his knees on the cold, polished floor of the platform with his head still bowed low in disappointment. If this was only the beginning of their plan, what will their endgame be? What did it have to do with what had just happened? Too many questions with no answers swirled in his mind. He had no one to guide him, no one to offer clarity. He felt utterly doomed. If only he could travel back in time, or rather was able to manipulate time, somehow, things at the moment wouldn't be his problem. His world was crumbling right before his eyes, and he seemed powerless to stop it. But he couldn't continue putting his head down, for no one. He didn't think anyone would care if he stayed defeated. All hope was lost. Was this what his father meant when he said he should experience things in life? What lesson was he supposed to learn from this humiliation? None. There's absolutely nothing. Instructor Hay in his usual nerdish bent slightly toward Buji and studied him with a sharp gaze, then rising again he murmured. Interesting. Did he just say interesting? Does it mean awakening no talent was a unique trait for a hunter? Definitely no. I can only think less of its possibility. Buji doesn't think so. The hall had been filled with utter shock from the students the moment Corexis had shut down without assigning him any talent, except his S rank. An accolade rank which was going to end up useless without the talent. Hay just said that in his continual speech. I didn't expect what hadn't happened for more than a few decades now to repeat itself. The last survivor of the bloodline that existed with this kind of anomaly had been annihilated 16 years ago. Instructor Hay paused. Buji rose his head slightly. His curiosity to grab what Hay was about to say piqued, despite his frustration. Yes, he was annihilated and we had believed he was the last of the bloodline, he said curtly. Then leaning closer to Buji and lowering his voice said, but if the Zin's family had recommended you, let's give you a benefit of the doubt. Instructor Hay's statement started becoming annoying to Buji. His statements grated on Buji's nerves. Hay was talkative and Buji didn't want any more of his talks, whether useful or useless. It was becoming unbearable. He only wanted Hay to be a bit far from him now. So, he mustered the courage and went to sit back on his seat. As he walked back, he felt the heavy stare of all the students from the crowd. It was very much embarrassing. But a foolish thought came to him. What about Kira? If I made her know I liked her, would she accept me like this? Or will she throw me off like everyone else seems ready to do? Anyhow, it doesn't matter. At least in the meantime. I only wish Emra could at least be by my side this last time. This stuff or whatever it is called should just end. He needed to hear those words of encouragement from her. Even if this was the beginning of their plan, I guess she won't just change with her words all of a sudden. Or will the girl, the mage awakener, encourage him like she did when he was about to give up on Corexis? Whatever was bound to happen, he just had to return to his seat and wait for everything happening inside the hall to end. Then, maybe he could go and meet Emra. That was what he finally planned he was going to do. He hadn't noticed students were cursing at him due to he was drowned in thoughts. He only noticed now he came closer to his row. An S-rank awakener with no talent. I have never seen such disgrace. That's just his name, a disgrace. He's nothing but a failure. Unacceptable. The Zin has nothing to do with this, the association should do what's supposed. I knew it. This streak of greatness was bound to be broken, especially by a Zin awakener. And look what we have, it was collected by a public awakener. At this statement, laughter erupted in the hall. So loud and traumatic to Buji, who placed his head in between his two legs, covering his ears with both hands. But he had a fragment of another statement. Not his fault. How could a weakling awaken a talent? I was surprised he even awakened an S rank. He could have supplemented it by awakening weakest as a talent. Mohahaha, the laughter resounded in the hall. Buji recognized the voice. So, he turned to the direction it had come and realized Zaki, his one-time bully in school, had been recommended by the Wallows family. If only he had noticed him during the process, he would have found out what his talent and rank were. The hall buzzed with opinions from different angles. None of them gave him any zeal, he was only waiting for everything to end. He won't be allowed to leave the hall until the end, if not, he would have preferred drowning in the river they had crossed on their way to the academy. That way, more peace will be assured. The chaos in the hall seemed to entice Instructor Hay, so, he had kept quiet for a while, but now, he cleared his throat. He had more things to attend to. The uproar finally drew silence as Instructor Hay stepped forward and raised a hand, which helped the hall slowly fall into an uneasy silence. On his other hand, a paper parchment was seen. He held onto it as if someone was going to steal it with some kind of strange spell. Maybe from the old students, since the new students did not know what might be hidden in the paper. Since the hall had become calm, he began. Oh, my dear student, your awakening process is not a guarantee for greatness. It only reflected your essence within you, and was used to place you according to what it perceives. He paused, searching with his eyes across the hall until his gaze settled on Buji. Buji, Instructor Hay called. An S-rank awakener. He awakened the greatest rank but without a talent. A rare occurrence that linked what he held of an ancient anomaly a long time ago, but it will still have to be reconsidered. But that will be after 3 weeks here, in this academy, he muttered, his focus on Buji. Unfortunately, Master Buji had awakened an S-rank talent but remains. Instructor Hay purposely paused to let the crowd throw their comments, but foolishly didn't allow that either as he continued with his orating. Miss Kira, congratulations on becoming the highest and top awakener for the day. It's your luck you beat the Zin, it has never happened. So, should I say that your name has entered the Academy's book of rare records? Last year had been Emra Zin, his daughter, Hay continued announcing. Emra Zin? Was this connected to the reason his former schoolmate had gasped at the mention of her belonging to the Zin family, or was there any other reason? Or, the boy that had stood out had no idea. And either way, it is quite unfortunate to record that the Zin's family recommendation for this year, Buji Nin, has awakened as the weakest of the class, Instructor Hay announced, his voice sober. But there will always be room for improvement. There will always be room for improvement. That became Buji's best statement of the day, but he still hoped for the end of the awakening ceremony. Buji found solace in Instructor Hay's last statement, there will always be room for improvement. But he wasn't sure how he was going to improve on his own. Improvement seemed like a distant reality when he had no one to lean on. No student to certainly befriend. Except, perhaps, Emra. Their friendship would not last long enough since even Emra felt like a snake in green grass for him at the moment. Her presence is unreliable and her friendship is hollow. Once again, Instructor Hay stood in the middle of that circular platform, clearing his throat loud enough to stop the noise in the hall. Yet again, the hall went quiet and all eyes turned to him as he announced. So, we have come to the end of the awakening process. Every other information you will need, you shall get, but in your various rooms. He paused momentarily, scanning the crowd before continuing. You are going to follow the older students to know your dorms. Use the numbers provided earlier to locate your rooms. Those numbers are your room numbers and are posted on your door. This way, it will be easier to find, he stated, and looked towards Buji's direction. Inside your rooms, you're going to find a pamphlet which will help you understand how things were run here in this academy. It contains details about the academy and why you were selected to be a hunter. So, for the first week, you will be studying on your own. I guess that was the pamphlet Emra used to read him some short story, or maybe some history that now seem meaningless. Instructor Hay's voice interrupted his thought. The second week will be the day of another reckoning, where you are going to meet the tutors of this academy. And only then will you be assigned a tutor, he stated and with a low tone added. Except if you haven't awakened any talent until then, you will be a self-tutor. Crap. He should have just called my name and not indirectly referred to me. Not like everyone in this hall won't relate to whom the statement was meant for. The indirect jab felt like a dagger to Buji's remaining pride. The students in the hall exchanged knowing glances, and Buji knew they would connect the dots. It was time for every student in the hall, both old and new, to find their way to their family dorms and locate their rooms. Buji thought it was not going to be hard for him since Emra was also from Zin's family and would surely be staying in the same dorm as him, except their rooms would be in different wings. Instructor Hay on his own part had also left through the door from which he came into the hall. The hall became very busy again with murmurs, discussions, and sounds of laughter. Buji could sense they all discussed about him and maybe laughed at him when any of their group members made any jest of him. Newcomers try to get along with each other, at least, this little time should be utilized for them before they get orders from older students. Upon the humiliation he got from students, he still raised his eyes and searched for Emra amidst the crowd. Just when he thought he had seen a figure that looked like Emra, he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Zaki. What did he want from me now? Buji thought. Hey weakling, Zaki greeted, waving at Buji's face with his smiley expression that clearly signified mockery. Guess you had a great day. Buji, who had stood up to either leave the hall or look for Emra, sat back down, folding his hands to his chest and looking away from Zaki's direction. That was better. We should not discuss while standing after a few days of losing contact, Zaki said, clapping his hands in mock applause before placing them on Buji's shoulders. I wanted to ask your reason for skipping school for 4 years then. Everyone at school really missed you, you know, he mocked. Buji bristled but stayed silent. Oh, don't give me that look, Zaki continued. The best part? The headmaster handed me my recommendation from the Wallows family. I just hope he mistakenly mentions what I want to hear. What? I only wanted to add that our headmaster had enumerated you for the honorable recommendation as the weakest. What an honor! A great achievement. Zaki blotted. Are you here to tease me, or do you have a point? Buji asked with anger in his tone. Oh. I guess you have been cultivating strength for the past 4 days you skipped school. That should explain the audacity, right? Oh, my temper, Zaki mocked, squeezing Buji's cheeks, then suddenly letting loose his hands, he said. But you know what, I'm in a pretty good mood today. Awakening an A rank with Slayer talent was not a feat, right? Zaki carelessly said. Exactly what I wanted to hear. You are going to be teaching me how to slay people like you, just watch and see. The casual boast made Buji's blood boil a bit, but he bit back his retort. He wanted Zaki to keep talking, maybe he will slip and reveal something useful. Oh, and that is your so-called strength approaching. Your knight in shining armor. She will probably congratulate me this time and yell at you for being a disgrace. Zaki started with a soft tone but yelled at the last. Buji's heart twisted as he turned toward Emra. Maybe Zaki was right. Emra was surely going to yell at him for being a disgrace, but not in their midst. She had always done that, but only when they were alone. His eyes widened with great expectation as he watched Emra approach closer with each step she took and at every second she spent. Buji was not yet surprised to see Emra walk among a group of students and stop right in front of him. The surprise had come when Emra started her speech. I told him not to expect much, Emra said, joining the group in the laughter her statement had caused. Someone pointed at Buji from behind Emra. Did you see his face? He almost became the star of the day until... Snap it out, Emra interrupted. Not everyone is cut out for greatness, although this little thing might be, but his bloodline had failed him. Bloodline? Bloodline, was the question asked by the students at the recent scene. When I mean bloodline, I meant he had always been an orphan until he was pitted by my dad, Emra explained smartly to avoid any suspicion. Even though students were going to be isolating themselves from Buji, she still shouldn't say what she knew. Let the higher-ups do as they have planned. Is she for real or just her way of behaving like a drama queen? She was actually real. As if knowing what Buji thought about, she moved closer to Buji, slipping her finger from up to down softly on Buji's chest. My dad had always told me to be very careful with you, that he had his reasons. But I stood by you, fought for you, and even did things because of you. Why? Because I only lived in doubt. Well, don't get me wrong, my dad had always been right. So, I only lived my life with you all in pretense and nothing more than that. All I did was to find evident proof, which I did. The book? Buji now finds everything more interesting. It seemed the book had said things about him, or maybe his father. He now hungered for the book but needed to be patient for the whole game to start well. Even at that, if anyone must be surprised, call Buji. He was still not getting where the Emra that stood before him came from. She was not the real Emra, right? Yes, this is me, Emra saying all those things to you, Emra continued, noticing the surprise on Buji's face. Anyway, I might not have told you, but I am here to finally welcome you into the academy. And please, forget about Emra Zin. You are nothing but spilled milk, useless for the cats to feed on. Buji's breath hitched. If the words came from anyone else, it might not hurt him much. But it is coming directly from Emra. He clenched his fists on his legs, his nails digging into his skin. The pain reminded him that it was reality. Is this real? He murmured. You man. And maybe you didn't hear, she asked you to have a nice day. Such a lovely friend she is, Zaki said and left Buji sitting alone. Zaki's voice faded into the distance, farther as he moved toward the door. In the same vein, the hall which was once filled with students and their bustling activities began to empty. As well, their laughter and whispers diminished with each departing group of students. They must be heading to their dorms now. Buji thought and looked down at the wooden square in his hand. Carved into its surface was written what according to the instructor, was his room number, 406. He tightened his grip on the wooden square as he slowly rose to his feet. His legs trembled as his body was heavy, burdened by the weight of the ridicule he had faced, especially the one he faced some moments earlier. Buji looked around the hall. It was rapidly becoming empty and he knew he needed to follow the other students to locate his room. He was going to be trailing behind the students from the Zin family row since they were going to lead him to the dorm to find his room. But he still maintained his distance to avoid further jokes. No more jokes of anguish. Not today. Buji continued following them until the students ahead rounded a corner and stopped. He quickened his steps a bit so as to avoid losing sight of them. At the front were the older students, with the new students shuffling behind them like lost sheep. The new students were especially static at a point, looking and pointing fingers at the dormitory that loomed ahead. Continuing their movement, they passed across the corridors of the dormitory that connected the dormitory all the way from the hall. Buji supposed it was the same way for other dormitories. Other dormitories were also connected to the hall using a long pathway that served as open corridors. They finally approached the entrance of the dormitory which was flanked by wooden doors aligned at straight lines along the doorway. Above the arched doorway, a large Z, encased in a circle was etched into the stone on the wall, signifying the Zin family dormitory. The dormitory gave the impression that there was life in it. It echoed surreptitiously with the careful steps made by the foot of the students who filed in rows ahead of Buji, marching inside like some new gallant soldiers. On the wall immediately above each door you get to, you will find a number carved into a wood. Match it with the one on your wooden squares to locate your room. For now, the old students will be retiring to their rooms. You will definitely find your rooms when you make use of the stairs, whether at the top or middle floor. Well, to make it easier, those with the number starting with 2 should head to the second floor and search for their rooms. 3 and 4. You are in for a climb. Same with 5, if you're unlucky, he chuckled lightly and added. And, do well to have a nice day, and once again, welcome to the academy. A student had said from the crowd. Unlike Buji who was lean, he was a bit plump and tall at the same time. His hair was shady blue in color, flowing down his back. He might be the head student or something. Between, if I hear, welcome one more time. Buji thought, rolling his eyes. He lingered by the staircase behind others. For the sake of protecting his remaining shame, he let them go ahead of him. He watched as different pairs of students, some 3 in a group but at most 4, laughed and jostled each other as they ascended the stairs. Buji secretly envied their camaraderie, their ease in this foreign place. Or maybe, it was foreign only to him since he felt like an outsider, no friend, no one walking on the same path as him. They belong here, but I don't. It is well. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the wooden square which was his only guide to his room and began his ascent. The staircase he trudged upon spiraled upwards to wherever it was built to stop, endless as it seemed. For his concern, he was on the 4th floor now and should look for his room. So, he carefully scanned each door he passed by. 401. 402. 403. He muttered under his breath with his voice low and steady, 406, finally. The room numbers were boldly planked with black ink a few centimeters above the well-polished wooden doors. As he reached for the doorknob, his hands hovered hesitantly over it. The doorknob felt cool under his palm but he was reluctant to open it. At the same time, he could hear the sounds of other students fading behind closed doors. Phew, he sighed in relief and finally opened the door. The door, now ajar, revealed a small sparsely furnished room. At the end corner of the room against the far wall was a broad bed, neatly dressed. A single window by the left end of the room let in piercing rays of sunlight, illuminating the room's bare walls. He sighted the rickety desk which stood near the window, with a small thin book resting on it. Mustering the courage, Buji stepped into the room, closing the door softly behind him. By a hidden corner of the room, he found his bags neatly arranged beside a simple wardrobe, which was not sighted by merely standing at the door. Buji nodded mutely as he moved closer to the wardrobe to scrutinize what it contained or if it was empty. It was as good as empty except for the up and down fabric, dyed in red color, neatly folded on the wooden shelves of the wardrobe. That must be the school wear, he muttered to himself. Shifting his attention to the desk beside the window, he made his movement towards it. The thin book on its surface caught his attention. He moved closer, recognizing it immediately. It was the pamphlet Emra used with him a few days earlier. On it was written, "Why be a hunter?" Buji's eyes widened in excitement, seemingly forgetting at the moment why he had been a bit moody. He collected the pamphlet and gestured towards the bed, sitting on its edge and flipping the pamphlet first. He had longed to know what the pamphlet contained. Emra didn't let him know everything. She had already skimmed parts of it, leaving him yearning for more. Opening the first page of the pamphlet to start downloading what the book contained, he read aloud. Evolution, 10 centuries ago. The room was silent, except for the faint rustling of leaves outside the small window. Buji sat at the edge of the bed with his back hunched and his fingers slightly grazing the cover of the pamphlet in his hands. The bold title on the book, "Why Be a Hunter," stared back at him like a challenge, daring him to unfold what it held within. The events of the day, starting from his ridicule to his isolation, and most of all, his betrayal, lingered in his mind, but he was going to distract himself with the pamphlet. The thoughts may come later, not now. Tisk, Buji sighed and flipped open the first page of the pamphlet. His eyes fell on the title of the section Emra had read to him, "The Evolution." However, his interest in that section had waned, so he dismissed it with a sigh. The bit he knew could serve. He wanted to gulp down information from other topics as soon as possible. To somehow gain direction, or even clarity. Taking a deep breath, he flipped open another page. Inked on the page was a statement Buji didn't understand how it related to what he had come to the academy to gain. The words, however, were precise and unyielding. Hunters are the frontier between chaos and order. The shield of humanity. He let the sentence sink in, but there were still the doubts about his capability as a hunter. If he was going to be protecting humans, then he would have to accept taking huge risks. The idea of being a shield, a protector, the frontier, was not all he sought for now. He felt a little that he should start becoming selfish and care about things that mattered to him alone. Besides that, he was just Buji. A boy who felt more like a prey than a predator in a world that seemed to constantly remind him of his inadequacy. He would have preferred living life as an orphan to living like a prisoner in a rich man's house. Or will they offer me the same fate? Buji's thought confused him. Things weren't difficult for him because he was an orphan. Now, he gets to see that difficulties emanate from one's weaknesses or flaws. Even the poor can live a stress-free life without difficulty. The main deal comes from within man, his inferior self does the job great. One only needs to master their inner self to face fewer difficulties in life. But mastering oneself? That was no small feat. Buji reasoned that his thoughts were even making things more confusing for him, or so he thought, yet he found it difficult to get off them. Finally, the next page of the pamphlet, which he held in his back, caught his curiosity and landed him back into reality. The 5 hunter families. The second section of the book spoke of the 5 hunter families as the pillar of the hunter's world. There were not just families but had stretched into dynasties, just so as to keep their legacy moving. The Xin family, he read, was the most powerful and revered of the hunters. Interesting. They were known for their firm confidence and unmatched ability to handle challenges, even the gravest ones. The mark, a bold Z encased in a circle, is their symbol and also marks their dominance. Other families like the Nico, Wallows, and the Thief each had their own strengths and legacies. But he was most especially attracted to the third family. En family. He had thought that maybe the recommended students were going to be the representatives of this family. Or has its name changed? Why were their frames shadowed and blurred? The book seems not to know much. But it described it as a cautionary tale, a family once prominent but now erased from the Academy's history. Excised for an abomination, the pamphlet stated at the middle base bottom of the book, cryptically. No further explanation either. He didn't know what to think about the En family. If care is not taken, he might end up like the founder then, except if only he can undertake for himself if need be. What was he saying? Nothing. Buji then realized he couldn't help but feel a pang of hatred develop in him toward the members of each family, except the Ens, of course. Suddenly, he felt this strong urge within him and uttered a statement. I am going to be rich. That was one of the greatest motivations in Buji's life. He feared failure. He feared rejection. But what did he fear the most? He had failed. Just moments ago, he was rejected by who he had always taken to be his closest friend. So, what the fuck will motivate him if not the fact that he dreamt never to be poor? And that was his greatest fear. Poverty. Buji couldn't help but laugh at his own thought. For some reasons, it was stupid. But for many reasons, it was reality visioning from imagination. It was real. His hands quickly turned over to the next page. And his eyes fell on what interested him the most, money. He had not taken his time to read about the hunter families. Buji thought that even without reading it, he could get the knowledge someday. But for this next topic, he was going to read every bit of it. Starting from the title, Hunter ranks to the last word of the section. Hunters, according to the pamphlet, were ranked accordingly, starting from D rank to S rank. The ranking mostly depends on the inner essence of the individual who awakened it. But in soul reality, it depended on their skill and experience. Skill and experience. Buji exclaimed. He was misunderstanding everything. He has no skill and has had no experience, so how was it dependent on those factors? But then, his attention was called to the phrase, soul reality. Meaning that it was judged from the physical interventions undertaken by the hunter. Okay, he seemed calm for the moment, returning his gaze to the page, which he studied. The next thing was how the hunters earn a living. Starting at D rank, they earned a modest 2,000 Hun coins weekly. The sum seemed enormous to Buji but was described according to the book as merely a starting point for a hunter's earnings. TSK. Just shut up. Although hunters couldn't level up to higher ranks, they can hone their skills to fit the feat of higher ranks. His eyes scanned through the explanations made on each rank until it finally landed with the S rank. His focus still remained on money. From what he read about each rank, he noticed the income scale increased exponentially with each rank, culminating in 32,000 Hun coins weekly for S-rank hunters. The pamphlet further emphasized that this wasn't just about the money. The ranks represented mastery, respect, and the ability to take on greater challenges. Buji's eyes lingered on the page. Its further explanation had been that the payments were scheduled weekly since hunters went for raids every week. And each week you failed to raid, no income. That's just it. We trade risk in exchange for reward. However, a hunter's income can also increase based on his accumulation of skills and talents. Ding! Dingling! The word struck Buji's ears in deafening. The idea of earning such wealth was overwhelming, but its path seemed impossibly steep. Could he even make it past D rank with no talent? A simple D rank hunter with Slayer as a talent could easily take him down. What a shame. The thought of money was only becoming excessive for him, so he had to switch over the pages to get access to a new topic. Hunters and dungeon raids. He had found a new topic but couldn't read it at the moment. The sound of a ringing object distracted him. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be the second reckoning? Buji flipped open a new page with a new topic. And the topic was kind of interesting to him. Hunters and dungeon raids. Unfortunately, he had found an interesting topic he couldn't read at the moment. The sound of a ringing bell distracted him. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be the second reckoning? His grip tightened on the pamphlet while he recalled the words hunters and dungeon raid. That was going to be the section where he will see the kind of dungeons they raided and what kind of hunters are allowed to raid each type of dungeon. Great hunters of the past, with their eyes watching over the room with solemn pride. At the center of each long tables, however, was the food itself. Platters of roasted meats, arranged beside bowls of vibrant salads and roasted vegetables. Set alongside were loaves of artisan bread and cheese, with a jar of honey. Wonderful. Guess this turns out to be a buffet service. Buji was surprised. Even though he ate enough with the Zin, this arrangement was nothing like the meals he was used to. He nodded stiffly and without wasting much of his time, made his way to an empty seat, careful to avoid eye contact with anyone else. Buji sat down silently, scanning the table with his eyes. Thankfully, no one in that table seemed to notice his presence, or probably, seemed to care. He collected some chunks of roasted meat and placed on the plate set before him. After which, he hesitantly reached for a slice of bread and some chunks of vegetables. What a mixture. But that's what I feel like consuming from these sorts. He thought as he carefully released the products on the plate into his stomach. For a while, different groups of students chattered their time away. He didn't blame them. That's what their luck had got them, unlike his. So, he recited into the pamphlet which he had come with to be his friend in moment of his boredom. He turned to the page he was about to read before the bell rang, and started gulping down the information into his memory, leaving his food bare. The first concept the page he had opened introduced him to was the concept of talents. It described talent as some innate abilities that defined every hunter and had went further to categorize them into 4, tracking talents, supporting talent, combat talent and unique talent. Tracking talents were for those with heightened awareness. These hunters could sense danger and navigate treacherous terrains with uncanny precision. Under this description, was the talent which were attributed to hunters, intuition, and vision. The next became the support talent. Mainly given to hunters who had the ability to heal their comrades' strength and health during raids and battles. So, they were attributed the healing talent. Then, he saw the combat talents which allowed the hunters to have slayer talent and the unique talents which had a subcategory known as mage. Buji tightened his finger around the pamphlet. Which of this talent could be his? He had always felt different, like an outside, but that was not enough to make his special. For God's sake, I awaken no talent, his thoughts yelled at him. He, however, wondered if he could possess one of these talents. Instructor Hay had told him that he was given benefit of doubt, so, he needed to find a way to awaken a talent before the expiration of 3 weeks. Below the explanation of the hunter talents, was a brief note. So, he swallowed his spit before reading what is said. NB, the awakeners with no talent on the day of awakening were not given a second chance since they were suspected to originate from the monster bloodline. To prevent future dangerous possibilities, they are annihilated. So, this way why Instructor Hay made it clear that I was given a second chance. And come to think of it, those who approved of the death sentence were the higher-ups. Does it mean Mr. Zin has a hand in the reason he wasn't annihilated? And was it part of their plan? He murmured to himself, and raised his head only to notice someone standing beside his seat. Hi. Buji was startled out of his thoughts with an unexpected greeting. Beside him stood a beautiful girl. The one he had been wishing to befriend during the awakening ceremony. The one and only girl he had admired. Her uniform fitted her perfectly, with her posture which was confident but not intimidating. It was Kira. The most beautiful girl his eyes had set on so far since he stepped into the academy. "Hi," the girl repeated, with a small smile. Buji was unsure of how to respond, so, he hesitated. He wasn't used to anyone approaching him willingly, not to talk of using such a casual demeanor as the girl had used. Hi," Buji managed to reply with a voice barely a whisper. Kira didn't seem to mind his awkwardness. Instead, she pulled out a sit and sat beside him. Noticing the leftovers on Buji's plate, she asked. "Not hungry?" "Not it. Lost the appetite so fast," Buji replied. "Well, I heard that the first years are given free time after now," Kira said and paused for a while. "Oh. That's cool, so, why are you telling me this?" Buji was a rascal with the question. Kira shrugged and hesitated before replying. "Can I spend the free time with you?" Buji was shocked. He thought everyone had left him, all alone. But here, the girl seeks to spend some time with him. Gosh, and I was a bit rude earlier. Fuck me. But, is she Emra II? Doubts. That's one thing that comes when someone gets rejected by everyone. Or when someone gets rejected by a friend, whom he or she seems to trust a lot and seems to hold dearly. It's like having a filter on our minds that only shows negative interactions. When this happens, the mind starts to believe that friendship is not a worthy act, and so, despises any being that tries to show up again. At the same time, when someone unexpectedly shows us kindness and decides to be a friend, another friend, the conscience sets in. We start to see that not everyone is actually against us, not everyone is the same. That there are people who can genuinely care about us. It's just like removing the filter our mind has planted. And this way, we tend to have conflicting ideas, resurrecting our doubts. However, it can not only be applied to friendship relationships but everyday dealings in life. For Buji, he was currently facing a relationship situation. Kira was beautiful enough to kick him out when she needed to, and this makes it harder for him to decide. What's wrong with you, Buji? She only wants to spend her free time with you. She never mentioned wanting to be friends with you. Yeah, that's true, Buji mumbled. What's true? Kira asked, with her eyes clearly set against Buji in confusion. Sorry, I meant that's alright. Not a bad idea, no. Buji replied smartly. A few minutes and they will be out of the hall. He had wanted to finish the section he was reading before the girl approached him. Seeing there would be no need, he closed the pamphlet and made to chop the remaining meat on his plate before they left. You looked lonely. So, I thought you might need company, Kira said, dangling her legs from the stairs of the courtyard where they sat. Great. Buji shook his head, still taken aback. I'm Kira, she introduced herself, shifting her stare to Buji. Buji, he replied, noticing Kira's sudden facial expression. He asked, and why is that look? Nothing. Just how did you feel inside there? Kira replied. Inside where? During the awakening process. When you were. Kira was interrupted. Oh, that's what you mean. Buji was thrown off balance. He least expected the question to come from her. I felt nothing. When you were embarrassed by your friend, the girl, Kira completed her statement, regardless of what Buji had replied. He seemed not to know what she wanted to ask. I was not embarrassed at all. I was rejected, didn't you see it? But, I will answer according to your question anyway. Her action didn't embarrass me. I'm used to it. Are you trying to say, they always did this to you and their family? Kira asked. By they, she meant the Xin family. Have you heard about the story about the weakling? Buji asked carelessly. I don't think so, Kira replied, looking surprised. Guess she didn't hear the statement Zaki used to classify me when I awakened no talent. Well, it's about a boy who had no friends in school, but he always lived on. Should I go on with the story? If that's how my friend is gonna make my free time, then go on, Kira answered shamelessly, placing her hands on her lap in a playful manner. In that case, Buji paused and continued. There was this boy who got enrolled in a school. As soon as he trudged through the school gates, his eyes continued scanning through the crowd with a mix of dread and resignation. His watchword to live by as far as he was still in the school was another day, another opportunity for the bullies to taunt him. For as long as he could remember, he was the target of ridicule and teasing. My classmates would mock his foolishness, his hesitant smile, and all in all, his weakness. The teachers on their part, though well-intentioned, seemed powerless to stop the bullying. He grew accustomed to eating lunch alone, sitting in the back of the classroom, and avoiding eye contact with his tormentors. He felt like a ghost hovering in the crowd, invisible and insignificant. He only became significant at the end of each day, because he was always bullied amongst the crowd. Is that not enough embarrassment? His popular name as a result of not being able to stand for himself was the weakling, knowing full well that everyone will be against him. Is the name alone not enough embarrassing? Changing the school environment seemed not to change the narrative of being rejected by everyone. Even by the person he thought would be his comfort in the midst of his adversary. Maybe that was the only. But Buji was cut short by a hug. Let me be your comfort then, Kira hugged him tight. Buji couldn't tell how he felt at that moment. Everything seemed not to be happening and at the same time, seemed to be happening fast. I knew the story is a third POV about you. Allow me to fill in her space. Let me be your friend, Kira said. Buji couldn't tell how he felt at the moment. Everything seemed not to be happening and at the same time, seemed to be happening fast. I knew the story was all fabricated to fit yours in. Allow me to fill in the space of your comfort. Let me be your friend, Buji, Kira said, still hugging Buji tightly. Buji sat on the pavement, frozen in surprise. He couldn't believe it. Someone, a person who didn't have to, was choosing to be his friend. Someone who could easily attract many friends to herself was asking it from him as an offer. The thought of friendship sent a spark of excitement through his chest, and for a moment, he forgot about all the times he'd been let down before. But as the reality of it sank in, his mind began to rebel once again, doubt set in. What if Kira was pretending to be nice? What if she was secretly laughing at him, behind his back? What if she was going to do as Emra had done? The memories of all the time he'd trusted Emra only to be disappointed came flooding back, and he felt his guard rising. As these conflicting ideas swirled in his head, he felt torn between two opposing forces. Part of him wanted to trust Kira, to believe in her. But another part of him screamed at him to be cautious, to protect himself from getting hurt again. Are you okay? Kira asked him, releasing herself from the hug. She had noticed Buji's uneasiness. Yeah. I'm fine, Buji replied, looking up at Kira, who beamed at him with an expectant smile. He took a deep breath, trying to quiet the doubts in his mind. Maybe, just maybe, this time would be different. Inside Buji's room, he paced around for some time before reclining to his bed. He still needed to complete reading of the pamphlet, it was going to be of help to him. Just then, his mind drifted to the book back at the Zin's house. He still needed to get hold of the book, before 3 weeks. Earlier he had read that after the 3rd week, the new students were going on a raid, and he was advised, or rather warned by both his father and a page from the book to read the book a day before his first raid. But was he going to be allowed to go on a raid without having a talent? Hopefully, he was going to awaken a talent before then. Somehow, a part of his mind screamed at him, dreams. Bro, just accept your fate. He managed to shift the thought aside and lay on his bed. I will have to figure out other things tomorrow. For today, I'm just tired enough and need rest, he said, and finally gave in to sleep moments later. Early the next morning, Buji was woken from sleep, with the breakfast bell. He prepared himself, straightening his uniform since he had slept with it the other night, and jolted to the dining hall. There, Kira sat beside him, providing company instead of his usual loneliness. The void of his usual solitude. Her presence was oddly comforting, and for the first time in a long while, he smiled. His face lit up, accentuating his handsome features. "You seem different today. What's the good news?" Kira noted with her question, her eyes radiating with the beam of curiosity. "Maybe I just feel lighter," Buji replied with his smile lingering as they ate. The moment Buji spent with Kira filled with the exchange of glances and smiles. And of course, Buji could feel the weight of the sight of other students dropping in their presence. And Kira didn't care. "Interesting. And I also heard that we will be gathering at the hall again this afternoon. When? The bell will tell us." And that ended their discussion for the meantime, except for the moment both of them shared while eating. As the breakfast ended, the students began shuffling out of the hall with murmurs of they know what filling the air. ________ first POV ____________. And that was how I got someone to stay by my side, but only for a while. Who knew what might turn out in the later future? As I walked back to my room, I felt the weight of rejection getting off me. The burden it had rested on my shoulders was weighed out now, and I could only feel like a flying bird, as light as I never imagined. When Emra had told me those words of disappointment, embarrassment, and rejection, I had expected it. But for some reason, it pierced my heart like a sharp knife. If this new friend does anything like Emra did, how will I feel? I don't want to think about that. Honestly. I had reached my room door, so I entered it. I had to undress and change to new clothes. So I did. I laid straight on my bed, stretching my hands behind above my head in the form of relaxing myself. Although, my mind was not going to rest at all. It tickled my fancy that I wondered if I was worthy of love and if I was good enough. But the truth is, I was very much good enough to be loved. My handsome face was tall except for being lean, my brown hair was shady but also in order. So, why is that am I not supposed to be loved? Just because of a mere misfortune? That's not true at all. No matter the situation, everyone deserves to be loved. In one of the books I read in my former school's library, I've forgotten the author. It clearly states there that every person has a fundamental need for positive regard, which includes feelings of acceptance, love, and respect from others. Are we not meant to? I heard it also helps in the development of the human person. Even the bad people had people who loved them, so why not me? Keep playing. The way I meant Emra had been as a result of my orphanness. Even though, I would have met someone at the orphanage, if not many people who would prove this theory. It was simply human nature to be loved, even if it came late, it was surely going to come. In my own case, it had never come late. Every time I feel like I'm almost deserted, someone troops into my life. My only hope is to find someone who will be everlasting. But, is it possible? Can it be possible? For the first time since I found out about Emra and Mr. Zin's plan. Although, I'm not sure yet what it is about, I felt I could breathe again. Just the little time I spent with Kira, and everything seemed to be turning out right. Even though I hadn't awakened any talent yet, I feel not having any instructor was going to be okay. I've always done things on my own, and this moment will not be a different one. I look at me at the top. I smiled and turned to lie sideways when the bell Kira had told me about brought me back to my consciousness. The bell that will gather students for the second reckoning. Which meant, it was time for the second reckoning, and he should be there. Sometime later, Buji found himself in the hall. It still had its normal designs, and features, seat arrangement. In fact, all except Corexis were still in the hall. Corexis was replaced with what looked like a weighing machine, with a screen extended straight above with a metal stem. The tool had its own platform which one could stand. The tester machine. The moment was all many students had been waiting for. Most of them murmured words, some already telling what they'd like to be the outcome after witnessing the machine. The machine was dedicated to testing their learning ability. After that, the new students were going to be assigned into groups based on their learning capabilities. With these groups, they will be assigned their tutors. A few might get a personal tutor, while many were sure to be grouped with different tutors. Everyone in the hall waited in eagerness for what was going to happen to start. They had barely 3 weeks left and they needed to grasp any little knowledge before going for their raids. So, all the new students were impatient, including Buji. Unfortunately, he never knew he was going to end up a self-tutor. Instructor Hay stepped into the hall once again and onto the circular platform in the middle. It was as if he had planned a repetition movement technique. Instructor Hay cleared his throat and began repeating what other students, who knew a lot, had discussed. He talked about the work of the machine and how it was going to be operating. He made them know that the tester machine was not hardly built like Corexis, since it was only going to be performing the role of weighing your rank mixed with talent, and giving you a tutor. He further said that the machine was going to be displaying numbers, and after the final result, the students will be grouped according to the average performance. Instructor Hay immediately cut himself short as he made them know that tutors were called the school instructors. Immediately, Buji cursed that he should not be handed over to Instructor Hay. If for no other reason, but at least for his talking nature, which he was uncomfortable with. But come to think of it. Is that just his way of acting like a pervert, like he was referred to by most students? Just like the other time, the students will reach out for the object upon being called. They were going to stand on the object's platform and allow it to do its job. Since Instructor Hay didn't say anything about not coming any near if you had no talent, Buji decided he was going to give it a try. He was not going to sit all day at a place. Whatever was going to happen, should happen. Students began coming forward one by one upon being called. The display screen of the testing machine, affixed atop the metal stem, showed different statuses of the student's learning ability. Learning ability, 40 out of 100. Learning ability, 57 out of 100. Learning ability, 32 out of 100. And that way, it continued showing the ability of all the newly awakened students, eager to become future hunters. And finally, the moment everyone in the hall had all been waiting for was at their doorstep. It was Kira's turn. The highest awakener from the other day. There was no way she was going to be placed among the lows. That was what all believed. She would surely join the gang of brightest students. She is a mage and should be able. The girl in question approached the machine, and without much hesitation, climbed the machine's platform. Buji was somewhat proud of her even though the result had not been shown yet. Like, she wouldn't be ranked among the low learners, right? After a short pause, the machine displayed her result. Learning ability, 76 out of 100. Buji felt a bit disappointed. Not that it was not good, I expected more from a mage. Everyone in the hall seemed to cheer her. At least, she was once again, the girl with the highest learning ability so far in the hall. Other students came and go after she had done. Only one among them managed to click 70/100. Oh, that's impressive, retorted Kira, who came to sit beside Buji after testing her ability. Luckily enough, they were not sitting according to recommendation. Buji, in return for what Kira said, smiled at her and turned to focus his attention on what was happening on the circular stage. He saw Zaki, steadily approaching the testing machine. It is probably his turn. Zaki's only problem in school then was his bully nature. Except that, Zaki was very well to do with the brain and his abilities. Zaki stepped onto the object's flat platform and waited for some time. The machine trembled and took more time with its calculations. Finally, the result appeared on all their board. 87 out of 100, learning ability. Everyone gaped stunningly at the display. More than a few admiring looks were thrown at Zaki, who simply bowed, stepped down the platform, and left the stage. On his way back to his seat, he sighted Buji and gave him a side blink of an eye. If Buji was not mistaken, he could get tested without awakening any talent. If that is what it seemed, he was going to get tested. He waited a little for his name to be called, but it wasn't. By the side of the stage, stood Instructor Hay, who seemed to be busy with his books. Mustering the courage, Buji told Kira that he was going to get tested. "I'm going to check out that testing stuff," Buji suggested, although Kira's choice was only going to affect it if he wanted to. "Without a talent?" Kira was surprised and asked. "I mean," Instructor Hay said nothing about it. "Maybe, there will be hope," Buji encouraged himself. "If Zaki was going to activate that kind of score, he sure will certainly do more of that." "Seems you've made up your mind." "Just be careful," Kira gave in fast enough, seeing that Buji was already some distance away from the stage. He was on the stage and had done like others did. Climb the object's platform and wait for the display. That was exactly how he had done it. And unlike Corexis, this object didn't waste time at its display. The only thing that kept pushing him to stand out from the object at the sound of a collective grasp from the crowd. The system displayed words in red form, blinking as if an alert warning sign. "Test terminated. Reason, no talent detected." Continuously it blinked and someone shouted from the crowd, "Leave its site already, it doesn't want you." Why was he here? To try his luck. "Can you imagine this weakling?" Zaki commented, and Buji recognized his voice. "Weakling." Most people in the hall echoed and poured out their joy of laughter. For some reason, however, Buji was not surprised to have this misfortune. He only hoped for the better, as he had barely 3 weeks to find out and get prepared. Reluctantly, but with steady moves, he ventured back to his seat, avoiding Kira's glaring stare of concern and ignoring all the curses rained from his back. Just in time, as he sat on his seat, a tap came from behind him. Not on him, but on Kira's shoulder. It was Zaki again. Zaki and Kira now faced each other. Their eyes locked for a few seconds, and then Zaki gently pulled out his right hand. "Miss Kira." "It was such an honor." "It was such an honor, Miss Kira," Zaki said with a mocking tone. "To overshadow your learning ability. You know, one thing Instructor Hay failed to let us know was that this tester machine not only made use of our ranks and talents, it also combined our intellectual ability to determine what our learning abilities were." Zaki paused, looking intently to both Buji and Kira to be sure they understood him. Looking satisfied with what he observed, he continued. "Although, the latter factors I called out were just minors. The two majors were our ranks and talents, since they were the factors that will determine if your test won't be terminated," he said and looked at Buji, but continued. "Today was such a blissful day, for everyone," he said, spreading out his hands as if to embrace the element of air. But not until someone with an incomplete major factor stepped onto that machine. Planting that hinge of hatred in people, once again. He recoiled his hands to rest at his back and bent towards Buji. "Were you not listening the other day when Instructor Hay had mentioned that those without talents won't be useful today?" "Oh my, why did I use those when we have only you here?" Well, if I were you, I would have welcomed myself in an area where my presence was not needed," Buji attested. "Ha," Zaki shocked for a while. "Can you at least have a seat?" Since the old students weren't here, there were enough empty seats. "So, manage the one behind you. Embrace and welcome yourself, Zaki," Buji stated. "Oh," Zaki chuckled. "I sure told you that you're becoming stronger now, unfortunately, with your mouth." Then extending his hands towards Buji's face, he said, "Can't we?" And he was interrupted by a sudden stop of his hand, by a soft feminine hand. "Stop being a bug in the ass. It's bad, and very bad for boys," Kira said, pushing Zaki's hand away. "By the way," Zaki said, brushing his two hands against each other as if dusting off every particle of Kira's hand. "We shall see, Buji." And just at that moment, Instructor Hay cleared his throat and disappointedly to the students, he said that they were all going to be getting the names of their tutors via their student group chat. The list has been successfully compiled by me. Instructor Hay beamed a smile to himself, his composure clearly showing his proud self. It will be published in your group chat. Don't worry about if you have been added to the group chat, the head boy should be on his way now to the admin's office to gather your mobile numbers. Unfailingly, you will get the other information via the chat, and your lessons will begin tomorrow, Instructor Hay explained. In all, have a nice day, he finally concluded, dismissing them. But none was leaving the hall. Everyone followed the staircase that led to the dining hall, downstairs. It was lunchtime already. Days flew by. Buji only had 2 more weeks to prepare himself for the dungeon raids, so there wasn't even a second to spare. Unfortunately for him, he was not guided by any lesson or any tutor. Even though, he was relentless, hiding by corners of large objects to secretly attend lessons. He pushed his body to learn what he saw, and his mind to learn what he read. All in all, he pushed himself to the limits in an attempt to absorb as much knowledge and skills as possible in that short amount of time. In the day, he hovered around the school like a shadow, grasping whatever his eyes saw, since he wasn't able to hear all that was said. And in the night, he practiced all that he had seen. He was his own tutor, a self-tutor. He especially focused his attention on combat lessons. He would have liked to engage with the mage's lessons, but he was not fit to do what they did, for now. The combat lessons ranged from comparatively simple, like the way to swing the sword and engage with fists and leg tackles, to much harder techniques which required concentration of both the mind and body, to encourage swiftness in moves. These were all he learned through poking at the combat lessons. Anyway, from the books, he came to understand that combat has some physical demands. These demands are determined by one's level of physical fitness, which includes strength, endurance, agility, and coordination. For strength and agility, Buji is not sure if he will improve within the remaining weeks. But for the other 2, he was good to go. Except that coordination required physical and mental control. Further training and practice he was involved in included stances, movements, strikes, and defenses. Only strikes and defenses, he wasn't sure he would be good at it. He managed to practice every night with a mob stick, and due to his having much to learn, there were many sleepless nights. Most of these lessons were, supposedly included in the school curriculums and should be treated by instructors. Although, from what he observed, instructors only brushed at the surface of what they think will be helpful to the students during the raids. The students should figure out other things themselves. Buji wished he was given this kind of opportunity, he would utilize it very well. Of course, learning from a textbook and learning the same thing from an instructor were 2 completely different things. Plus that, the lesson was going to involve physical training and little experience. The theory posits that learning is most effective when tailored to the individual's unique needs, learning style, and pace. But more importantly, the unique needs. In the current situation, the student's unique need is a practice in order to cement experience. One who learned with the textbook might have the knowledge, but its application will be very difficult, unlike those who have learned with constant practice and gained a little experience. Oh, gosh me, Buji's thoughts cried out. Just like that, he continued. Day after day passed, slowly turning into week and weeks. Before Buji even knew it, he and his team were already standing in front of a shimmering portal. An A-rank dungeon portal. Buji stood in front of the blue shimmering portal, adjusting his uniform as he gazed at the portal in his front. He glanced down at his weapon, a sword, not too long but has sharp edges enough to slit a throat with one swing. Not bad, from an old friend anyway. He suddenly remembered what had happened the night before then. He was in his room, practicing the new moves he learned from sneaking around combat lessons when he had a knock on his door. Even though he was hesitant to open the door at first, on a later thought decided to check out who it was. Lo, and behold, it was Emra. And that kept him thinking, what was she here for this time? Allowing Emra to come in, he poked his face sideways, from left to right, to be sure it was only Emra who had come. Nobody seemed to be working on the corridor way, so Emra was here alone. But why? Was it not risky for a boy to visit a girl's room or vice versa? Whichever the case might be, he hoped nothing was wrong. However, he closed the door behind him and was sure not to lock it, in case things turned out unexpected. Emra would be a tough match for him. So, if what he was thinking should come, he could easily run out of his room. On his right hand, was the mob stick which he used to practice, held in a slant position. While hung on the room's ceiling fan hanger, was a pillow. Emra chuckled after observing this. Putting her observation behind, she decided to start up the discussion. You're going for your first raid tomorrow, no? Yeah. Why do you care? Well, I won't be engaging myself with the raid tomorrow. That was why I came by. Excuse me, what do you mean? Buji asked to clear the confusion that was about setting in. You should have known. Everything is there in the students' group chat. And what if I say I've gotten no time to check out the thousands of messages in that chat? That day, my phone won the award for the best beep sounder and dancer. All as a result of bothering messages. Buji, no message you will find in the group is bothering anyway. They just ease of bored most times, and pass out information sometimes. You should only get used to it. Even at that, stop blabbing already and state your reason for being here. As if reading Buji's thoughts, Emra continued. Well, I'm just here to be sure a friend was ready for the first raid, Emra stated, and with a mocking tone, she asked, showing her white teeth in a smile. Am I not caring enough? Shits. Even after what you did the other time, you still had the guts to mention the word friend. Just, what kind of human being are you? Ignoring Emra's mocking question, Buji drew her back to the group chat stuff she talked about. Earlier you asked why I haven't seen the message in the group chat. Yeah. The first-year students were merged into teams with the second-year students. And what's about that? She always has the habit of not going straight to the point. You see. Of course, you're not as blind as you are weak, Emra mocked, giving out a low brief smile. My bad, don't take it against me please. It's okay with the crap, just talk already. Well, the school always created a fake dungeon as a means of teaching students so that they can get acquainted with the hunting technique. The 3 weeks they had spent with their instructors and all they have learned was going to be tested through this means. But just so you know, they were called fake dungeons not because real beasts were extinct in it, but because they were created to hold beasts captured alive and as a means to help in the students' ability growth. Even though it was regarded as a fake dungeon, it held at least thousands of bodies already. The dungeon raid is a do-or-die affair, or worst still, a do-and-die affair. Buji unknowingly listened to Emra. Unknowingly because he had not been paying careful attention while he talked, but since she drifted to this current topic, he had to focus his mind. Maybe because he was going to be needing the information the next day. But, Buji, are you really ready for the dungeon raid? Emra asked. Shockingly to Buji, the question came with a tone of concern in the voice that asked it. Why do you ask? I just wanted to know, because, you are an exception. Exception? Not again. Was he always going to be different even when it comes to a brisk opportunity for survival? Should he term it torture? Or probably, simply restriction? Of course, I don't have to await your reply. Let me be straight to the point. Only you won't be raiding the fake dungeon tomorrow, you were teamed with the second year's team to raid a real dungeon. You're getting me confused. What's all this fuss about real and fake dungeons? Make things clear, at least this last time, Buji managed to ask. The only difference between these two kinds of dungeon was that treasures weren't hidden in the fake dungeons. Did she just say treasure? What treasure? Oh. The findings any team will make after a raid determined the amount each member of the team was going to be receiving as payment. Totally, the hunters will be earning the stipulated salary for their rank plus the worth of their gifts or treasures. So, in a day, someone can make up to 1,000,000 Hun coins. solely depending on the treasure found inside. Most high-paid hunters were the B, A, and S-rank hunters, because they found more expensive treasures inside. Now, I get the whole jerk, Buji analyzed, nodding his head in affirmation of his thoughts. He, however, decided to listen to Emra's sermon. Somehow, he felt she hadn't told him what she had come to his room for. But he has decided to trail the bull at the back until it clears the way for his path. He decided to wait a little longer. I really don't know how well you've prepared since I had for this past weeks, you weren't with an instructor that would guide you. So, I brought you this since I'm sure you have got none, Emra claimed, unfolding a wrapped cloth on her hand to reveal a short sword. Normally, once you begin lessons, you are made to choose your best weapon for use, especially the combat awakeners. Handing over the sword to Buji, Emra let him know that it was from her dad. He had asked to give it to Buji a day before his first raid. And beside her was a book, the book Buji had longed to get but knew not how to. Why am I just seeing these now? Had she come inside with them? Just then, Emra handed out the book Buji had seen earlier. It was his old book which he was instructed to read a day before he went for his first raid. Buji dropped the sword on the desk beside his window and quickly collected the book from Emra. He rubbed his hands against his front and back surface as if welcoming its return, and his mind drifted back to what Emra had said earlier. He just didn't understand. Excuse me. Had you said I was going to be raiding a real dungeon? Buji asked, and the reply he got was affirmative. And that was how he got himself in front of this blue-lighted portal, which shimmered with intense energy. Just what am I going to meet in there? Buji stood in front of the blue-lighted portal which shimmered with an intense energy. He was not sure what he was going to go through inside there, but from the look of things, all won't be well. He glanced down at his weapon, a sword, not too long but had sharp edges enough to slit a throat with one swing. Not bad, from an old friend anyway. Looking around him, he observed his team members. They stood at corners waiting for the right time to enter the dungeon. Their faces were filled with a mix of resolve and anticipation. Every one of them, in pairs, discussed with each other. Buji guessed their discussion was about the raid they were about to indulge in. He, however, started feeling uneasy when he noticed they had turned their attention to him. Maybe he was popular, or so. Just then, a boy stepped forward, stopping in the middle where every one of his team members could see him. The light that came from the portal made the boy's shadow glimmer behind his back. He stood with a posture that exuded authority and calm confidence. Maybe, he will be leading this team. His name is Kyrex, a second-year student. From the side talks beside Buji, he found out the boy had already gained a reputation as a natural leader and a prodigy in combat techniques. His short black hair was slightly tousled, and his piercing green eyes held a sharpness that made Buji feel both inspired and uneasy. His weapon was a long spear with intricate carvings along its shaft. As he rested the blades against his shoulder, its blade shimmered faintly, likely imbued with magic. Buji's perception of the boy only grew with each move he made. Let's see in a few moments what he can do. Alright, gather closer and listen up, Kyrex said with a voice that seemed to cut the tension that hovered around in the environment. This is a real dungeon raid, not one of those simulations some of us have been training for. The stakes are higher, and the risks. Of course, there are always risks, so they are real. Murmurs followed after the last statement, but Buji only sensed the underlying fear that rested with some of the team members. He studied each of them more closely now, noting their varying level of preparedness. But are they not meant to be second-year students? This should not be their first. I guess. Buji thought, with reference to what Kyrex had said, it means there were those who would also be engaging in their first raid like him. It was not making any sense to him, how? But it had to be. They probably had their reasons. I will be the one guiding us in this raid. Emra couldn't make it, so she had excused herself earlier on. Stick to whatever formation I assigned, and we can make it out alive. Got it? His statement only meant that Emra was supposed to be leading the team. And that implies that she was the most entrusted with leading. It made more sense to Buji now, why Emra had asked if he didn't see the message posted in the group chat. And why she always acted like she was above all. But, he said, make it out alive. If he's saying that, what then does fate have for me in there? Cutting short his thought, he looked around him to dictate his teammates better. To his right stood a tall and wiry boy, named Lien. Buji had his name when he was called by a female in the group. Slung over his back was his own weapon, a bow and its arrows. Next to him by the side was Clara, the girl who had called Lien and unknowingly helped Buji to know his name. She has short auburn hair and strapped to her thighs were a pair of daggers. The girl in question was unreadable, but her movements were precise and deliberate as she adjusted her gloves and tested the grip of her blades. At the other end was Zero, a stocky boy with a battle axe resting on his shoulder. His facial expression dispersed confidence, though Buji suspected it was more of a mask than a reflection of how he truly felt. There were two remaining team members, a boy and a girl, whose names Buji had yet to learn. After observing the team members, he returned his gaze to his short sword and chuckled to himself. They're all prepared. And I'm here with just this to read an A-rank dungeon. Finally, Buji returned his gaze to Kyrex, who advanced closer to the portal to check its stability with a handheld device. The bright glow of the device reflected off his face, and he placed it in a small bag he carried. Buji, Kyrex called suddenly, throwing the bag for Buji to catch. Yes. Buji responded, slightly catching the bag from reaching the ground. Emra said you had awakened no talent. Not really Emra, everyone saw it. So, you will be in the rear guard. You won't be doing much, your job is to watch our backs and handle anything that comes from behind. Got it? Buji nodded in affirmation. Whether it was because he awakened no talent or not, he suspected it was because he was the least experienced among them. Right? I mean, a leader won't just look down on anybody because of a certain misfortune. The person in question might be of help, somehow. Sometimes. Of course, he was going to be of help to his teammates in the dungeon, but how? Clara, you stay with Buji to help us detect any impending danger. We need to be careful since we are here with no healer, Kyrex finalized, stepping closer to the portal and motioning for the group to gather. On my signal, we move in. Stay close, and don't break formation. The first few minutes inside will be crucial since we need to establish our ground before anything catches us off guard. Ready? A collective nod spread through the group. Buji could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he took his position, holding the small bag with his left hand, and gripping his sword tightly with his right hand. Let's go. Kyrex commanded, stepping into the portal. One by one, each of them followed, their bodies vanishing into the shimmering blue light. Clara, who walked alongside him, stopped in his front and muttered, "Teamwork is key. Work with us and we can get this done quickly." Buji was the last to step through, his breath hitching as he too vanished into the portal. One thing he was not told happened. The hunter system gave him a notification, which he was sure it had given to others. Ding! 8 hours remaining to raid the dungeon. Good luck. One by one, each of them entered through the portal at Kyrex's instruction. Their bodies vanished into the blue-lighted portal, which shimmered with intense energy. Buji was the last to step through, his breath hitching as he too vanished into the portal. The transition was disorienting. For a brief moment, Buji felt weightless, surrounded by swirling light and an overwhelming hum. Then, as quickly as it began, it was over. And he was in it, inside the dungeon. Phew. One thing he was not told happened. He heard an articulate female voice. It resounded in his head after the notification sound had dropped. Ding! 8 hours remaining to raid the dungeon. Dungeon, A-rank Bat Dome. Aim, kill the boss. Good luck. From the look on other people's faces, Buji guessed the same had happened to them. They had emerged into the dungeon, a vast cave illuminated by a flickering light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. The air was cold and damp, carrying a faint scent that hinted at blood. The floor beneath their feet was littered with jagged rocks and patches of moss. Buji could hear his stomach churn as if he was about to vomit. The appearance of this place was disgusting. Kyrex immediately raised his hand, signaling the group to stop every movement. "Stay alert," he said with a low but firm voice. A-rank dungeons are always deceitful. We don't know what's waiting for us. Follow your leader, 1, 2. He sounds so confident, just hope he is as active as he sounded. For some unknown reason, Buji was uncomfortable being guided by this Kyrex of a being, but what can he do? At least for his safety, he has no other choice. But his mind kept betraying his trial to balance with this team of his. Safety, Even though, what your fellows are doing, follow them do. In that case, he joined the group in spreading out slightly, maintaining the formation Kyrex had assigned. Buji took his position at the rear, with Clara by his side. His senses heightened as he scanned the darkness behind them. Everyone, get prepared. Something is coming, Clara said curtly. The power of intuition had played its own role. What's next is the power of combat to do its part. Funny enough, Clara was also good with combat. Buji could tell from the daggers she came with and her confidence while walking alongside him. Interesting. This means that a hunter is allowed to acquire as many skills and abilities as they can. The ones they awakened with were just their unique abilities, so, they should be very good at it. Although, I didn't awaken any. The silence that followed Clara's voice was oppressive, broken only by the faint sounds of their breathing and the occasional drip of water from the top. Buji's grip on his sword tightened as he tried to steady his nerves. Just when the group thought nothing was going to happen, a sound pierced the silence. A high-pitched screech sent a chill down Buji's spine. It was faint at first, but grew louder, echoing through the cave. What was that? Lien whispered with an inaudible voice. It sounded like bats, Kyrex replied. Stay together. With Kyrex's instruction, the team joined themselves together, watching the backs of each other. They paced to and fro their spot, maintaining an arc movement. As if on cue, a swarm of dark shapes burst from the shadows. They flapped their leathery wings furiously as the sound from the flapping filled the air with an ear-splitting cacophony. The group instinctively ducked their heads, shielding their faces as the bats swirled around them. Buji felt the rush of air as one of the creatures flew past his head. The claws of the bat narrowly missed his face, increasing his heartbeats. But he forced himself to stay focused. He tightened his grip once again on the short sword, his eyes narrowing as he peered into the darkness. Sure enough, the bats eventually dispersed into different door openings in the cave. Buji observed each team member's expression. It was a mix of relief and lingering tension. Only God knows. This was just the beginning, and everyone seemed shaken. From the look of things, any creature they were going to encounter inside this dungeon would have wings, judging from the dungeon name. Yet again, the leader's voice echoed inside the cave. Hold your ground. After scanning his teammates, his sharp eyes assessed each member. Everyone all right? A series of nods followed, though Buji was certain the incident had shaken some of them. In that case, we move, Kyrex said, leading the way deeper into the dungeon. Reaching the front of the door openings in the dungeon, Kyrex stopped. There were 3 door openings, leading into where they know not. This is an A-rank dungeon for you. Everybody turned their gaze to Clara, but she nodded disappointedly. She was not getting any information. What the fuck? I smell doom. Buji, calm down, he had unknowingly told himself, helpfully dismissing the pessimistic thought. Anyway, his statement drew attention as everyone moped at him for a moment. We will be sharing ourselves into 2 groups. Buji should come with me. Clara goes with Lien. Taiga and Moses can go together, Kyrex instructed. Taiga and Moses, Buji got to know the names of the remaining 2 members of the team. Embarrassingly, his grip on the short sword loosened. His hands vibrated with an unknown force. And his team members had noticed it. That was why I asked him to follow me, Kyrex chipped in with a smile, his spear held in a slant position behind his back. Fear. It is a fundamental and powerful human emotion that cannot be concealed. It always manifests physically, and that is why it is difficult to conceal. When the expression comes, the rush of adrenaline from the body tends to trigger a range of nonverbal cues. Facial expression, body language, and differences in vocal features can reveal that one was afraid. Sometimes, goose pimples become the case, and many other signs. For Buji, his case was revealed by an uncontrolled vibration of his hand, gripped over his sword. My bad. Okay, now, everyone focus and be with your member. Be attentive as you make your way into the caves, and protect yourselves too. Let's go, shall we? Immediately, every group dispersed into the cave door openings. The same way the bats had followed. The light from the entrance faded as they moved deeper into the dungeon. The air grew colder and their footsteps echoed in the distance. Buji, stay tight. It wasn't long they entered deep into the cave before they encountered their first challenge. The light that came in through the entrance had faded, and the silence had stretched for what felt like an eternity, broken only by the steady rhythm of their footsteps. Buji's grip on his short sword remained tense, his eyes scanning for any sign of movement. Although, the environment was dim-lighted. Feeling the small bag that was handed over to him by Kyrex was going to be a burden, he dropped it by one corner and continued moving with Kyrex. Stay close, Buji, Kyrex muttered without turning his head. Anything can happen, enemies can appear from anywhere. As if detecting his words, they were greeted by glinting eyes in the dim light, which emerged from the shadows ahead. Seeing this, Buji swallowed hard and nodded, his heart racing in his chest. His earlier nervousness hadn't faded, and now, they are faced with another, brr. He looked at Kyrex who was in his front. His composed demeanor gave him something to hold on to, he was a leader, no doubt. But is he alone enough to handle what might turn out inside that cave? He didn't even want to think about others. If he were going to rate their strengths, he would leave them at 40 and 60 at most, but for him and Kyrex, he would say 10 and 60 or 10 and 70 would do. Of course, Kyrex was still a second-year student and is not yet 100% assured to be strong. Buji was awoken from his thought of fear. The ground beneath them suddenly rumbled faintly. The eyes that glinted at them had suddenly disappeared. Kyrex halted immediately, shifting his spear into a ready stance. Buji clutched onto his sword, searching to and fro with both his eyes and body. He was afraid. The rumble grew stronger, accompanied by the sound of scraping and clicking. The sound like claws scratching against stone. From the darkness ahead, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes emerged. First, it was much, now they are just 2 pairs. What is that? Buji whispered with a trembling voice. A low growl answered him from the darkness as 2 monstrous figures stepped into view. Their forms were grotesque with their bodies made of jagged rock and covered in sharp, stone-like scales. They were massive, each standing as tall as a man, with wings that scraped the walls as they spread open. Their crimson eyes locked onto Buji and Kyrex, dripping with bloodlust. Stone bats, Kyrex said coolly. Their wings can cut your head with a flap, stay out of their range. The creatures screeched in unison. The sound was grating against Buji's ears and sending a wave of nausea through him. Before he could fully process, a queue of flying bats lunged at him with their sharp claws extended. Take care of the smaller bats, let me handle the stone bats. Kyrex instructed and dashed with an unknowing speed. So fast. Buji commented. You could have done more and better if you were compatible with your rank, Kyrex said while running forward, ducking his head away from the troop of bats that flooded past him. Buji, focus. Buji's instinct took over as he threw himself to the side, landing roughly against the cave wall, dodging 3 bats that whooshed past his head. He was not strong, but he had to defeat these trooping bats. He readied his sword, and immediately, intercepted 2 bats that flocked to his side with one swing, slicing them into 2 pieces. What the fuck? This sword is this sharp. For a moment, the bats fluttered away, allowing Buji to gain composure before they appeared again. Seems like they act in unison. Kyrex shouted again, closing the distance between him and the 2 stone bats. Do not lose attention. It's you or them. Is the distance from here to there that far? With fluid movements, Kyrex closed the distance between himself and the stone bats. He spun his spear with precision before launching a series of quick strikes. The first thrust struck the first creature's wing joint, shattering a small section of stone. The bat screeched in anger, but Kyrex was persistent. He pivoted on his heel and delivered a powerful horizontal slash to a severe part of the creature's wing. Seeing the fate the other creature had to face in the hands of Kyrex, the second stone bat lunged some spear-mouthed stones towards Kyrex. He flipped his spear so fast that it turned like the blades of a fan, colliding with the stones and sending them shattering away. Some pierced into the cave falls, and a few went towards Buji's side, but Buji was fast enough to dodge them. Hey! Be careful, I'm over here, Buji lamented. But this guy fights like a demon. Buji thought in awe, his breath catching as he watched Kyrex's swift moves while he fought. Buji's admiration was cut short. The flood of bats returned, locking him again. And it seemed they would be spending a longer time. He tightened his grip on his sword and muttered to himself, calm down. You can't keep dodging. Just then, a bat flew past him. This time, he was not fast enough, so, the claws of the bat scratched his forehead and he shouted in pain. Before any more attacks could come, he managed to stand his ground. Just before impact, he ducked low to dodge the approaching bats. As he came out the other side, he slashed upward with a massive force, his blade cutting through a few bats, taking them down with his horizontal sword swing. It seemed the bats were persistent this time. Many others flooded towards Buji, and just in time, Kyrex swooped them down with a fan turn of his long spear. He locked his legs to the ground to stop his sliding. He was bleeding from his left hand. Finally, he stopped next to Buji and had taken down the remaining flying bats. Ahead, Buji could see the bloodlusting stone bats approach with much battle enthusiasm. They're tough, Kyrex muttered. Buji didn't know what happened. He guessed Kyrex had been hit on his left arm by one of the stone bats. And then, one more thing, the stone bats. The wings of one of them, which Buji was sure Kyrex had cut down before he was attacked by the queue of bats, had healed up. Seeing as the creature steadily closed the distance between them, he muttered. Will the others be okay? Following was the female articulate voice from before. 4 hours remaining to complete the dungeon raid. We have less hours to finish this stone bats, Kyrex said, setting himself in position to face the approaching creatures. And that doesn't mean we have killed the boss, no? Buji asked. We are yet to know the boss. Unfortunately, that's the main aim for this raid, Kyrex answered. They're closer, Buji. Let's work together. Kyrex was interrupted by a powerful gust of wind which was generated by the massive wings of one of the stone bats. Let's aim for the weak spots this time, Kyrex called out encouragingly, blocking his eyes from probable particles of sand which swirl out from the dust. They're strong but not invincible. Buji nodded, sweeping off the sweat that dripped from his brow, allowing the brown droplet to hit the floor. The 2 bats are surely enraged. Judging from the way they approached fiercely. I will use my speed to distract them, Buji. Target their heart, that's where their life core lies. If you don't get the heart, slash their bellies. That will weaken them. Just as Kyrex was still explaining to Buji, one of the bats lunged forward, sending its wing in a bid to slash the two hunters' head, but they were fast. Both of them ducked low, and Kyrex slid between the creature's legs, coming out the other side. In time, he failed to lose the opportunity he found as he sent his spear piercing into the chest of the stone bat behind. And with a swift move, pulled out the spear using it to gain stance and throwing himself up with it. Landing on the bat's shoulders, he pulled out a dagger which was stacked in a pocket bag on his right leg, and struck the creature's head. It screeched, and just before the creature fell to the ground, Kyrex jumped out. It was dead. Facing to see how Buji coped with the other bat, he was rather bemused than disappointed to see that Buji was running into the far distance, back to where they had come from. Buji! One creature down. Come back, you might meet the worst out there, Kyrex lamented, and Buji listened. He turned to Kyrex's direction and wondered if his injury was not severe enough for him to be able to take down one of the creatures. For him, he now squinted in movements. One of the claws of the frontier bat had clipped his shoulder, sending pain to flare through his arm. I'm not sure I would survive this. The last creature, the last stone bat, was in between Buji and Kyrex now. For somewhat reason, it was calm. Maybe, because of the death of its companions. This enraged the bat and its attacks became wilder. It moved with a super speed and swiped its massive wings toward Buji, who got closer as a result of the bat's speed, forcing him to retreat step by step. Arg! Not again, he cried, stumbling back. His vision blurred momentarily from the impact, but he gritted his teeth and pulled backward just in time to avoid a slash from the blades of the wings. Buji, move to its flank. Kyrex shouted and with a serious tone, said. Let me finish it. Buji understood what Kyrex had planned. The understanding flashed in his mind, and immediately, he forced himself into motion, weaving through the creature's wild swipes until he reached its exposed side. Of course, if he were to be stronger, he was at an advantage. The bat's core and belly were both exposed to him since he was closer. And from its condition, it was the first bat Kyrex had attacked. So, it might be weakened. The bat, however, turned its head toward Buji, who was by its flank, but it was too late. Now! Kyrex roared, rushing towards Buji and the bat. With a final pull of strength, Buji leaped, plunging his short sword into the creature's cracked torso, its chest. That was where the core is suspected to be. Fortunately, the blade of Buji's sword sank deeper into the bat's torso, the force splintering more of its stone shell. At the same time, Kyrex, who had closed the distance, leaped high into the air, the metal part of his spear glinting as it caught the faint light. Then, with a powerful thrust downward, he drove the spear straight through the stone bat's head. Just like the other one, the creature let out one final screech before collapsing to the ground, generating a heap of shattered rocks and dust. Buji fell to his knees, panting heavily. He had managed to use his trembling arms to defeat this thing, of course with Kyrex's guidance. He is surely the team leader. He carefully lay on the ground, throbbing his injured arm to lessen the pain it caused. There was something else he felt apart from pain. He felt a spark of pride gushing out of him. He had done it. The weakling had fought back. Kyrex landed smoothly beside him, resting his spear on his shoulder. His blood-stricken arm was still there, but he seemed not to care. Not bad, Kyrex said with a small smile. You kept your head when it counted. Buji looked up at him, breathless. I didn't think I could do it. But you did. And next time, you will do even better. Kyrex extended a hand to help him up, but noticing his arms were seriously injured, he leaped him slowly from the ground. Come on, you have to keep up. This is only the start. If those weren't the boss of this dungeon, we've got a long way to go, Kyrex explained. Buji swallowed as he got lifted by Kyrex. His whole body ached, and his short sword were still clutched tightly in his hands. Buji, with the help of Kyrex, trudged on one foot as they advanced deeper into the cave. He proudly took glances at the shattered remains of the stone bat, and for the first time, he felt something he hadn't expected in this dungeon: hope. I just wish it lasts longer. But, are there not treasures yet? Buji asked. Treasures will come from the decay of their body parts. If we are lucky, we might find a store of treasures. It all depends, Buji, explained Kyrex. So. But Buji was cut in between words with the rays of light that pierced into the dungeon as they continued moving. Where is that? Buji squinted beside Kyrex as the rays of light pierced through the darkness of the dungeon. It was blinding compared to the suffocating shadows they had been battling in moments before. Buji studied Kyrex as they moved out into the broad bright light. He walked with his spear still resting on his bloodied shoulder, probably thinking of what next they were going to do. Kyrex had told him that the treasures were only going to be available, but that is when the body decays. From the look of things, it decays within the limited time given to hunters to raid a dungeon, and that was a chance given to those hunters to earn. Although, they were going to submit whatever treasure they found. Injustice. Just why should they submit it after all they've gone through in here? Soon, they came out under the bright light. The air there was different. Cool. Clean. Almost unreal. We're outside. Buji mumbled words, trying to adjust his vision to the brightness. His legs wobbled under the stress from the fight, and Kyrex's hand shot out in time to steady him. Not really. Look closer, Kyrex said quietly. As Buji's vision cleared, he realized they were standing in a spacious pathway. The light wasn't sunlight at all. It was emanating from massive crystal formation embedded onto a rope, which extended from the end of the dungeon wall they had come out from, far into the distance. Ahead of them, were the rest of their team. They were a sorry sight. Instead of 4 members, there was 1 left. Just like Buji and Kyrex, the member looked wounded, haggard, and clearly shaken. Probably from the fight in the cave. As Kyrex and Buji approached the young girl who stood there, in a weak position, she greeted them with a smile. It was Taiga. You made it. I thought. She paused, her eyes flicking between the two of them. You had faced the same fate like others. But I trust you, you know. Taiga lightened up, hitting where Kyrex injured on his shoulder. Ouch. That hurts, Kyrex said, and as if not clearly understanding what the girl meant asked. Where are the others? We lost Clara and Moses to some fierce bats in there, she said, pointing at the way they had come out from. Lien went to check out what's in that distance. When the girl pointed to the doorway, Buji noticed a strange thing. They had all entered from different doors, but from what the girl said, they came out from a single door. Just, how? Even, his heart sank the more. He thought of the loss of their team members. It only meant they weren't the only ones who faced a brutal battle. He looked at Kyrex, hoping he would answer, but Kyrex's jaw tightened. Then, for a while, Kyrex said something. Survivors will talk later. This isn't over, so, we're not done. What do you mean? Taiga asked, stopping Kyrex, who already started to make movements towards the distance afar. But instead of a response from Kyrex, someone shouted from afar. Hey! There's another entrance over here. Kyrex and Taiga rushed over to the place, leaving Buji to close their distance trudging on 1 foot. There really is another entrance, Taiga commented. Could it mean, this is a dual dungeon? And we're here without a healer or even, a mage, Lien chipped in. Buji, who had advanced close, froze at the spot. In front of them stood a massive door. It was unlike anything he had seen in the dungeon so far. It towered into the air, stretching impossible high. What is that? Buji breathed. Another dungeon, Kyrex said quietly. A hidden door. We've heard of things like this happening. But we were told it only happened in S-rank dungeons. If not for Buji, he wouldn't need to explain further. Other hunter there, except Buji, had heard of the stories. The legend of dual dungeons. The first dungeon would be nothing more than a test. A trap to weaken adventurers before pulling them deeper into the true hell. The boss's domain. The moment Buji realized what it was, he fell to the ground. Is this how they were going to face their early death? For God's fucking sake, I'm still 17 years old. I'm not ready to die prematurely. They came with no healer, at least to heal their injuries and strengthen them for the next lap of the battle. No mage too. And it happens the mage for the group seemed to be the strongest of them all. And their intuition member, they had lost her. As precious as she was. Slowly, the door let out a low rumble. The inside of the hall hidden behind the door seemed to be well lit. Just as the door opened widely, Buji saw it. A chess board. But it was incomplete on one side. It only had the black players, and it seemed they are blocking something, the boss. Only if they're able to cross these chess players will they be only to know what's behind. But how were they going to do that? The whole representation from the portal, to this point they had reached, was similar to that of the inner sanctum. Buji swallowed hard. The door had not been a barrier. It was also a warning that shielded a puzzle. A gate into something far worse than the stone bats they had just fought. We can't seriously be going in there, right? Taiga whispered, staring at the chess players. The chess players held different weapons, sword, axe among others. But what marveled Buji was that they all looked like statues. Like non-living entities. We are going in there. Remember, we can't move out of this dungeon without killing the boss, and at the expiration of the raiding time, there will be more danger. We won't survive this if we're this broken. We're not here to back out either. We have to finish this. Whatever's beyond those chess players is the boss, and we need to defeat it. Kyrex stated, his gaze scanning the remaining members of the team. And as if seeking a response, he locked his gaze onto Taiga. Taiga nodded reluctantly, her face pale. Buji on his own part felt his knees trembling again. The fight with the stone bats had nearly killed him. His arms still burned where the claws had struck him, and the exhaustion weighed heavily on his body. He knew he wasn't ready for this. None of them were. Not without a healer or a mage. And yet. There came the female voice again. 02:00:000 remaining. The articulate female voice from before warned the team that they had 2 remaining hours to complete the raid. This warning left everyone, including Kyrex, shaken. 2 more hours and they still have a long way to go. If we're not able to complete this raid, what will happen? Buji inquired to know. First of all, the lives of those in the dungeon will be at risk. We are all going to die, Taiga explained, fear could be traced in her voice. Not only that. The dungeon boss will automatically be granted the authority to release more of its kind into the world. And this dungeon will level up to a rank higher than its current rank, Lien added to Taiga's explanation. And the treasures? Buji asked, tilting his head to face Kyrex. We will lose all. Everything, Kyrex answered. Are you for real, Buji? How can you value treasures more than life? Taiga asked furiously. I guess everybody has their preferences, Buji started, and with a broad smile said to Taiga. Besides, I never said I valued treasures to life, don't quote me wrong. I was only asking questions to clear my confusion. But to be honest, I need those treasures. But I still need to be alive to get them. I guess this is why the scale of preference is important in our everyday dealings. We will go against them, the chess players. We're going to be white, Buji said with a sudden confidence. But we're 4 only, and they are complete. They have their knights, rooks, queen, bishops, and pawns. How can we overcome them? Especially with their weapons, said Lien. We can win against them. We just need a strategy, Buji said. Muhahaha. Taiga laughed out loud. Why then don't you use it to always save yourself, she teased. Buji might be weak in strength, but rich in knowledge. Emra always says that he was a brain box on another level, Kyrex attested. Well, we're running out of time. I know I might be the weakest here, or the youngest, but you have to listen to me. You have to listen to this strategy, Buji explained. So, what assurance do we have this will work out? Taiga questioned. Let's proportionate it to 40% probability. The possibility can be weighed on a smaller scale, but I always believe that if we face our possibilities, it can become a reality, no matter how degenerative it might seem. As far as it's a possibility, Buji concluded. Although this strategy will have to take on one risk. Should I tell them about the risk? Buji, tell us the strategy. We have limited time, Kyrex's sharp voice distracted him. We're going to be using the ambush strategy. The strategy requires we have only 4 officials, unlike the real chess where we have 2 kings, hence, the need for defense and attack. Only the black players will be applying both defense and attack. We, the 4 of us, can only be attackers. No king, no need for defense. We are only going to be composed of the queen, the rook, the bishop, and the knight. The strategy will focus on tactical positioning, and using the strength of these officials to exploit the weaknesses of the blacks' position. And checkmate their king. I think only when we checkmate their king will we be allowed entrance to meet the boss. You're not true, I guess, Lien commented. Of course, I'm not, Buji said. We have to know their movements and then, choose the official we want to be. The most crucial official is the queen. She takes on any direction she wishes. Directions of other officials except that of the knight. And I'm going to be acting as the queen. The reason being that she is like the core of the remaining players, so, I have to play the game well. The second official is the rook, which takes on a straight line direction. It can move on straight lines as far as there is space, or it needs to kill an opponent. The next is the knight. It moves in an L-shaped direction, 2 straight boxes and a curve box. And the last official is the bishop. The diagonal mover. All these officials are very important and we can checkmate with either of them, except the queen can make it faster if you can use it well. That's more reason why I'm going to be using the queen, cause we have less time. I'll be taking the bishop, Taiga was first to choose. Let me go with the rook, Lien was next. Then, I'm left with the knight, Kyrex said. Oh, my. So, Lien would be the sacrificial lamb. Of course, the strategy was going to be sacrificial ambush, with the rook being sacrificed. But, if he's careful, he can survive. Without wasting much time, I will be off with stating the strategy. I just hope you all will listen attentively. First of all, we need to coordinate our attack, remember, we are only attackers. The rook, Lien, you will take a central file. Maybe, E or D, any of it will do, but I did prefer you go for E. Taiga, you move to B2 or H8, so as to pin down any defender trying to block a check. Dear Kyrex, you will maneuver to square F6, G5 or D6 to threaten checks and attack the critical defenders. While I, the queen, will open the doors for you to make these movements. After coordinating our attack, the next step will be to force the weakness on black's position. We will target the key pawns, that's those protecting the king on the king side. I will pressure the pawn structures and attack key squares. Taiga will aim for the diagonals that can pierce the black defense. Lien, you will eliminate any crucial defender, preventing the king from being checked. Even though your survival is under probability. You are the sacrifice, Lien, but you can still survive. Maybe, we can tell from the black movement. If you're able to eliminate any of the crucial defenders, I will move to an open space where I can check the king. Let's say square F6 or H6. If black tries to block with a piece, Taiga or Kyrex will move to another open space that can ensure no escape. Buji paused for a while, and said, even though we don't know their movement, 40% of this strategy is going to help us. Of course, he didn't tell them the main point of the strategy. He didn't let them know it was fully known as sacrificial ambush strategy. One of them, either way, might have to go down to ensure they win the king. And that person will either be the rook or the knight. The rook has more possibilities anyway. Just like Buji expected, he got a question unexpectedly from Lien. He had expected Kyrex to be the one to ask the question. And what if their movement weakens our strategy, Lien asked. It will try to, but we will make adjustments too. That's why I'm going to be the queen, Buji answered. I guess this reply is fair enough. I didn't lie. We are going to use the ambush strategy, except I didn't make them know the kind of ambush it was going to be. Did you consider their weapons while making this your strategy? Taiga asked. Of course. I'm not ready to die, Buji answered. If we're ready, let's start. Warning. This chapter is a repetition. Please ignore. Thanks for your understanding. Literally, it comes before bat dome I. Thanks again for understanding. Buji stood in front of the blue-lighted portal which shimmered with an intense energy. He was not sure what he was going to go through inside there, but from the look of things, all won't be well. He glanced down at his weapon, a sword, not too long but had sharp edges enough to slit a throat with one swing. Not bad, from an old friend anyway. Looking around him, he observed his team members. They stood at corners waiting for the right time to enter the dungeon. Their faces were filled with a mix of resolve and anticipation. Every one of them, in pairs, discussed with each other. Buji guessed their discussion was about the raid they were about to indulge in. He, however, started feeling uneasy when he noticed they had turned their attention to him. Maybe he was popular, or so. Just then, a boy stepped forward, stopping in the middle where every one of his team members could see him. The light that came from the portal made the boy's shadow glimmer behind his back. He stood with a posture that exuded authority and calm confidence. Maybe, he will be leading this team. His name is Kyrex, a second-year student. From the side talks beside Buji, he found out the boy had already gained a reputation as a natural leader and a prodigy in combat techniques. His short black hair was slightly tousled, and his piercing green eyes held a sharpness that made Buji feel both inspired and uneasy. His weapon was a long spear with intricate carvings along its shaft. As he rested the blades against his shoulder, its blade shimmered faintly, likely imbued with magic. Buji's perception of the boy only grew with each move he made. Let's see in a few moments what he can do. Alright, gather closer and listen up, Kyrex said with a voice that seemed to cut the tension that hovered around in the environment. This is a real dungeon raid, not one of those simulations some of us have been training for. The stakes are higher, and the risks. Of course, there are always risks, so they are real. Murmurs followed after the last statement, but Buji only sensed the underlying fear that rested with some of the team members. He studied each of them more closely now, noting their varying level of preparedness. But are they not meant to be second-year students? This should not be their first. I guess. Buji thought, with reference to what Kyrex had said, it means there were those who would also be engaging in their first raid like him. It was not making any sense to him, how? But it had to be. They probably had their reasons. I will be the one guiding us in this raid. Emra couldn't make it, so she had excused herself earlier on. Stick to whatever formation I assigned, and we can make it out alive. Got it? His statement only meant that Emra was supposed to be leading the team. And that implies that she was the most entrusted with leading. It made more sense to Buji now, why Emra had asked if he didn't see the message posted in the group chat. And why she always acted like she was above all. But, he said, make it out alive. If he's saying that, what then does fate have for me in there? Cutting short his thought, he looked around him to dictate his teammates better. To his right stood a tall and wiry boy, named Lien. Buji had his name when he was called by a female in the group. Slung over his back was his own weapon, a bow and its arrows. Next to him by the side was Clara, the girl who had called Lien and unknowingly helped Buji to know his name. She has short auburn hair and strapped to her thighs were a pair of daggers. The girl in question was unreadable, but her movements were precise and deliberate as she adjusted her gloves and tested the grip of her blades. At the other end was Zeril, a stocky boy with a battle axe resting on his shoulder. His facial expression dispersed confidence, though Buji suspected it was more of a mask than a reflection of how he truly felt. There were two remaining team members, a boy and a girl, whose names Buji had yet to learn. After observing the team members, he returned his gaze to his short sword and chuckled to himself. They're all prepared. And I'm here with just this to read an A-rank dungeon. Finally, Buji returned his gaze to Kyrex, who advanced closer to the portal to check its stability with a handheld device. The bright glow of the device reflected off his face, and he placed it in the small bag he carried. Buji, Kyrex called suddenly, throwing the bag for Buji to catch. Yes. Buji responded, slightly catching the bag from reaching the ground. Emra said you had awakened no talent. Not really Emra, everyone saw it. So, you will be in the rear guard. You won't be doing much, your job is to watch our backs and handle anything that comes from behind. Got it? Buji nodded in affirmation. Whether it was because he awakened no talent or not, he suspected it was because he was the least experienced among them. Right? I mean, a leader won't just look down on anybody because of a certain misfortune. The person in question might be of help, somehow. Sometimes. Of course, he was going to be of help to his teammates in the dungeon, but how? Clara, you stay with Buji to help us detect any impending danger. We need to be careful since we are here with no healer. Kyrex finalized, stepping closer to the portal and motioning for the group to gather. On my signal, we move in. Stay close, and don't break formation. The first few minutes inside will be crucial since we need to establish our ground before anything catches us off guard. Ready? A collective nod spread through the group. Buji could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he took his position, holding the small bag with his left hand, and gripping his sword tightly with his right hand. Let's go. Kyrex commanded, stepping into the portal. One by one, each of them followed, their bodies vanishing into the shimmering blue light. Clara, who walked alongside him, stopped in his front and muttered, "Teamwork is key. Work with us and we can get this done quickly." Buji was the last to step through, his breath hitching as he too vanished into the portal. One thing he was not told happened. The hunter system gave him a notification, which he was sure it had given to others. Ding! 8 hours remaining to raid the dungeon. Good luck. The whole atmosphere was filled with tension as Buji finished explaining the strategy. The four teammates exchanged glances, knowing that they were not prepared to face the opponents yet. A wide stone arena opened before them. The checkered floor glowed as light poured from jagged cracks in the ceiling above, revealing the black chess players assembled in the usual formation. At the forefront was the king, a tall figure with dark armor resembling a living shadow. Beside him was the queen, holding a staff that crackled with energy, if it should be live. In that same way, other officials stood in their normal formations, leaving the pawns in their front to wait for the first sign of movement from the white players, Buji's team. I don't think those officials are just statues. I mean, with their weapons and posture, they look alive. Taiga swallowed hard. If they are alive, it means they bleed. And if they bleed, anything that bleeds can be defeated. But still, we need to treat them like enchanted statues allowed to move on their own, Buji stated. We're not certain what they are yet. But we quite know they look dangerous. And for the pawns, watch out for them. Since they are weaponless, I guess they are the baits, used to trigger our movements. I guess that's all for now. Let's stop the talking and start off, there's no time, Kyrex said, stepping forward. Buji will be leading us this time. It's okay. I only wish you all remember the plan, Buji said and stole glances at his teammates. Let's go. The four of them charged forward, leaving behind footprints on the marble chessboard. The first person to make the move was Lien. Lien, as the rook, sprinted down the center of the arena, following Buji's order to take the e-file. Afterward, a pawn lurched to life and marched ahead 2 squares, stopping on the d-file. Lien wished he could strike but he couldn't unless the pawn rests on the same file with him. Just as expected. Moved the wrong pawn, Buji affirmed and made a movement that could trigger a check diagonally if any pawn closer to the black king is moved. This caused the pawn from earlier to move a step forward, causing Lien to sprint towards the pawn. But what should I do now? Lien asked in confusion. Try smashing it, since we can't pull them out of the chessboard, Buji suggested. Lien held onto his weapon tightly, and with an underlying force, smashed the pawn into black shards splintering on the marble floor. Good. It was Taiga's turn to move. As the bishop, she moved swiftly to square b2 and planted herself on the diagonal targeted at eliminating at least 1 out of 2 pawns, in case the other attempts to escape. After the pawn Buji had expected to make its move, allowing the other pawn to keep the barrier for the king's protection, Buji ordered Taiga to strike the other pawn. With a gleeful smirk, Taiga threw her dagger in the pawn's direction. The dagger hit the pawn and surprisingly, it shattered instantly. But these pawns are defeated easily. I don't think a throw should scatter it, Taiga commented. You should also ask why the officials are making no moves yet, Buji added to the comment. Meanwhile, Kyrex with his L-shaped dashes darted toward the f6 square under Buji's instruction, making it easier for Lien to eliminate more pawns. Buji watched the chaps unfold from a vantage point. His mind raced as he processed every move on the board, analyzing black's weakness in formation and also possible moves. Seems like the officials will be making their moves now. Buji thought, seeing that the pawns were almost finished. He ordered his teammates to return to the square where they could be safe, should any black official make a move. Kyrex, as the last player to make a retreating movement, landed at a square that looked dangerous should the expected black official move. Fortunately, instead of the bishop, the black queen suddenly moved. She started her movement with a piercing scream toward Kyrex. Please, not yet. Kyrex can be the sacrifice but not now. I would have loved Lien though. Buji's heart pounded. Like a miracle, the strategy was working, but barely. As if God answered his prayers, the queen stopped halfway. But Buji realized it had stopped at the current spot since any more of its moves could trigger quick action at the king's headquarters. Buji's grin widened when he found out the queen had stopped on a diagonal to Taiga. Taiga! Cover Kyrex! Buji yelled. Taiga redirected her attack with her second dagger, firing it at the black queen. But the queen shrugged them off with her staff, unscathed. Her movements were graceful but deadly as she closed in on Kyrex. Without Buji's instruction, Kyrex, who saw the queen had stopped at an L-shape relative to his position, unsheathed his spear and with a speedy horizontal arc, hit the queen on the neck. Like the pawns, it shattered in shards, proving that it was a statue. 1 man down. Good job, Kyrex, Buji appraised. In a form for revenge, one of the bishops moved diagonally and stopped at the board extreme, targeting Buji who stood on the same diagonal line, and straight to the other bishop. He took the choice to attack the other bishop, creating space for Kyrex to chop off the bishop in an L-shaped square, relative to it. Seeing the threat posed by Buji to their king, the black rooks moved into position to form an impenetrable wall around their king. Buji's eyes narrowed. He had expected this. And it's time for the sacrifice. Lien, go for it, Buji instructed, and with a dash, Lien smashed through the front line of pawns and charged toward one of the black rooks. He swung his hammer with every might, breaking through the rook's defense with a bone-shattering impact. The black rook crumbled into dust. Lucky enough, he was not on any file relative to the other rook, except the pawn at the closest diagonal to him. But the pawn is powerless backward. It was not over yet. The Black King moved a step forward and Lien with a rush, hinged at the second rook and crushed it with his hammer. Oh no, you were almost safe. But you were too fast to listen to my next instruction. Buji, as well as his teammates, was distracted by a scream from Lien. The king had come at him from the side, slamming his heavy sword into Lien with incredible force, sending him sprawling to the ground. Lien! Taiga screamed. Buji's eyes widened. He had calculated the risk, but for a moment, there wasn't going to be a risk if not for Lien's carelessness. Lien coughed out blood, blood staining the corner of his lips. Keep going. And he was replied with a stab from the back. The sacrifice had been made. The Black King's defenses had been totally shattered, all thanks to Lien. Taiga, Kyrex, now. Buji commanded. Check. 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 But just as Buji prepared to make the final movement, the ground trembled violently. A deep, guttural laugh echoed across the arena, sending chills down their spines. The Black King began to glow. No, 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 Buji muttered. This wasn't supposed to happen. Are we doomed? Taiga asked with a tremble in her voice, but she was replied by another scream, this time by the Black King. Kyrex had sprinted forward with his knight movement, with his spear gripped tightly into his hand. He raised his spear, his voice mixed with fury and determination. This ends now. A sudden silence filled the arena. Checkmate. As soon as Kyrex's spear pierced the Black King, all the shattered pieces vanished, including the king, followed by a burst of dark energy which exploded outward, swallowing the entire board. After the dark entity had gone, everywhere became lit again, leaving only Buji, Taiga, and Kyrex in play. Lien was gone. And just in front of them, was an altar. A sanctuary. Then everything went black again. Immediately after the environment was lit, revealing a sanctuary in front of the remaining members of Buji's team, there was a second blackness. This time, it seemed to last longer. Then, the familiar female voice came again. Kill the boss. 30 minutes remaining. At the mention of kill the boss, every one of the hunters clutched onto their weapons tightly. Buji tightened the grip of his hands on the sword, taking stances a typical swordsman would use when on a battlefield. Kyrex flipped his spear, allowing it to rest diagonally behind his back, as he extended his left hand forward, taking the position of a typical primitive hunter with the spear. And there is Taiga, with her two daggers reclaimed, and her eyes narrowed, searching the darkness. But again, there was light. The hall suddenly began to light up. Candles affixed on the wall around began to glow, and the chandeliers that were hidden by the darkness before them above came to play, colorfully lighting the ground beneath Buji and his teammate. In their front, was an altar, with two candles lighted on the verge of its edges. The altar seemed to be made of marble, decorated with tiles, and adorned with intricate designs, of different beasts. In the middle, was a sign. A symbol. The symbol was of bat, and it was in the middle of various beasts. The design on the altar made the bat look worshipped. Look, Taiga said, pointing at the walls just above the altar. There was a bigger bat symbol but with a small feminine body attached to it. Just like the stone bats, except that this was just a carving. And below the symbol were the lettering, Sacerdos Nix. What does it mean? Taiga asked, looking at Buji for an answer, but Kyrex was faster with the answer. Nix is a Greek word used to represent one of their deities. The goddess of night. And Sacerdos? It means priestess, Buji chipped in. So, literally, we are facing the priestess of night. The night priestess is a monster that can only act in the dark. Its vision is blurred during the day. This explains why it had to take the form of a bat. You know, bats can only have their visions clear in the night. In darkness. Is this why the stone bats attacked us from the dark? Buji reasoned. But the chess players, we were clearly attacked by them during the day, Kyrex said, hoping to find a clarification. The players never looked in the form of bats. They were clearly guardians of this altar. The night priestess must have designed the statue herself and had enchanted them to guard the place. Probably, as we shattered each player, it should send signals that there was a danger close by for her. True, Kyrex agreed. But now the place is totally lit. She won't be out until there's darkness, Buji interrupted. But how are we going to defeat it within the remaining allotted 30 minutes if it wasn't going to be out sooner? Taiga asked. We make it to create darkness, just like it did twice after we defeated the chess players. I'm sure the darkness had come from her, Buji replied. How? Buji took a moment to think. Somehow, his head moved to the altar again and he observed what was going on in the design of the altar. We praise it. An unworthy praise. It is going to trigger the anger in her and make her come out herself. What sort of unworthy praise? Kyrex asked. Let me think. Buji bit his lips in thought. He tried to remember an unworthy praise just like he had watched in the movie, The Inner Sanctum. He looked around him and noticed the lighted candles were 8 in number and an idea came to his mind. Kneel before the altar, and repeat after me, he instructed. Before your sanctuary, I have come to seek solace. Before your sanctuary, I have come to seek solace. And as he continued, Kyrex and Taiga repeated after him. But the torn of weak mortality, which you left as guardian left me asking. Why is your darkness a faint shadow of my soul's despair? Immediately, a candle went off and Buji smiled. His plan was going to work. The plan of each candle turning off to provide darkness and invite the priestess. Your control over the night is quaint. And unravel into a prison, a bleak and hopeless expanse that even your presence cannot illuminate. Your secrets are but a hollow shell, a pathetic attempt to conceal the emptiness that lies at the heart of your darkness. 3 candles went off, distracting Taiga and Kyrex. They looked at each other. Kyrex, can we make it out of here? Taiga asked with lost hope. And just like the human mind always does, an evil idea came into Kyrex's mind. Like other dungeons, we can leave safely if we sacrifice a life to the boss, and then report to school and allow them to involve the association. Are you saying we should abandon him here? We should tie him, to look like a burnt offering. Taiga started to untie the cord she had come with around her waist to serve as an alternative weapon. Meanwhile, Buji's voice could still be heard making the praises. I worship you not out of reverence, but out of contempt for the weakness that drives mortals to seek comfort in the shadows. You are but a pale imitation of the true power that lies within me, a power that will soon eclipse your own. So, why should I honor and adore thee? Along the line, Buji was interrupted by sudden movements around his body where he knelt. Before he knew it, he was bound and unable to move. Now! Kyrex ordered and he, with Taiga's help pushed Buji closer to the altar. Turning their backs, they ran with their last strength towards the door. Buji observed the surroundings and saw that 2 candles remained lit, and the door was closing fast. As he watched his teammates close their distance with the door, he muttered. I will desecrate your sacred symbols, profane your holy rituals, and reduce your mysteries to nothing more than a hollow mockery. Just then, Kyrex and Taiga jumped out avoiding the door which slammed close behind them. On the inside, the candle lights, except those at the altar went off, and the hall became dark again. Emra. Hello, Dad, Emra said on the phone. Hello, Emra, Mr. Zin replied. You are the one. Right? The person behind that raid I was meant to go with my team, Emra asked. Yes, why? You knew they were not going to make it. That was why you asked me to feign sickness so I wouldn't go with them, Emra complained. The dungeon is not like the other dungeons the hunters raided. The reason Buji was asked to read that book before he went for any raid was so he could find out about this dungeon. I had spent a lot trying to locate it, and I'm still working at finding out others. What do you mean finding others? Emra asked, confused. Unlike the dungeons where we hunt beasts, and take down their bosses, this dungeon is on a whole different level. It can only take S-rank hunters to raid A-rank dungeons of that kind, and the same is applicable to other dungeons. So, Dad, do you mean there are many more dungeons like this which are hidden? Exactly. And that's my plan for keeping Buji alive up until now. Even though, I'm not sure he is going to survive their current raid. I want to use Buji as bait to find out about other dungeons of this kind, and that way, we can completely exterminate anything non-human from this world. After reading the book, I came to realize that the dungeons we found easily and raided were just kind of protectors of the main dungeons. And that dungeon Buji is in currently, is termed the testing dungeon for Buji, according to the book. But, Dad, you could have told me this earlier so we could plan on alternative hunters to raid the dungeon. I mean, Kyrex has always been my second hand in whatever we do and I can't bear to lose him, Emra complained. That's a mistake on my side, darling. Only that I didn't find the dungeon earlier. But Dad, how is that a testing dungeon for Buji? Emra asked. That's what I don't know. Only guessing Buji won't remain the same if he happens to survive that raid. And, I wasn't able to read through a part of the book that talked about monster kinds. You still have the book? No. I gave it to him as you instructed me to. And can you tell if he read it? I don't think so. Observed he was busy practicing on how he could survive his first dungeon raid, Emra said after a brief laugh. It's as if he knew he wasn't going to join others in the trial raid. The boy always had a funny luck by his side. Ignoring her father's last statement, she said. It's time for the association to check out the dungeon in case help is needed. Their 8 hours should have elapsed by now. It's under control. Meanwhile, I have influenced them to add you to the team so that you can get a share of whatever treasures will be found in the dungeon, Mr. Zin said. The fatality rate is null since their time has elapsed. I can go now, I was a little bit busy before you called. Underscore 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 asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the heavy doors of the hall slammed closed, silence filled the hall. The flickering light from the 2 remaining candles by the altar was dim and offered no light to Buji, who was bound and alone in the hall. Then, as though an unseen hand put them out, the 2 candles flickered once, twice, and finally, went off. The hall plunged into total darkness. Buji could neither see nor sense his surroundings. The world as he knew it to be, had disappeared. The sudden silence was broken by a faint rustle, a whisper of movement in the unseen void. From the shadows came a whistling sound, sharp and sudden. Before Buji knew it, a searing pain erupted in his shoulder. Ah, he screamed, making his voice echo in the empty hall. There came another whistle, another sharp pain, this time in his thigh. Following was another scream. Arrows. Buji grunted in pain. They came from all directions. Each shaft struck with brutal efficiency, piercing into his flesh. His cries filled the hall as the onslaught continued. He lay down in front of the altar, knowing not what to do, he was bound by Tygus cord. And then, as Buji struggled in agony, he heard the normal feminine voice that warned them against time. Time is up. Another feminine voice followed, strange and sharp as it resounded in the hall. Foolish mortal. Do you dare speak blasphemies in my sanctuary? Do you desecrate the sanctity of my being with your unworthy praise? Such arrogance will not go unpunished. Buji tried to figure out what next to do, but there wasn't much. Sooner, he will be gone from the arrows that had stuck in his body. He, however, continued struggling against his bonds, his body writhing as the arrows continued to pierce into him. He tried to speak but words weren't coming. He still tried to plead, but his throat was dry. Meanwhile, the feminine voice continued, its tone shifting from anger to mockery. You seek to mock me with your words, your shallow defiance. Who do you think you are? A fleeting spark in the eternal night? I am Sacerdos Nyx, priestess of the night. My darkness is not your prison. It is your grave. Buji's mind raced at the statement. He wasn't ready to die. Not yet. Not here. Not like this. Dear Sacerdos Nyx. He managed to whisper through gritted teeth. If your power is so great, why waste it on a weakling? There was a moment of solemn silence from the voice, as though it considered Buji's words. Then, it returned, sharper than before. You mistake mercy for weakness, mortal. Your insolence is amusing, but it will not save you. Suddenly, the arrows ceased. The silence returned. Buji's body sagged against his restraints with blood seeping from his wounds and pooling beneath him. His vision blurred, even there was nothing to see in the pitch-black void. Then, he felt it. A presence. It was overwhelming. The air in the hall grew colder, burning his lungs with each breath he took with an icy chill. And out of the darkness, she emerged. The Night Priestess. Her form was monstrous, yet delicate. She shifted and twisted as though she could not fully exist in the mortal plane. Her body was draped in shadow, her eyes made of two piercing orbs of silver light that seemed to see deep into someone's soul. Her wings, bat-like, spread out behind her, casting an even deeper darkness in the hall. She descended slowly until she hovered just above Buji. Welcome to my domain. The bat dome, the creature said with a calm voice and shifted slightly. You thought to summon me with mockery, and so you have succeeded. But now, you pay the price. She raised a clawed hand. Tendrils of shadow shot out from it and snaked toward Buji, wrapping around his limbs and lifting him off the ground. This is mere torture. Can't she see I'm bound already? Buji dangled in the air, his blood dripping onto the cold marble floor below. Tell me, mortal, what do you fear? Darkness? Buji's lips trembled. He thought hard about what to answer. Normally, the Night Priestess expected him to reply, darkness, and since she was the goddess of darkness, that would give her more reason to feed on his fear. And then, on him. His soul too, if possible. The priestess was losing patience. She tilted her head with rapid precision and asked again, angrily. What do you fear? Buji closed his eyes, summoning what little strength he had left. His voice was weak but steady. I fear, dying for nothing. At his response, a surge of willpower caused Buji's eyes to snap open. A golden light began to emanate from his body. It was weak, flickering like a dying ember, but it was there. Buji could hear faint voices from the background, probably belonging to the priestess. But clearly, he heard a voice, feminine but it sounded with the appearance of a strange scream. Could this be a second system? Ding! Host found. The host has passed his test, and is offered survival. Survival due to inheritance. Ding! Congrats, you have gained the status of a player. The player, upon leveling up, will awaken a potent monster. Class, Animagus type, snake aspect, Venom. Ding! Do you accept? Given the choice to embrace a monstrous path, Buji seizes it with unyielding resolve. If becoming a monster is my only path to strength, I'll take it. Fighting against these hunters was going to be a job, but imagine a world where I had control over monsters like this night priestess, had my own monster kingdom, and becoming the strongest of all. Stepping on these hunters won't be a deal anyway. Yes. And everything became dark. Buji could hear faint voices from the background, probably belonging to the priestess. But clearly, he heard a voice, feminine, but it sounded with the appearance of a strange scream. Host found. The host has passed his test, and is offered survival. Survival due to inheritance. Congrats, you have gained the status of a player. The player, upon leveling up, will awaken a potent monster. Class, Animagus type, snake aspect, Venom. Do you accept? Given the choice to embrace a monstrous path, Buji seizes it with unyielding resolve. If becoming a monster is my only path to strength, I'll take it. Fighting against these hunters was going to be a job, but imagine a world where I had control over monsters like this night priestess, had my own monster kingdom, and becoming the strongest of all. Stepping on these hunters won't be a deal anyway. Yes. And everything became dark. Buji was drowned in a consuming darkness. He felt weightless, adrift in the endless void. His body, once seared with pain from the arrows and the oppressive grasp of the night priestess, now felt strangely calm. The oppressive cold he had felt in the bat dome gave way to a tepid warmth, which contrasted with the emptiness surrounding him. The golden light that had emanated from him moments ago flickered faintly, like a tiny ember fighting against a suffocating wind. He continued moving deeper into the void, and afar, there was utter illumination. It seemed to be coming out from a hall. Another hall. The door that led into the hall was left ajar to allow any visitor to step into. Seemingly, Buji was their current visitor, so he continued inside. As he stepped into the hall, he let out a gasp of amazement. The inner of the hall smelled hell, but everyone inside the hall seemed to be calm. Not only that, there were other companions. Beasts and monsters. Hundreds of people inside the hall sat on one knee, facing a white-haired bald man standing in the platform affront. Beside him, was another man who he could not clearly see. He continued to step into the arena, steadying his movement forward to the two people standing at a platform in front of an altar. As he reached the middle of the hall, the bright light tripped off, allowing shots of steady fire to erupt from beside the pillars that demarcated the aisle of the hall from the seating arena. What he shocked him. Behind the two people standing in his front, were two scary monsters. One of them was in the form of a dragon, while the other was in the form of a unicorn. The mere appearance of the dragon proved it was a terror incarnate. Its scales were glistening like black diamonds in the faint light of the fiery-lit hall. The eyes glowed with malevolent crimson fire. The dragon suddenly rose in the air. Its movements were undulated as if flapped its wings, casting long ominous shadows on the ground. Buji's fear got the better as it seemed the dragon approached him, its maw open and filled with razor-sharp teeth. Reflexively, Buji ducked, but the dragon took a swift drift. Shooting fire from its maw, lighting the candles Buji only noticed were cemented on the pillars. It continued until it had lit the candles, returning behind the old white-haired man who still stood strong. It recoiled its wing and remained at ease. The unicorn on its own remained calm. "Come forth," the old man's voice started. Wait, was he referring to me? "Come forth," the voice repeated again. Suddenly, Buji felt his legs begin to move. He was steadily and continually approaching the two men who stood in front of him. The Dragon King, ruler of the monster world, has decided. By giving young Mr. Buji the privilege to survive and be the youngest being to awaken the monster system at just 17 years old. There were cheers in the hall, followed by growls. Just then, Buji searched around the hall and noticed some among them had a beast or monster by their sides. He guessed those people were likely to be animagi. Dragons, unicorns, and some other beasts all rested beside a few individuals. I guess I should have read through the monster part of the SEA book to understand what's going on here. Since he passed the test, I have decided to accept him to continue my bloodline. The cheers from the hall became louder. The smile on the face of the man beside the old man filled with a smile curled on his lips. Just who is he? And Buji saw him clearly. He was Buji's father. My father, he shouted, but seeing no reaction from those inside the hall, he concluded his voice was not heard at all. So, he heard to run forward to and at least hug his father. With a dash, he leaped forward and ended up hitting his body against a barrier in his front. A transparent one so he didn't see it. The impact of the hit against the barrier sent him trolling to the floor. Everyone's attention shifted to him where he lay on the ground. They had felt the energy. Just how did he know what he was meant to do? It shows a promising leader, the old man spoke to Buji's father who was by the side. It seemed he had torn the curtain down. The barrier had been separated. Buji's handiwork. Unknowing handiwork. Nice, Buji muttered and began to rise from the floor. Everyone's attention was still focused on the young boy who was in the lead, making his movements towards the Dragon King. This young boy appeared to be only 17 at the moment. The young boy seemed to have a beautiful innocent smile on his face as he approached the altar in front. He had arrived where the white-haired old man stood, seeing his father's face clearly. And the blooming smile on his face that showed he was proud of him. The young boy smiled back at his father and faced the altar. Slowly, he knelt down and bowed his head in honor of whatever the altar signified. The old man stepped closer and placed his hands on the head of the young boy. After today, you shall begin your journey into the monster land. As he said it, Buji's father brought forth a toy snake which he held in his hand and handed it over to the old man. How? I mean, I'm very sure I left this toy somewhere in my room in Mr. Zin's house. I see. You have the symbol of a snake, one of the great monsters but is yet to be awakened, the old man said, collecting the snake toy from Buji's father. Your mission is to awaken this snake which is the last of the monster bloodline, and get acquainted with it. It will be part of you and you will be part of it. Every task it performs, you command. Every decision it makes, you incite. You are the last of the Yin's bloodline. A promising great one. Do thou what is expected and bring down what is required. You can step forward now, the old man instructed, dropping the snake toy on the altar. Buji stood up from where he knelt and moved closer to the altar. The snake toy now glowed with a sharp golden light. Now. Sip from its energy. Engulf its ability. And immediately Buji's hand touched the snake toy, he woke up. Was it a dream? Or an illusion? But, I survived, how? Buji wished he was dreaming. For some reason, he didn't think he can ascertain the fact, if it was actually reality. Fortunately, there was proof that he was alive. He didn't see any arrows stuck in his body, but he did see patches, covered with bandages. He looked around him and saw that he was in the hospital. The scent of the room he was in choked him and he coughed. You've finally woken up. Huh. Kira was the speaker. She said it, patting Buji on his back with her soft hands to calm his nerve. Are you okay? I should be. Just the sense. But then, he was taken by surprise from the noise coming from outside. Buji had escaped the sudden darkness he was sipped into. He wasn't also sure if he had been dreaming, or was merely hallucination. It cannot be hallucination. He was not awake. Therefore, it was a dream. An elusive dream. Back to reality, he had made a choice back then in the dungeon. Given the choice to embrace a monstrous path, he seized it with unyielding resolve. If becoming a monster was his only path to strength, he will take it. Fighting against these hunters was going to be a job, but imagining a world where he had control over monsters like this night priestess, had his own monster kingdom, and becoming the strongest of all. Stepping on these hunters won't be a deal anyway. So, he had accepted. Yes. But, I survived, how? Buji wished he was dreaming. For some reason, he didn't think he can ascertain the fact, if it was actually reality. Fortunately, there was proof that he was alive. He didn't see any arrows stuck in his body, but he did see patches, covered with bandages. He looked around him and saw that he was in the hospital. The scent of the room he was in choked him and he coughed. "You've finally woken up." Kira was the speaker. She said it, patting Buji on his back with her soft hands to calm his nerves. "Are you okay?" "I should be. Just the sense." But then, he was taken by surprise by the noise coming outside. "Why shouldn't I?" "I'm sorry, he has not woken up." But it seemed the arguer was adamant as the hospital room's door slammed open. Buji's eyes met the person standing at the door, shifting his gaze to the nurse who apologized to the arguer. It was Emra. Behind her were two young men, and they approached Buji's bed. Emra took a long steady glance at Kira, who sat beside Buji's bed. "Is this not the girl? The one who awakened the highest talent among the first years? Why are you here? And who are they?" Emra looked behind her to see the two young men Buji referred to. She was about to talk when Buji interrupted with another question. "You knew this was going to happen, right? That was why you didn't participate in the raid. Our young lady here was hospitalized 3 days ago after you guys went on the raid." "She was." One of the young men tried to explain but Buji shut him up. "I don't know you yet." The young man brought out his card and showed Buji. They were from the association. But what was Emra doing with them? "Okay. You said she had been in the hospital 3 days ago. Wait, does it mean I have been hospitalized for 3 days?" Buji realized. Unfortunately, Kira's voice came from the corner. "What the fuck? And I didn't ask earlier. What is she doing here? I mean, how did she come in here?" Emra asked, pointing at Kira. "I guess the question should be redirected to you. Why are you here?" Buji commented. Emra wanted to talk but one of the young men stopped her. "Please, Miss Sin, let's do what we are here for. Miss Kira, can you please excuse us?" Kira stood up and left through the door. Meanwhile, Buji's eyes swept through the 3 people standing before him and stopped at the card the other young man wore on his neck. It contained some information. Marcus Gravender. S-rank hunter. Section Chief of the Raid Team Selection Division. The Raid Team Selection Division is a department in the Hunters Association that is in charge of selecting dungeon team raiders from students of the Academy. Even before you become a graduate of the Academy, you can be selected to become a member of the team. But not me, right? I mean, I awaken no talent and I'm still the weakest amongst others. Marcus sat on the couch close to the window, waving the other young guy who looked like his subordinate and Emra to sit by. "Mr. Buji, can you remember what happened inside the hall before you blacked out?" Marcus asked with every concern in his tone. "Yes, I do. Make us know every detail." Buji told them all that had happened, from the beginning of the raid till the end. Except, he didn't tell them about the strange voice that he heard before everything went dark within him. He told them about how they had lost 3 team members before entering the sanctuary, and for some reason, he used the word beasts. He didn't tell them the natural appearance of the monsters they had attacked. "And that reminds me, what about Kyrex and Taiga?" Buji asked after telling them about his experience in the dungeon. "They didn't make it," Emra replied with a sudden sob. "Poor Kyrex couldn't make it. Why is she pitiful to a betrayer?" We've heard what you said. Unfortunately, from your narration, we didn't hear any abnormalities. That's what's supposed in an A-rank dungeon anyway. Only that, we were wondering where the bodies of other of your team members are. But that's left to the investigation division to take care of, Marcus stated. "Mr. Buji, we are here because we want you to join the team." "The new team? What new team?" "We're forming 3 new teams from the current performance of students in the raid 3 days ago." Each team will consist of 8 members, and the remaining team is lacking 1 member. The girl outside is in your team, Miss Emra, Marcus said, tilting his head to Emra. And we want you to complete the team, Mr. Buji. I'm still not getting what's happening here. We weren't allowed to come in with a group into the hospital, except Emra. And, Miss Kira, please let her in, Marcus instructed. The other young guy went to the door to usher Kira in. His name was Shima, as he was called by Marcus. As Kira stepped into the room, Marcus continued. She was the only hunter that performed impressive according to our record, during the dungeon raid test. Emra looked at Buji. If only he had known him too, was also on a raid test. But it was strange, how he had survived. And how the bodies of other team members were not found. Therefore, this year, we have selected only 2 hunters from the first year. Except one of them has not accepted yet, and that's you, Buji. Being part of the team doesn't mean you won't continue your tutors anyway. You will, except that you won't be on a general level like your sets, and most of your tutoring might involve consistent dungeon raids. And that's how I'm getting a tutor without a talent. So, Mr. Buji, do you accept? This is the second time I'm getting this kind of question. He looked at Kira, who stood by the side of the bed, then shifted his gaze to Emra. Being with Emra will be great though. Then he took his gaze to Shima, and finally to Marcus. And in the same way, he accepted the system's request, he accepted this request too. Yes. After Buji's answer and a short glance exchange with Kira, the brief silence was cut by Marcus' voice. In other words, we will be taking our leave now and await your recovery. He stood up to leave and looked at Kira. You will be coming with us. We don't want to look for you again. It was a miracle, I'd say, that you were able to survive until now. Thank your God, Buji. Shima realized that he had just wasted his time being at the hospital that moment. He did nothing except accompanying his chief, Marcus. And 2, the association could have easily sent a notification to Buji that he was selected to be among the team. Why the stress? At the thought, Shima quickly got up from his seat following Marcus behind. Then by his side was Emra. I said you're coming with us, Marcus repeated the words at Kira. Yes sir. Every one of them, except Buji, approached the door which was already open. Excuse me. I want to know. But they were gone before Buji could finish his statement. Damn. Bing. Bing. Buji's phone, which was on the table side by the bed, made a beep sound. He scratched his head and picked up his phone to check what message it was. Credit alert. Was what showed as he put his phone on, then he unlocked his phone. A drop-down notification interrupted him. 99 plus unread messages. YH. It's been a while I used my phone. So, I'm not surprised. When he clicked on the message app, the first thing that drew his attention was the credit alert messages. 4 of them. He decided to go through only the 4 and ignore the rest. He started from the least. ACCT number, 44 ******* 189. Currency, Hun coins. Sender, WH, World Hunters Association. Amount, Hun 32,000.00. Desk, S-rank hunter. Balance, Hun 32,000.00. He gasped, and covered his mouth immediately. Then, he went over to the next message. ACCT number, 44 ******* 189. Currency, Hun coins. Sender, WH, World Hunters Association. Amount, Hun 40,000.00. Desk, share from Dungeon Treasure. Balance, Hun 72,000.00. What the? ACCT number, 44 ****** 189. Currency, Hun coins. Sender, WH, World Hunters Association. Amount, Hun 32,000.00. Desk, dungeon raid success. Balance, Hun 104,000.00. Whoa. ACCT number, 44********189. Currency, Hun coins. Sender, Raid Team Selection Division. Amount, Hun 20,000.00. Desk, Acceptance Wage. Balance, Hun 114,000.00. Just like that. I had always thought not being able to have a talent was useless. And then, another message dropped. Due to lack of talent, the payment for the talent fee has failed to initiate and has nullified. If this is a problem on our end, we are deeply sorry and will make amends soon. Oh. So if I had a talent, I would be receiving more payments. Yes. There was also payment for talents awakened. The payment was based on the kind of talent awakened and your compatibility with the talent. But the treasure payment. It means the treasures from the dungeon was a lot than he imagined. Interesting, he muttered, with eyes full of greed. If only I can raid a dungeon alone and take whatever it yields. He said and inadvertently raised his head up. And then came the sound. And then he saw it. Ding. Ha. He looked up without thinking to see words on screen, floating in the air. Several unread messages. He shook his head and looked, it was still there. He closed his eyes and opened it, it was there, and then another notification screen replaced the former. Does the player wish to read the messages now? Yes or no? After a little bit thinking, Buji decided he was going to read them since he alone was inside the hospital room at the moment. He was not sure if any other person would be able to see it. Yes. The first message screen popped up. Congrats to the player. He has survived due to inheritance. Inheritance, the phenomenon of becoming alive due to inheritance, is rooted in the concept of bloodlines. The player has inherited a legendary bloodline and has undergone transformation to awaken powers. This factor can also grant the player immortality. The screen vanished and another one appeared. Ding. Player unread. Full recovery postponed. Reason, the system thought that if the player had recovered fully, immediately, the Hunters Association was going to suspect an abnormality and so, have left the hunter alive but with severe injuries. So that's the reason the glow from that hall hadn't done much changes to my body. Another notification popped up. Do the player want to initiate full recovery now? Buji didn't know what might turn out if he initiated it at the moment, so, he pushed the screen aside and it moved. Wow. Strange though. Stats unread. He clicked it and the message opened. Name, Buji Nin. Age, 17. Race, Een bloodline. Race type, legendary. Hunter rank, S rank. Monster rank, class 1, hunter. Strength, 10/1000. Intelligence, 4 out of 100. Agility, 0 to 150, the player is relatively a sluggish in turn. Skill, survival, 1/100. Survival skill. This will enable the player to rise from death. NB, the player can use this only when he has extinguished a great amount of strength. Acquisitions, SEA, book, level up hunter, book, slayer, sword. Inheritance, surviving, 1/1, account details, locked, account balance, locked. The player can only unlock the inherited account details when he levels up to the next class. Personal account details. Name, Buji Nin. Number, 211-200-4455. Currency, Mon coins. Balance, M0.00, work. Then, another notification popped up again. Activate account access pin. ______. Note, your account pin should contain 4 number. Your pin should be accessible to you alone. 0000. 0000, pin activating. Activation succeeded. The notification vanished and he completed his stats observation. Title, Weakest. Buji continued scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and sighed. Tisk. He shifted the screen and another one appeared. The system is obliged to assist the player in leveling up. The player upon leveling up will awaken a potent monster. Monster rank, Class 5, Animagus type, Snake aspect, Venom. Animagus, it's a being who is able to transform into any beast or monster of the choice. Your level of strength as an Animagus will also depend on your achievements with other classes. The system assumes the player understand the other terms. If need be for clarification, feel free to ask. Ask how. The screen blacked out, leaving a previous skill on play. Do the hunter want to initiate full recovery and healing? Buji pushed it aside to check if there was another message, but there was none. He then gawped at the screen before his eyes. Will it be a good idea if I initiate now? Check and see. So, yes. The first sensation Buji felt was a deep pain. It throbbed agony and seemed to radiate from every part of his body. His vision swam in and out of focus. The room in which he was in became dimly lit, dancing before him. The overwhelming feeling of weakness gripped him like an anchor pulling him underwater. He couldn't move. To speak was difficult. His body was broken and his spirit wasn't far behind. First, he had flashbacks of what happened inside the dungeon. How his surviving team members then had left him to die alone. Unfortunately, they became the victims. How he had survived despite being struck at several parts of his body by poisonous arrows. The glow, and how he had vanished into darkness. Then, he heard it. Recovery system, DMONS. Activation initiated. Unlike the normal female voice, this one was neither female nor male. It was a cold, mechanical monotone that echoed directly in his mind. No screen. It startled him, and then, he found his words. But they only rang out as thoughts. What's this? He thought as his lips refused to move. Is this the so-called recovery process? To cause more pain. Of light, leaving Buji panting. It vanished, Buji said in between breath. Then came the voice again. Objective complete. Combat functionality restored. Optimal functionality, 95%. Buji dropped to his knees, kicking out the sweat from his brow with his index finger. What's next? The symbol rearranged once more. Objective 3, accept your first enhancement. Buji's curiosity piqued. Enhancement. Confirmed. No wait, I wanted to ask what it meant. But it seemed the system ignored since he didn't speak with his mind. Confirmed. Choose from the following options. Enhanced strength. Accelerate healing. Increased agility. Buji considered the options. Strength would be useful in combat, but he already felt strong enough. Not enough, but at least to some extent. Healing was tempting, given his recent brush with death, but he needed agility for speed and reflex actions among others. It might give him the edge he needed to survive. I will take increased agility, he said. Activated. Enhancement complete. Optimal functionality, 100%. Daily and weekly engagement required to maintain benefits. Buji chuckled. It was strange and at the same time, kind of fun for him. He looked around the room, the symbols were fading into the wall. He imagined what more absurdities he was going to face later in the future. First, it had been the second system at the dungeon. Now, it was DMONS. But then, he looked around again and noticed he was back to the hospital room, and was lying on the bed again. Shockingly, the bandages were still on him, although he felt no pain again. Then another screen popped up with a message. Fitness stats unread. The silence of the hospital room was deafening. Buji lay on the bed, staring at the glowing message hovering before his eyes. Fitness stats unread. He felt a rush of curiosity to click open the inbox and read what his fitness stats was going to display. Before then, he delayed having a rethink of all that had happened to him right from the dungeon. The system had pulled him back from the brink of death, mended his broken body and enhanced his agility. But the absurdity of everything gnawed at his mind. One moment, he had been in a featureless, enclosed space fighting a humanoid figure made of light, and now, he was back here in the sterile comfort of a hospital room. The blue notification blinked as if demanding his attention. "Alright," Buji muttered with a hoarse voice. He clicked on the notification and it revealed what it concealed. Fitness stats. Strength, 60/1000. Agility, 90 of 1000. Endurance, 7/150. Healing factor, 4 out of 150. Cognitive response, 81,000. Strength determines physical power. The amount of force the player would be able to exert. The player has gained a strength that is above average for humans. Meanwhile, he still needs to improve in order to level up easily. Agility, this feature takes care of the speed, precision and reflexes made by the player. With this recent enhancement, the player's agility is nearly double that of a peak-level human athlete. Exactly. I had made the right choice, Buji said, scrolling to see other stats information. Endurance, this feature measures the player's ability to withstand physical strain, pain and fatigue. This means the player could push his body harder and recover from exhaustion faster. Healing, this feature has given the player the ability to heal faster than expected, and recover from illness at a faster rate. Cognitive response, a high cognitive response ability will help the player to process information, strategize and make decisions within seconds and with precision. Just like agility, it will assist the player in making quick decisions. This feature also has a bonus of intuition skill, thereby giving the player the ability to dictate danger beforehand. Buji studied the stats carefully. It wasn't just the increase in the numbers that intrigued him, it was the implications behind them. These stats quantified aspects of his body and mind in a way he hadn't expected. The agility feature stood out to him the most. His recent enhancement had pushed it far beyond the limits he hadn't expected. He was always called sluggish with his dealings, but with this agility feature, he was going to be proving them wrong. Just, what kind of monster am I becoming? Buji muttered to himself, giving out a low chuckle. As the information settled in his mind, Buji couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the system. If this is it, soon, that will be that, he said and lay his back on the bed. Since he had all the time to himself, he decided to do a little studying. He summoned his acquisition feature. Acquisition. And the screen appeared above his head, showing the 3 acquisitions he had earned upon awakening the system. He clicked on the SEA and another field appeared on the screen where the information contained in the book will be displayed. Buji looked out of the window and noticed it was becoming dark. Can't the information become as an audio? Then, he saw an audio tab at the base of the screen. Atop the screen, he saw the search tab. He decided to make use of the 2 tabs. Search. Information about all that has happened to me. As the system searched and displayed what he had asked for, he clicked on the audio button and 2 options popped up. Visual audio, mind audio. Mind audio. He closed his eyes and crossed his hands above his head to pay close attention to the information he was about to get. Initial contextual explanation for user integration. You were awakened in a world where the line between humans and monsters blurs. While monsters possess unique abilities and heightened sense, they often rely on systems for survival and growth. In contrast, humans use tools and intelligence. This makes you a hybrid called Animagus. A being who is able to transform either into a human or a monster. Good. Tell me about the DMONS system. The DMONS system is designed for beings who straddle the blur line between humans and monsters. It helps to hinge survival on adaptation, evolution and fitness compliance to ascertain longer lifespan. The room seemed to grow colder as Buji absorbed the information provided by this system. He had taken a risk, honestly. But it was going to be for his own good. He remembered the illusion when he was at the blink of death. The old white-haired man, the Dragon King, had warned him that he needed to complete the mission. Even, the man acknowledged that he was a great one. Interesting. Do I get any reward at the end and completion of this so-called mission? The player will earn after each raid he undergoes. He should have been provided with his account details which he can use to perform transactions. The system will also provide daily and weekly quests for the player to help him level up and become stronger. It's enough. I'm getting bored already with all these information. Then he heard the shutdown sound in his mind, and opened his eyes. It was already very dark, and he needed to sleep. But then, the system chimed, presenting Buji with a new notification. Daily quest unlocked. Push UPS, 0 of 50. Jogging, 0/10 km. The player is expected to complete the daily quest to avoid any penalties. Penalties? No physical penalty. A score will be deducted from any of his stats feature and this can cause a diminish in the player's abilities. A score. That's 20 straight points. Buji asked, but the system ignored him and continued. There will also be a reward for every quest completed. 23 hours and 30 minutes remaining to complete daily quest. Buji looked at the wall clock by his side. It was already 12:30 a.m. Damn. I've got to sleep, it's already too late. He turned his head away from the screen which disappeared and he traveled into the sleep world. The faint light of early morning crept through the blinds in the hospital room where Buji was in, painting soft patterns on the wall and the bed where he lay. He reluctantly opened his eyes as a familiar chiming sound resonated in the quiet space. It was the system's screen. It hovered above him, blinking relentlessly as if to attract Buji's attention. On the screen was a notification reminder. Daily quest. Push UPS, 0 of 50. Jogging, 0/10 km. 19 hours remaining to complete quest. Buji stared at the screen blinking to clear his sleepy mind. The words were clear and to the point, and the countdown timer was already ticking down. Daily quest, huh? Buji muttered, pushing himself up into a sitting position. His voice was still thick with sleep and fatigue. He hadn't much strength to start anything at the moment but he had to. He rubbed his face with his hands to steady himself. The air in the room was crisp and cool. Buji glanced at the clock on the wall, it was just a little past 5 a.m. No matter the fatigue, I still have to do this quest this morning. It's the best shot, he thought aloud. Afternoon heat. No thanks. Evening. Too distracting. Stretching his arms overhead, he let out a deep sigh, hearing the sound of the muscles as they protest slightly. Though his body was still recovering from the ordeal in the dungeon, he still felt life coursing through him. That's all thanks to the DMONS. It was as if his body had been rewired and rescheduled to work in a different way, with a different pattern. He threw the blanket which he used to cover himself off, swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up. As his feet touched the floor, the cold floor sent a jolt through his bare feet, waking him up further. Buji decided he was going to tackle the push-ups first. The room was spacious enough to accommodate him and his movements, and he figured starting indoors would ease him into the routine. He positioned himself on the floor with his palms flat against the cool tiles and his legs, stretched out behind him. We go, he said and started. 1, 2, 3. The first few push-ups were smooth for Buji. His arms bent and straightened, his body rising and falling as he counted each repetition. 4, 5, 6. Buji hadn't even gone halfway and sweat started to form on his forehead. By the time he reached the 10th push-up, his arms pained, but he gritted his teeth and continued. 11, 12. He counted. Arg. He cried out as he tried his best to continuing pushing. By the 15th push-up, his breath came in short gasps. His arms began to tremble and his muscle ached, but he still pressed on. 16, 17, 18. 19. As he pushed himself up for the 20th time, he wasted little time to know if he was going to regain strength, but his arms gave out, and he collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily. 20, that's enough for now, he muttered, rolling onto his back to catch his breath. His chest rose slightly and fell as he stared at the ceiling. I'm not going to be completing this today, right? I mean, how on earth this system wants me to continue like this until the 50th count? The system's chime interrupted him. It hovered in his front above. Push UPS, 20 of 50. Jogging, 0/10 km. Buji groaned at the notification, but it didn't make him to change his mind, or continue with the push-up at the moment. He knew he did have to pace himself to complete the quest, but not now. Not as tired as he was at the moment. And for now, he needed help with something else. He struggled to raise his body up from the floor and with sluggish movements walked over to the telephone on the bedside table. He picked up the receiver and dialed the hospital's front desk. "Hello?" a soft feminine voice answered from the other end. "This is Buji," he said. "Can I get the assistance of a nurse to my room? I need help removing some bandages." "Of course, Mr. Buji," the feminine voice replied. "A nurse will be there shortly." A few minutes, Buji heard a knock at the door. He guessed it was the nurse he had sent for. "Come in," Buji called from inside, sitting on the edge of the bed. The door opened, allowing a young nurse to step inside the room. She was petite, with a kind smile and warm brown eyes. Her uniform was expectedly, neatly pressed, and she carried a small tray of medical supplies. "Good morning, Mr. Buji," she said cheerfully. "Good morning," Buji returned the greeting. "But I don't know why they're addressing me with that title. They should be older than I am, I guess." "You said you needed assistance with your bandages?" the nurse asked. "Oh, yes, please," Buji replied as if he had suddenly forgotten. He gestured to the bandage wrapped around his torso and arms. The young nurse set the tray on a table nearby and approached him. She began to carefully unroll the bandages with precise and gentle movements. When she removed the final layer of the bandage, she froze with her eyes widening in surprise. "Oh my!" she breathed, patting her oval opened mouth with her hands. At the reaction from the young nurse, Buji glanced down at himself to be sure of what had startled her. He too was shocked, but he didn't show the expression. His physique had changed. His muscles were more defined, his skin unmarred by the injuries he did suffered just days ago. He looked like a man who had spent years training his body to peak condition. If it wasn't for the sudden change in his physique, he wouldn't have been surprised with the sudden disappearance of his injuries. You look amazing," the nurse stammered, her cheeks flushing a deep shade of pink. She quickly averted her gaze, flustered by her own words. Buji chuckled at her reaction, scratching the back of his head. "Thanks, I guess. The recovery process has been unique." "Huh, did I just mention that?" She shouldn't know, she shouldn't. Luckily enough, the nurse's attention seemed not to focus on what Buji had said. Instead, she nodded, still avoiding direct eye contact. "Well, you're indefinitely in great shape. If there's nothing else you need, I will take my leave." "Actually," Buji said, "can you help me plead my discharge from the doctor? You were going to be discharged today anyway, that's one of the reasons I got the instruction to unwrap you," the nurse said and stole a glance at Buji's body again. "I was going to be discharged." "Yes," the nurse replied. "I should take my leave now." After her last statement, she dashed out of the room. Once she came outside, she gasped in awe and said, "I should have collected his number." Back to Buji. Buji was happy that he was going to be discharged that day. The 2 days he had spent conscious in the hospital was going to contribute to another sickness. Right from when he was young, he hated hospitals. He went to the side of his bed and collected his robes, which were folded neatly on the table there. He pulled out the hospital pants he wore and changed into the robes. After which he slipped on his shoes. He grabbed his earpiece, connected it to music in his phone and headed outside. Once he was out, he felt what he had felt in the room early the morning of that day. The crisp and refreshing air of the morning was also a stark contrast and of the stable atmosphere he always felt in the hospital room. He made his way down the stairs of a large expanse and alas, he was there. He was at the field near the hospital. An expansive field with a well-maintained track circling its perimeter. Buji took a deep breath before inserting the earpiece into his ears, selected an upbeat playlist and started jogging. As Buji continued jogging, the music which he was playing filled his ear, drowning out the sound of his footsteps on the track. By the time he completed his first 5 kilometers, his body was drenched in sweat. He slowed tiredly to a stop and walked over to a nearby bench, falling onto it with a sigh of relief. His heart pounded fast in his chest and his legs ached. But he felt accomplished. Halfway there, he muttered, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. The system chimed again. Jogging, 0.5 kilometer remaining 5 kilometers. Such an emotionless system, Buji thought inside. He took a moment to catch his breath. The second round was harder, simply because he had lost consistency. His muscles protested with every step, but he strived and pushed through. At least, he wanted to complete the jog quest. When he finally finished the 10 kilometers, he collapsed onto the same bench as earlier. It seemed as though the bench was his starting point. His chest heaved as he gasped for air. Daily quest. Push UPS, 2050, not completed. Jogging, 0.1 kilometer, completed. The notification finally brought a tired smile to his face. He done it, if not for the remaining push-up counts. As he sat there taking a rest, a sudden realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. His thoughts turned to Emra. Her recent peculiar behavior towards him. And the way she always seemed to be a step ahead, like a shadow that knew his every move. Even after all she had done, her presence in his life still felt constant. Something is wrong. He frowned. His mind racing and piecing together fragments of his encounters with her. It might be understated, but now that he thought about it, there were many coincidences. Emra always seemed to show up at his critical moments, plus her actions always seemed to align with situations that had deeper implications concerning him. Buji recounted few encounters, ranging from when he was preparing for his first raid to the moment in the hospital when Emra had come in with the raid team selection division. Thinking about it, Emra didn't participate in any raid, yet she was chosen to be part of the team. This might have something to do with the father. Wait, the plan. I mean, she's always on the sleek end, Buji muttered under his breath, his palms curling into fists on his lap. Their moves are really quick and precise. Emra hadn't just been a passive observer but was also an active participant in a game he hadn't realized he was playing. And then there was his father, Mr. Zin. The man who carried an air of authority and subtle menace. Just the thought of him alone made Buji's stomach tighten. Just, what's their game, he wondered aloud. This realization hit him hard. They were testing him, probing his limits, and perhaps even manipulating him for their own agenda. Come to think of the team he was selected to join, even without a talent. Either ways, he was going to play the game along with them. At least, for the benefits he was going to be getting as a result. Yet, he still needed to be very careful and use the game against them. But why? What could they possibly gain from involving themselves in his life? They must have realized my bloodline status. But like the rule, they should have slaughtered him immediately they found out. So, why still keep him alive? Buji shook his head in order to clear his thoughts. He couldn't afford to get lost in a labyrinth of speculation. Instead, he needed to focus on what he did know and piece the rest together. He was going to be using the principle of using the known to find the unknown. With his right hand, he snapped his thumb against his third finger. "Correct," he said. After resting for a while longer, he pushed himself off the bench. His legs still felt heavy from the run, but the ache was manageable. It carried him as he made his way back to the hospital. When Buji entered his room, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Kira stood by his bed, her hands busy packing some belongings into a duffel bag. "Kira?" Buji said, blinking in surprise. She glanced up at him, relieved. "Took you long enough to get back," she said, folding a shirt and tucking it into the bag. "What's going on? I mean, how did you know about the discharge?" Buji asked, stepped further into the room. "The students at school, it was everywhere that you were going to be discharged today." Buji hesitated, his gaze shifting to the neatly packed bag on the bed. "The students at school. What is their plan this time around?" "Travel out of that thought of yours," Kira said, turning to face him fully. Her eyes narrowed as she tugged a smirk at the corner of her lips. Buji couldn't help but stare longer at Kira. She was so beautiful. "What is that stare?" Kira asked, zipping the duffel bag. "Nothing. You still owe me," Kira retorted. "Huh," Buji raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" Kira crossed her arms over her chest, leaning against the edge of the bed. "Don't play dumb. You haven't told me anything about your raid. How you had survived." Buji's stomach clenched at her words. What else did she want to hear from him? "Weren't you here when I told my experience?" Buji asked, trying hard to hide his current expression. "Buji, you and I know that was a bleak narration you told them," Kira said. Buji looked away, his mind racing in thoughts. Should he tell her? Could he even tell her? The truth was far from ordinary, and he wasn't sure how much of it she could handle. Kira tilted her head, studying Buji's expression. "You're thinking about it, aren't you?" she said. "Don't overthink it, Buji. Just so you know, I know a bit already. Just tell me the truth." Buji turned his gaze to Kira and opened his mouth to say something. But before he could respond, the system interrupted their conversation. Push-ups, 2050. Jogging, 10/10 kilometer. The player is yet to complete his daily quest. 12 hours remaining. Buji sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. The system's reminder was persistent and it was becoming annoying. "Something wrong?" Kira asked, her brow furrowing. "No, nothing," Buji said quickly, shaking his head. "Just thinking about how much I still have to do." Buji raised an eyebrow but thought best not to press further. "Well, you can still figure it out on the way," she said. "For now, let's get back to school." As they left the hospital, Buji couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The weight of his unfinished quest, and the punishment he was going to get if he happened not to finish it loomed over him. The system had said it was going to deduct some of his stat scores, but he didn't know how it was going to affect him physically. However, he decided to push the thought to the back of his mind. He would deal with the remaining push-ups to complete his daily quest. But that will be when he gets back to school. After a few minutes, the cab they had entered pulled up to the school gates. Buji got down from the cab and took a deep breath, bracing himself for whatever came next. "Whatever, I'm back to school." Buji stepped through the gates of the school, a peculiar hush sweeping across the once lively campus. It wasn't long before the silence was broken by murmurs and whispers. He could hear his name all over the environment. Students who were involved in conversation paused, their attention shifting to him. "Whoa, is that not him? It's Buji. That's the guy who survived the raid all alone." The murmurs from the students grew louder, and soon, he could feel the weight of countless eyes on him. Some students craned their necks to get a better look, a few abandoned their games and activities to approach him, while a few who didn't want to forfeit the activities they engaged in pointed at him uttering words only they knew about. The football field, the volleyball pitch, the playground, and even the open-air study areas quieted as if they had become busy with the news of Buji's return. For a moment, Buji felt shy. He put his head down to gaze at the floor and had stopped moving. He felt like he had stepped into a completely different world. He was only static at that point. As if the shame he got from the multitude staring and talking about him, the inevitable happened. A group of students swarmed him, blocking his path. Their faces were filled with curiosity and a hint of awe. They all wanted to know. "How did you survive that raid?" one student asked with a voice tinged with disbelief. "Unbelievable. Did you fight off the attackers all alone? Were there monsters? How many of them? Come on bro, tell us the truth. You have some kind of secret powers you're not telling us, right?" one student chimed in. Buji raised his hands, trying to quell the barrage of questions but pulled them down immediately. He had nothing to say. He knew not what to reply. Guys. I don't know, okay," Buji said with a firm but calm voice. "What do you mean you don't know? What's he saying?" "Look, I only know that I survived. As for the explanation, how? I can't tell," Buji replied. As expected, he hadn't answered what they wanted to hear. His words didn't seem to satisfy them. If anything, his words only fueled their curiosity. Thinking Buji suddenly became a narrator of what had happened to him, more crowds pressed closer, throwing questions at him. Buji couldn't help the situation. He only remained at a point and reflected on the irony of the situation. Just weeks ago, they had awakened their ranks and talents, he had felt utterly alone. The only person who had once called herself a friend had vanished. The realization sent a cruel reminder of how quickly people could abandon you when misfortune struck. Just when it knocks at the door, they will disappear. Human beings and their insatiable lifestyle. But now, he had survived a raid. He didn't know what the students must have heard of the raid. But simply, he survived a raid as a first-year student among older students. That alone should thrust the shock in them, plus the fact he awakened no talent and had no tutor for preparation. The same people that abandoned him then were clamoring to be near him now. Struggling to hear from him. Buji chuckled. He had become a celebrity overnight. It's as if his survival had transformed him into an object of fame. Of course, it has. The thought about the fickle nature of human relationships, how people often shun those in misfortune but flock to them when they seem to be on their side. It was a sobering realization to Buji. Kira, who stood beside Buji all the while, noticed he was not comfortable with the crowd, so she shunned them to stop. "Alright, it's enough now." She stepped forward with Buji's bag slung over her shoulder. "He just got discharged from the hospital," she said. "And is this how you welcome him?" The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Some talked about the confidence with which she approached, while others teased that she might be Buji's girlfriend. On the same hand, a few attested to her beauty and imagined how lucky Buji had been to have her. Getting nothing but murmurs from the crowd, she lamented, "He needs to rest. Give him some space." The crowd hesitated. Some looked embarrassed, while others seemed reluctant to back off. Among them were older students. "Kira, it's okay," Buji said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "No, it's not," she snapped, turning to face him. "You don't need this right now." Buji offered her a small smile. If only she knew how fit and healed he was right now, she would regret ever bothering herself. "I said I'm fine, really," Buji said with a calm tone. After which he started forward, making the crowd provide a path for him to trudge on. Kira, however, followed behind him, leaving all the students that had gathered to stare in awe. "Lover birds," one student said from the crowd. Kira accompanied Buji to his room. Once they reached his door, she set his bag down and turned to him. "I will leave you here. Get some rest, we will talk after dinner. Buji nodded, but as she was about to walk away, Buji turned her back to himself. He couldn't help but feel a pang of gratitude for her presence. Kira had always been there for him, even when others weren't. He hugged her so tightly, wishing the moment would not end. Thanks, Kira. Kira was but only surprised. She didn't even know if she too should wrap her hands around Buji to reciprocate the hug. All she did was stare behind Buji's back. Buji withdrew her from him, holding her two shoulders with his hands and looking straight into his eyes. Thanks. Kira finally found her speech and said. It's okay. It's okay. Once the moment was over, Buji couldn't even acknowledge the fact that he had done what he did. He just did it. Once he was alone, Buji placed his bag in a rightful corner and took a moment to settle into his room. The familiar surroundings brought a sense of comfort, even though the weight of what had happened still lingered. He remembered the daily quest and decided to focus on completing it. Pulling his shirt, and dropping to the floor, he began his push-ups. He counted each one aloud to keep himself motivated. 21, 22. He continued and continued. His muscles burned with exertion, but he pushed through. He was determined to reach the target. Sweat dripped from his brow, dropping into his open mouth, making him taste its salty flavor. His breath came in short gasps as he neared the finish line. 49, 50. At the last count, Buji collapsed onto the floor. His chest heaves as he catches his breath. I'm done, he said, letting a smile of triumph spread across his face. He struggled to rise from the floor and went to collect a can of water in the bag he had come back with from the hospital. He gulped down its content with fast exertion as he sat on his bed. Just as he drank from the can, the familiar screen appeared before him. Daily quest completed. Push-ups, 50-50. Reward, plus 5 score points. Jogging, 10/10 kilometer. Reward, plus 10 score points. Another notification screen appeared, replacing the former. The player is yet to allot the 15 score points. Choose where to allocate the points. Buji stared at the screen, thinking. The score points were going to be a valuable resource and he needed to allocate them carefully. But not now, he's not in his right senses. With the wave of his hand, he dismissed the screen and leaned back against his pillow. He had managed to complete the daily quest and was rewarded as a result. The evening sunlight streamed through his window and closed his eyes to allow himself a moment of peace. Later is another chance, he muttered to himself to a deep rest. Buji leaned back on his bed, staring at the blue screen that floated above him. After much deliberation, he made his decisions for the points he had earned. Agility should take 1 point, he said, and the system did as it was told immediately. Agility, 91/1000, plus 1 point. Strength should take 4, CR, cognitive response, should take 5 points. Same with healing. The system chimed in response to the instructions given to it by Buji. Strength, 64/1000, plus 4 points. CR, 85/1000, plus 5 points. Healing factor, 9 out of 150, plus 5 points. As soon as the points were allocated, a rush of warmth surged through his body, leaving him feeling slightly energized. He clenched his fists, noticing the subtle increase in strength. His mind felt sharper too, and the dull ache in his muscles from earlier had almost vanished. Well. What can I say? The system is really. Just as he was marveling at the changes, a new notification appeared. Weekly quest unlocked. Clear a dormant dungeon all by yourself. Duration, 3 days to go. Buji blinked at the words, rereading them to make sure he wasn't imagining things. What? By myself? In 3 days, he muttered with a tinge of disbelief in his voice. A dormant dungeon according to the monster world is equivalent to a D-rank dungeon of the human world. Even, judging from what had happened in the A-rank dungeon, he was not certain of the kind of monsters he was going to be facing. Not to talk of the monster dungeon itself. He wanted to summon his book, but on second thought, decided not to. But to think of it, the dungeons of the monster world will be far more difficult to raid than the human world. The idea of tackling one alone, even the lowest ranked, seemed absurd. Buji began to analyze the situation. The system would surely not give him a quest if it thought he couldn't handle it, right? Could he really do it? But even with his newfound abilities, he wasn't sure he was ready for something so dangerous. As if the system read his thought, it chimed again. The player should note that the system is doing all it can to enable him to level up in order to meet the requirements for his transformation. The dormant dungeon is a level 1 dungeon. The system expects that the player as weak as he is should be able to clear the dungeon. Prepare yourself. Buji mulled at the information being provided by the system. If he was a player, then he should be probably living in a game. That's it. The system is treating him like all these players used in games to level up and complete their missions. This is what it actually seems like. Buji was still clamoring over the decision to clear the dungeon as instructed all by himself when the loud clang of the bell sounded. It was time to eat. He looked outside through the window and saw it had become dark. He didn't realize how fast it was too, maybe because he had been drenched in the short rest he decided to have. The evening games must have ended a while ago. Students should be making their way to the dining hall now. Buji sighed, setting aside the dungeon dilemma for now. He rose from his bed and pulled on his robes. As he opened his door, he spotted Kira walking down the hallway toward him. He had noticed her as she was hard to miss. Kira was a mage, a newly awakened hunter mage. One of the most promising awakeners in their set. Judging from the report on her performance in the test raid of first-year students, she must have mastered elementary magic or whatever magic they used. Fantastic. Buji had been lucky she had taken a peculiar liking to him. She kept others at a distance. People thought she was fiery, but she wasn't actually. Or did Buji not notice because of her attitude towards him? "You never asked to know my room," Kira said with a teasing voice as she approached. "I didn't think I needed to," Buji smirked. "You seem to find me just fine." Kira chuckled, falling into step beside Buji who had just locked his room's door. Together, they made their way to the dining hall. "Fair enough. But on a more serious note, you should come by sometime," Kira said, returning the topic to what they discussed. "And besides, I have a few books on dungeon strategies that might interest you." "Dungeon strategies?" Buji asked, raising an eyebrow. "Do you think I will need them soon?" Kira glanced at him with her sharp blue eyes. "You never know. It's better to be prepared." "That's right." Buji got drawn back to the time they were in the hospital. Kira had told him that he owed her his experience in the dungeon raid. She had said that she wanted to know the truth. What truth? Waking to the present, he had returned not to find the book he left on his desk, the SEA book. And now, Kira is telling him about books that contain dungeon strategies. She even added that the books might interest him. And it really will. Don't tell me she has found out a little about me. Or, Buji stopped the thinking. She has the strategy book because she also went for a raid. That's right. What's right? Kira asked. Nothing really, just a bit perturbed at what's in our front. Kira and Buji had reached the dining hall, and both of them paused in their tracks. The hall was unrecognizable. What was usually a simple space for meals had been transformed into a lavishly decorated venue. Yeah. That's right, wait, is that the right word to use? Kira commented. Buji paid no attention. His eyes moved from the streamers hung from the ceiling to the tables which were adorned with intricate centerpieces. Then, there was the soft, glowing light that cast a warm ambience over the room. At the student section, there was murmur and whispers. Buji could tell they were all as shocked and surprised as he and Kira. They were excited too. It wasn't every day that the dining hall was dressed up like this. "What's going on?" Buji asked, glancing at Kira. She shrugged. "Is that not a rhetorical question you're asking? You and I both have the same answer." "Yeah, right, we have no idea what's going on." Just as Buji and Kira stepped inside to go and have a sit, they noticed the instructors sitting at the front of the dining hall. Their presence only added sense to the occasion. Something was really going on. "Look, they are here too," Buji said to Kira. "What do you think?" "I saw." "Well, let's find out." Previous chapter. Next chapter. The atmosphere in the hall was filled with surprise and excitement from the student who has their sitting positions at various dinner tables. The air also reeked of anticipation as every student wanted to know what had resulted to the sudden celebration. Buji and Kira both settled on the seats, arranged in a according row of one of the dinner tables. Their attention shifted back to the stage, which consisted of vibrant decorations, and then, at one side, a few of the academy's instructors sat in an imposing line formation. "What are they doing here?" Buji asked, leaning toward Kira with his brow furrowed as if not wanting anyone to hear his question. "I saw, but if I were you, I wouldn't ask," Kira smirked and gave a light shrug. Turning to Buji, she added. "I wouldn't ask that question since there might be a celebration. Who wouldn't grab that opportunity as well?" "That's right. Maybe a celebration," Buji speculated, scanning the hall once more. "Or something else entirely. Whatever it was, we will find out soon." Their attention was attracted to the voice of a young man on the stage. The moderator of the occasion, and a familiar person to Buji. The young man was Instructor Hay. He cleared his throat and smiled confidently. Then, he began. "Oh, yeah. It would be improper if we start without introducing ourselves," the man on the stage said. The hall settled, and Instructor Hay gestured toward the instructors with a bow. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said with a wide grin on his face. "Let's welcome our distinguished instructors, who are in this academy to guide and inspire us." One by one, the instructors introduced themselves. They mentioned their names and their ranks. One of the instructors had to mention his talent and even the skills he had acquired, and Buji thought it was simply pride. As each of them spoke, they carried an air of authority and a reputation that preceded them. Is this how students felt around them? The room was silent for the moment they introduced themselves. Most of the students who already had instructors assigned to them murmured recognition from the crowd whenever their instructor spoke. Fewer students made utterances when the last person stood out for introduction. Instructor Hay adjusted his glasses with his usual relaxing but commanding demeanor. "I guess I won't have to be making much of an introduction of myself. You all already know me, and see me often," he said, and adjusted his knotted tie. "But for the sake of let me be official. I am Instructor Halion. Of course, you can call me Instructor Hay for short. Some of you might not have seen my work as an instructor, except this nasty job I do as a moderator. Of course, I am an instructor. A sole instructor yet to be assigned a student in the meantime," he said, bending his head as if in seek of pity. Well. It's an honor to stand before you all. Since we've welcomed our instructors into our midst, let's get to what we have in stock. Tonight it's just a celebration." As Instructor Hay mentioned the celebration, the hall erupted in cheers from the students. The Hunters Association has a team selection division, and this division has recognized some of our students who have potential and talent. And of course, we all, hold the future of this world. If not, I would have ascribed the glory to these selected students. Instructor Hay gazed at his book and grinned. He paused for a while to let his words sink in before continuing. Tonight, 24 students who have shown exceptional promise during their raids were used to form 3 teams. If you do the math well, you will realize it is 8 members for each team. Amazingly, 2 of our students from the first years made it to one of these teams. And I want to urge those who were not selected, that yours can come later, maybe in your second year, or your third year. As the case may be. But for our distinguished students, we will call them out now. Buji's heart raced. His name could possibly be among, or rather not among. It was not the first time something of the sort happened to him where he was informed of being chosen for a task, but on the D-Day for the task, he was disappointed. That would just mean a lot to some students. Even though he was not sure many students were aware of what had happened in the hospital, he was still coherent with the fact there had been a group waiting down at the hospital then. Hay's voice interrupted his thoughts. The 3 teams that were formed are the Radiant Team, Valor Team, and Debut Team. For the first team, Radiant Team. One by one, he announced the names of the members of each team. Zayden. Moab. As the students being called shot out from the crowd to the platform where Instructor Hay stood, waiting, they were followed by applause and cheers. It seemed people had expected those being called to be selected, they knew themselves better. The last team. The Debut Team. The hall fell silent, but erupted with cheers and murmurs as soon as the first name was called. Emra Zin. With her normal confidence, she shot out from the crowd and advanced to the stage where members of the 2 teams that had been called stood according to their team names. Murmurs from jealous students followed behind her as she made her way forward. How come she was selected? She didn't go for any raid. It's possible she received payment. She is the daughter of the head of the Zin family. What do you expect? The statements came from the students, but they could do nothing about it. They were only going to shout out their anger and keep calm again. Simple. Instructor Hay continued calling the names until he called Kira's name. The fact that her name was called surprised no one, she was meant to. She flashed a confident grin to Buji and turned to walk to the front with purposeful strides. That's her way, kinda proud at times, Buji commented on seeing Kira's steps. When Kira approached the stage, she was meant to stand aside, but closer to her team. The Debut Team. Instructor Hay raised his head up and glanced at the crowd before putting them down again. He concentrated his focus on the paper in his hand before him and stated without losing his attention on the book. You know, a saddening disappointment had become a blessing. Raising his head up, he announced. The last person in the team is. Buji saw that every student in the hall glanced at each other in expectation of who will be called. It only meant that except the selected students, other students weren't aware of those that were selected. In his case, it was rare for people to suspect him even though they knew he had performed a feat in his last raid by surviving alone. They thought the association might want nothing to do with a hunter without talent. But they all were wrong. The last but not the least is. Buji Inin. There was meant to be jeers of encouragement and cheers from the students, just like it had done for others, but there wasn't. They knew Buji was somewhat exceptional, but they didn't expect him to be chosen. Yes. I understand the expression dears. It's quite strange, Buji muttered to himself and advanced to the stage. The reaction from the students left Buji not surprised. He had expected them to act like that since he had awakened no talent. Literally, only hunters who awakened with both rank and talent were considered in the Hunters Association. So, he was not to judge anyone for their actions towards him. And 2, he's got to thank Mr. Zin and his daughter for gradually placing him among his equals, unknowingly to them. They might or might not be playing their games well, whichever way, he must play his own part well. Come to think of it. Getting paid without having a talent was a great bonus on his side. Ha ha ha. If I weren't watched by the crowd, I could have let out a loud chuckle at their foolishness. Congrats, the familiar voice brought his mind back to reality. He looked to find Emra staring at him, with her hands prostrated forward to collect a handshake. Sure, Buji reciprocated her gestures, with a fake smile. He was going to be standing beside Emra. Why the space had been created between her and the student beside her was unclear to him. He would have loved to stand beside Kira, who stood at the other end. Well, what can I say? Once again, Instructor Hay's voice commanded the students to applaud the successful students who were selected. It was really not easy. Thinking of the possible rarities and the benefits he was going to be receiving as a team member. Buji could only smile to himself. His eyes glistened at the sight of hundreds of students seated in the hall. He could not tell what each of them had in their minds, but he guessed most of them were already thinking of hunger. He, too, is already hungry. Instructor Hay approached the students who stood on the podium, in front of the crowd. He addressed them and made them know their benefits as part of the hunters' teams. He explained that all the students had received payment the week before. Both those that went for a test raid and those that went for the real raid. The opportunity for being paid was only laid to students yet to be in a team once every month. Those who were opportune to be in teams were obliged to be involved in raids every week, and as such, collected payments every week. If this team was Emra's first, then why did she tell me she collected payment on a weekly basis? Meanwhile, Hay's voice continued. To you, who have been selected, do not think much of it as a risk but an opportunity. Opportunity because as you get tutorials, like other of your level mates, you also have the chance to level up at every successful raid you take part in. Leveling up doesn't mean you can change ranks, or get to a higher rank. It means that you can attune your skills and abilities to the extent of a higher rank, but will still remain that rank. Hay turned to Buji, concentrating his stare on him. Now, each team will be paired with 2 instructors each. And for any student without an instructor as a tutor yet, he will be getting one this night. Buji's stomach churned at Instructor Hay's voice, but he still managed to feel at ease. If he was going to be assigned an instructor, it meant he was going to be having sole tutors with the instructor. He was not going to be involved in any group tutoring. If that was a good option for him, he can't tell. It seemed Instructor Hay was done with his speaking since he gestured for the instructors to step forward. Buji counted them immediately, they were only 6 in number. If he was going to be getting a tutor, does it mean one of these instructors is gonna be doing the double job? Then, he remembered Instructor Hay had introduced himself too with some speech. TSK. The thought alone found him disgusted. He thought that it was going to be a bad idea to have Hay, regarded as a pervert by all the students, be his tutor. He seriously was not in support of that idea, even though, he was yet to be sure if that was the case. But if that is the case, he can't do anything about it. As announced by Instructor Hay, 2 instructors each were paired with a team. They got Callan, a male, and Morgan, a female as their team instructors. One last thing, Instructor Hay called out. The instructors are in your teams as guidance and guardians during raids. They won't be as active as your tutors, they are only going to be playing their roles during dungeon raids. And for Mr. Buji, the only student of this Hunter's Academy without a tutor, the Academy, has decided that I, Instructor Hay will take on the job, Instructor Hay said with pride and turned to meet Buji's gaze on the floor. Like expected. Also, students from the crowd somehow found it funny and this made them give out a resounding laughter, followed by a mocking applause. Maybe, because they thought Instructor Hay was only an additive to the school's instructors since he was the only one who always moderated the school's events. And like he said, no one has ever seen him do his work as an instructor. Buji's thoughts as Instructor Hay announced himself as his tutor raced against each other. A pervert like Instructor Hay? Is he going to be of help? I mean, he already has this reputation for being unorthodox, to say the least. On second thought, he didn't want to keep judging a book by its cover. There's only one purpose for having someone as your tutor. The purpose is to gain knowledge. And that's what Buji resolved he was going to go after. Nothing else. Alright, dear students. This should be fun. Go on with the celebration. This night is totally a free night. Instructor Hay said, taking the lead as he shook hands with each of the students who stood on stage, followed by other instructors. It served as the last action to dismiss the students back to their dining tables. The night's dinner, like other nights, was a self-service banquet, except that food was in multiples. Friendship. He glanced at his wristwatch, it read 22:24 hours, 10:24 p.m., and he shrugged and continued his movements up the stairs. The night breezes that gushed in through the window felt colder as Buji traveled the stairs upwards. He made his way to Kira's room, room 332. His thoughts were tangled, replaying their earlier exchange over and over. And before he knew it, he was standing in front of Kira's door. He hesitated for a while, raising his hand to knock. He looked around the hallway to check if there was anyone and there was no one. Then, he slowly knocked on the door. Come, 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 came the quiet knock on the door. He tried as much as possible to make sure the knock wouldn't be loud enough to attract attention from those already sleeping. He didn't know if Kira was sleeping already too. If she was awake, would she be willing to talk? He didn't try to imagine what would happen if she slammed the door in his face. God, how was he going to feel if it happened? He pushed the doubts aside and braced himself. There was no response from his previous knock, so, he knocked again. Gently, not to draw unnecessary attention, since he will have no explanation if there did be any. This time around, there was hope Kira was not yet asleep, or that she had woken up. A muffled sound came from inside, followed by soft footsteps. Moments after the sound was heard, the door creaked open, revealing Kira in her night dress, a hanger shirt that only covered her breasts down to the middle of her stomach. And then, below, she wore tight bum shots. She is this sexy. Buji's eyes widened in awe and he looked at God's creature in his front. He might be tempted, so, he turned his back as if to leave but Kira held him back. You finally decided to check out my room, she said with neither a warm nor cold voice, just matter of fact. He nodded turning back to face her. He expected her to end the conversation there. But she continued. And it's late already. I know. I just thought we could talk, Buji interrupted her curtly. At least, can you let me in or if it? Come in, she said softly, turning away and leaving him to follow. Buji followed her in immediately, even though he was startled by her willingness to let him in. All thanks, she hadn't allowed him to make his second statement. She might have chosen that one. Maybe he had expected Kira would let him in, or, was her letting him in unexpected? He gathered his thoughts, stepping into the dimly lit room. The lights, he said to Kira. I thought you already said it's late, why? Oh. Okay, Buji said sharply sitting on the edge of Kira's bed. His eyes suddenly studied Kira with an intent he wished hadn't come. He started with her breasts and how the hanger top had fitted it, revealing its slight bustiness. To her lap, it was soft and smooth. It all made her sexy. Kira wasn't aware of what was going on in Buji's mind anyway. She went to her wardrobe to bring out something from it. The room's setting was almost the same as Buji's, likewise other room. Unless you decide to arrange your room differently. This, Kira said, throwing a book to Buji who sat on the bed. I'm sorry, Buji apologized. Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry about earlier, I should have let you know, Buji tried to be sincere. Kira shoved her hair behind her back and went to sit beside Buji, who continued to stare at her. He felt goose pimples run over his body, and he asked why. Still staring at Kira, he couldn't just focus on her. His mind kept drifting. What was this moment he was feeling? Somehow, he wanted something to happen. The feeling was there, it was coming and it came. His thoughts couldn't hold itself back. How would it feel if his hands were under her top? How soft would her boobs be? Her laps. Everything kept clouding his mind that he forgot he was actually being spoken to. Kira had been embarrassed by the kind of stare she received from Buji's intense eyes. She had stood up and went to the window side, he didn't know when she came closer. Buji, are you even listening? was the only thing he heard after a tap from Kira. He tried explaining but was short of words. Still staring confusingly at Buji, Kira stood up pissed off. Tilting her head towards him, "It's late," she said firmly, making Buji stand immediately and walk over to her. Holding her shoulders, he said. "Look Kira, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just..." He went mute again when his eyes met her lips. He couldn't tell what was wrong with him. He can't concrete how. But truly, her lips were intimidating. Still holding her shoulders, he brought her closer to himself. Was he about to do the right thing, lowering his lips towards her? But he still did it. He kissed her expecting rejection, but it didn't come. She went with his flow filled with agitation. He held her waist, bringing her close. He could feel her soft boobs go stiff. Instantly moving back, he felt the ends of the bed. Turning her around, he slowly made her sit on the bed without breaking from her lips. His tongue slipped into her mouth. This was it, he guessed. It was actually happening. Still focused on his kiss, he felt a cool breeze on his chest. What was she doing? Was she doing what he thinks? She was. His shirt was off and in one snap, he jolted it away. His hands went under her top, and straight to her nipples, nibbling it, making her let out a soft moan through the kiss. Feeling approved, he tore the top and jolting it away, made her lie on the bed. He stopped kissing and stared at her. The urgency in her eyes, he could sense it. He could tell she wanted more. Smirking, he let his hands down, sliding it down her abdomen. Then looking up at her again, he saw the "just fucking continue" look in her eyes. It was becoming real fun. He brought his hands up in a swift mode and grabbed her boobs. Lowering his head on one of her boobs, his lips rested on her nipples and he sucked on it. While the other was occupied with his hands, he nibbled on them. Her soft moans were the only thing he could hear, then she finally said what he wanted. That permission. The allowance. "Just do it, just do it," she said softly. Buji's left hand went down immediately, sliding through into her bum shorts. She was already wet. He made and let his middle finger enjoy the little hole between her thighs. But then, he felt a blockage. She was really tight. "You are a..." But Kira interrupted. "I know, just finish it you." "Kira, I can't, it's not proper, it's WR." "Fuck," was what she mumbled, placing a finger on his lips. "This is what I wanted. I need it, just finish what you started," she stated firmly. Kissing him, she held his hands which he had pulled out from beneath her, leading it down again. With her help, Buji took off the bum shorts and finally laid her down on the bed. His hands started rubbing on her clit, making her let out soft moaning sounds, then he whispered into her ear, "It might hurt, you know." But she responded with Probably, it was still paradise for her until she felt a sharp pain. She screamed, leaving Buji in a confused state. Should he continue? Or, should he not? Finally slipping his large prick in, he decided to slip it out, which Kira gave a soft moan to. Right now, the only song he wanted to listen to was her moan. They were smooth and calm. Continuously, he slipped in and out, and nibbled on her breast, making her voice heavier and tensed. The moment gradually came to an end. They were already reaching their climax. Then with his deep voice, Buji made the sound. Ak, ag. Thankfully, he had pulled his prick out just in time to prevent coming inside Kira. Fatigue rested on his shoulder as he rolled over to the other side of the bed. He looked at his side to see Kira lying low. It was his first time and he noticed it was also her first time. Foolishly, he made to apologize. "I'm sorry. I couldn't hold back th. You need to get going so you won't be found in here tomorrow," Kira interrupted him. He stood up from his bed and jungled with both legs. He was really tired, but he needed to be in his room before it was dawn. He gathered his clothes and put them on, then made his way to the door. "Be careful out there," Kira's voice came from behind him, still soft. "Thanks, it was love, Ely," she added shyly. Buji ignored her last statement and carefully, gently, closed the door, and left. The next day, there was morning, and there was afternoon. But later in the afternoon, almost evening, Buji and his debut team members stood at the edges of the dungeon portal. Its swirling blue glow was very intense, different from the consistent dimming light of the approaching evening. It only left Buji wondering why his previous raid had to be in the morning. The truth was that, as hunters, they were only needed when the dungeon portals, or rather gate, appears. Based on analysis, experience and previous occurrences, the portal appeared once every week and it was always on Fridays. And that was why, they can be invited anytime in a day as far as the portal appears. And this happens to be Buji's second raid. By his side stood Kira, assuring him with her usual calm demeanor. For some reason, they didn't want to discuss what had happened the night before. How enjoyable or unfortunate it was. How Buji had reached his room on the upper floor without any interception. They just wanted to let it slip away. As if nothing had happened. The others, Emra and two young girls that looked her age, stood together, discussing. Aside from Emra and Kira, who he knew, they had yet to make a proper introduction. On the other side, there were young boys, completing the number in their team 8. And then, in front of the portal were the instructors, a male and a female who had been assigned to them for guidance during dungeon raids. Whatever the two instructors were doing, they did the same thing Kyrex had done during his first raid. Checking the portal's compatibility, to be sure when to get in. The instructors came back only to gather each member of the team for a proper introduction. Buji already knew Emra and Kira, and their talents. They were the two mages the team had, except Emra, who kind of seemed to be double talented. She seemed to possess intuition talent, as she had told him. The three young boys from before, Zane, Lobby, and Dave, were slayers. With Emra, were Rose and Doris. Rose was the healer while Doris traveled her path with the intuition talent. They were all second-year students, except Buji and Kira, who were first years. And Rose, who was third year. With their introduction over, the instructors ordered them to move closer to the portal as they were about to enter. Buji thought, that since they already knew the instructors' names from the dinner celebration, and since they were instructors, they needed not make further introduction. Before you become an instructor, you need to be best friends in action with at least 3 hunter skills, and then be in utter control and part of your talent. Your rank doesn't matter, since you might become stronger, but not level up in rank. It only made more sense to Buji when his mind projected onto Instructor Hay. He must be amazing, but his character. As they stepped into the portal, the surprise Buji felt from their previous raid was not there again. It was not new to him, but he felt a cold shiver run down his spine. The feeling of being abandoned again brushed against his reality. But it dawned on him that something of such shouldn't happen, since the dungeon was nothing like their previous one. The air in the dungeon was thick with the rusty scent of dust, and the musty scent of decay. The distant sound rippling in the dungeon was created by a vast whirling wind. The female voice rang in their mind, like it did in the previous raid. Dungeon, A rank Bat Cave. Aim, clear the dungeon and kill the boss. Time, 8 hours remaining. Good luck. A Bat Cave. A rank 2. Are they seriously going to be repeating the raid like before? The other dungeon had a different subordinate name though, Dome, but then, why the repetition of Bat? Jean, one of the instructors, nodded at the announcement, gripping his long sword confidently beside him. "All right, students," he said, his voice a low rumble. "We can do this. Emra, provide us with light, especially since it was going to be brighter as you are higher than her in class." "Kira can supplement the light," Gibb said. "We need light to disintegrate any incoming attack in this darkness." Since this is a bat cave, it was going to be easier for their victory if they attacked us in darkness. So, we shouldn't allow that. I guess they are good with ambushes too, Buji said calmly, attracting stares to himself. So, we should not let our guard down. The shuffling sound of their feet could be heard. Each takes a position suitable for their ability to attack. I will take the back, you stay at the front, Instructor Gibbs said to Jean. Dave and Lobby took the front positions as slayers, while Buji and Zane stayed behind. Emra chose the back, with the excuse of providing brighter light since the possibility of the bats attacking from behind was high. Kira took the front while Rose and Doris stayed in between. For Rose, it was going to be easier for her to heal any injured hunter from both sides since she was closer to every one of them being in between them. Doris on her own part, was acute in hearing and sensations. Any position could fit her in, but they had decided to pair. They were only support hunters and might not be as strong as others. Buji tightened his grip on his short sword, his eyes narrowing as he searched around the magic-lighted cave. You got this. You can do this, he told himself. He took a deep breath, remembering how the hunter's system continuously reminded them of time. They still weren't able to raid the dungeon completely before the time elapsed. He wished they were going to be done from the recent raid before time. Just like Buji, every other person in the cave took their positions and steadied their stances to balance, in readiness for what was coming. And then, Doris warned, they are coming. At the warning, everyone guided each other's back and front. They knew not where it was coming from since there were two window-like openings, each at both sides of the dungeon wall. Then came the sound. First, it came as a screeching sound, then a howling sound, and then, a flapping sound. The last sound became louder and more obvious as each second passed. Next thing, their magic lights turned off. Swish, swish. The flapping sound had stopped suddenly after their lights went off, only to leave them with whistling but hassling sounds passing across them. Everybody, duck your heads. Gibbs said from behind, but it was late. They realized it when Emra and Kira were finally able to produce their magic lights again. How? How did it happen? How did what happen? Emra and Kira had put on their lights, only for other members of the team to realize they had scratches on their clothes, except the instructors and the two mages. The confusion of how they had gotten the scratch was collective. They felt nothing when the bats flew past them. So, how come it had left scratches on their clothes, without them feeling anything? Luckily for the girls affected, theirs were not insensible spots, you know what I mean. Buji found his voice to speak, this is the bats' way of ambushing us. I guessed so because this was the format they used to attack us in the previous raid that I was involved in. Kira was first to release her ball of light to float in the air, after, Emra did the same. Everybody showed keen interest and listened to know if Buji would say more. And he did. Then, the bats flew in groups above our heads. Unlike what happened this moment, none of us had a scratch or got injured. The dungeon had 3 different entrances. So, the bats had all vanished in groups of pairs into the entrances. Little did we know we were lured to meet bigger deals, Buji said, with his mind still keen on what was going to happen again. He paused in his speech for a while and turned to Instructor Gibb who was closest to him. Stone, bats. Are they going to be easily dealt with? Buji asked. Stone bats? Oh, yeah. With Jean, we can finish it off for sure, Instructor Gibb replied. At the response, Buji exhaled a calm breath. He hasn't seen the instructors perform as professionals as they were. He wanted to see them. He wanted to know how good they were. But then, similar sounds came again. This time, it sounded as if the bats had increased in number. Your weapons, over your head. Fight with it above your head, Instructor Jean instructed. Immediately, the crew of bats reached the middle air, with the hunters beneath them. But, something happened. The bats' speed had reduced. It made it easy for them to take down the flying bats. But, who did that? Who cast that spell? It should be either Emra or Kira, the two mages. But, Emra was busy shooting tendrils of white lights as her own way of taking down the bats. It became clear. It was Kira. Everyone except Buji was surprised, not because Buji expected it from Kira, but because he understood nothing. The spell Kira had cast could only be learned in the middle academic session as a second-year student. So, the question became, when did she learn that? Instructor Jean brought everybody back from their shocked state. They had done their best, but a few bats were able to fly off. Let's not get our attention drifted, they will surely be back. As if he had sensed the next danger beforehand, Doris affirmed his statement. They are coming. The sound this time was squeaky, and they knew not where it would be approaching from. But, they only maintained their positions. Even though they felt the dungeon's crispy air, a stranger one brushed over their skin. It came as a gush of wind, and possessed a dangerous aura. Above us, Rose said. Everybody looked up, only to see bats of different sizes approaching. They descended in an ascending order. Where did they come in from? Lobby asked. But he was replied with a surprise move from the bats. Yes, a surprise. One of the larger bats, which were ×2 of a human size, had released fire. The fire spread, and formed itself into sharp fiery fire arrows and sent it speeding in multiples towards the hunters. But, does it mean bats can also release fire? Buji muttered to himself, his face palely looking up at the fast-approaching fire arrows, his hand's grip loosened on his short sword. Swiu, swiu. Came the whizzing sound of the arrows as it whooshed past them. Boom. Boom. Following the sound, all the team members raised their heads up to see what had happened, and they were collectively shocked at what they saw. Ha! Swiu, swiu. Came the whizzing sound of the arrows as it whooshed past them. Boom. Boom. Following the deafening sound which reverberated through the cave, all the team members instinctively raised their heads up to see what had happened, and they were collectively shocked at what they saw. Ha! What the? Buji's breath hitched. He was unsure whether it was fear or sheer astonishment that got him. He didn't know they were surrounded by a shield created by the combined mana of Emra and Kira. The realization barely had time to sink in before a massive, nightmarish bat hurtled toward them from above. With the deafening impact, the bat had crashed into the shield, shattering it into shards of lustrous energy that dissolved into the air. Together, the team retracted as the force that emanated from the bat's landing sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. They assembled in readiness for what was next. Their weapons set in array to counter any attack that might come their way. But the bats hadn't finished landing. A swarm of smaller bats, just the size of the former ones they had attacked, emerged from above, stopping in front of the massive bat. Other bats which were slightly bigger in size also landed like the smaller ones had done. For a moment, the hunters thought they had found the boss. They thought the boss was the massive bat, but their thoughts flickered into doubts the moment they witnessed another rumble on the ground. Their collective gasps welcomed the appearance of the second massive bats, which landed beside the first one. With this, the whole surrounding became calm for a while. With the sudden silence, the team stepped forward. Ready your weapons. Instructor Gibb shouted, gripping her twin daggers tightly. Buji fumbled with his short sword. His hands trembled as he tried to steady himself. The sight of the monstrous bats towering before them, its leathery wings spanning nearly the width of the cave, was enough to unsettle even the most hardened fighter. The two monstrous bats let out an ear-splitting screech, sending waves off their mouth to brush against anything that blocked its path, and pushed the hunters backward. The smaller bats were energized by the sound and the flush of energy that surged from the waves. Then, with a dash, they lunged toward the team. The battle began in earnest. I think I will be using my daggers, Emra said, pulling out her twin daggers from its holder buckled to her legs. With an amazing dash, she sped forward, leaving Buji to stare in awe. She is this. He was distracted by the succumbing sound of a bat by the side. He saw Kira yelling and sending rope-like tendrils upwards to the bats as they flew towards her. As if the magic did no great job, she released the cord which Buji only realized she had come with, wrapped around her, and dashed forward. Right in front of him was Rose. She was inside a shield of energy which glimmered briefly before it solidified, providing a temporary haven. The shield had been conjured by Kira, and it was to keep Rose off from attacks so that she could easily heal injured opponents without distraction. Buji on his own side was distracted by the swish and smooth movements of his team members. He hadn't observed the instructors. Just when he was about to, he found himself face to face with one of the smaller bats. Oh, my. But he was cut short in words as the bat lunged at him, with its sharp fangs which glistened. He sidestepped and slashed his sword downward, but the creature was too fast. It veered away and returned with a counter-attack of the swipe of its clawed wings. The attack caught Buji off guard, slicing through his sleeve and grazing his arm. Ah, he shouted in pain, clutching his arm as blood began to seep through his fingers. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. Focus, Buji. Kira shouted, leaping over him and flipping her cord horizontally in the air. The strikes from the cord were swift and precise, as it sent 3 birds collapsing on the ground after letting out a painful screech. Watch out! Buji bellowed, pointing his hand above her head. As though controlled by reflex, Kira immediately tilted her to the direction Buji pointed and shot out snake-like tendrils of her mana substance. The victim bat roared as the flames from the tendrils licked at its wings, until finally, it sent it jolting to the floor with 3 bounces. Kira then bent towards Buji to see him seriously injured and fidgeting. She wondered if the healing would be effective if Rose carried it on from inside the shield, so, she thrust Buji to her shoulder and pushed him into the shield to get healed. The way Buji slipped into the shield, it seemed as though it was open. But, it was really closed. A hardcore closure. Not long Buji was pushed inside the mana shield. The young beautiful girl inside began to make use of her healing magic. And then, with her tiny voice started. Don't quote me wrong, you know. She's really worried about you. You might get into dangerous situations if you keep on with dungeon raids, sooner or later. Buji knew not what to say. If only this girl knew how happy he had been the first time he received the benefits and payments from his previous raids. He turned his head to look at the other hunters who were fighting yonder and fiercely. They had come into this mess through a shimmering portal. From the outside, one could guess that it held beauties inside, but here they were, facing the reality of its beauty. Except him, and of course, Rose, 8 hunters were taking care of the beast bats inside this dungeon. He couldn't shift his stare from the moment at bay. The smaller bats had all been taken down, and the 8 hunters stood in front of the monstrous huge bats. If they can. I mean, if we can continue at this pace, we can't get through this raid. Now he thought about time factor, the female voice rang in his mind for the second time that day. 4 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Ample time, he bellowed foolishly. He looked at Rose, who was administering the healing magic to his injured area. Then, catching sight of his eyes, Rose's eyes fluttered and she decided to hide it with a question. Perchance, what made you decide to enter the academy? Buji shook his head resolutely. If he found it hard to tell Kira a dime about his personal life, will he now do that for Rose? I thought it was a better school than my former one. Rose pouted even more. Then, you might be very wrong. I mean, with your current status, the academy doesn't seem fit for you. If you continued with this, you might end up schooling in the netherworld too. Buji was taken off guard by her last statement. His thoughts quickly switched to think about Emra, but he flickered it off with the shake of his head. Buji giggled briefly before finally asking her. But, why do you think so? Don't you think I can survive like others do? In his mind, the thought of having something like the monster system and his subordinate system, DMONS, could take him far than this girl in his front would imagine. If only she knew. Then Rose's voice cut in between his thoughts in response to his question. Not like I'm thinking. I'm only considering her, Rose said, pointing to where Kira stood with other team members. Buji was amazed by what he saw. One of the massive bats was dead already, and then, the second one was trapped in the magic transparent cage conjured and held steady by Emra and Kira. As they kept the second bat powerless through the caging, other slayers did the job of trying to send it to the world of its monster ancestors. I haven't really seen how talented those instructors are, Buji thought. His treatment was almost over. In no mean time, he will or they will be out of the shield since other hunters will take down the remaining bat. But then, Buji's expression hardened when he realized he hadn't achieved anything in that raid. Really? I haven't killed any beast today. It dawned on him and he blamed himself for awakening with no talent. If only he had talent, only the instructors together might be able to take him down. He relaxed lazily but angrily, putting his head down in between his two knees and supporting them with his hands. Out of the blue, someone shouted. Hey! There's an entrance here. Only then did Buji raise his head to realize they had killed the monstrous bat. Even though the raid was not over yet until they killed the boss. All other hunters rushed to check the entrance, while Jean called out to Buji. Buji, come over here, Instructor Jean said to Buji. With the flap of her thumb against her middle finger, the shield that protected Rose and Buji, allowing Buji to rush over to where others stood. Buji and Rose, after being released from the shield conjured by Kira, ran to join other fellow hunters. Just like the hunter from earlier had said, there was an entrance that will possibly lead them into a more dangerous challenge. Buji's mind could only reflect to his previous raid. He tried to compare both but ended at the resolution that they were not currently in a dual dungeon. It's just a dungeon that had different entrances. Instructor Jean, possessing a great feat of experience as a hunter, looked into the entrance and displayed how surprised he was. The interior of the cave-like passage was extremely dark and nothing could be seen. Of course, nothing could be seen for them humans, but for the bats, it was daylight for them. Buji hence, thought it was nothing to be surprised for. Instructor Gib looked at her side and found Emra. Activate it. Emra understood what she meant. So, she activated her specialty, a flame magic orb, and tossed it further forward into the passage. Buji, somehow, hated Doris for what she did at the moment. He thought that this intuition talent was a bit of bad luck as it seemed to reveal pessimistic events. Not that it was bad luck, but what Doris affirmed was not suitable for him at the moment. Just when Emra tossed the magic orb into the cave-like passage to illuminate it, Doris announced that they were going to be facing a close death experience soon. Her instinct made her know that the passage led to the boss chamber, and that, the monstrous bats they had murdered, were in multiples of 2 guarding the boss. Meanwhile, the light orb which Emra sent into the passageway did something surprising. At first, it flew forward and illuminated the interior. The passageway seemed unending as it continued deeper. Soon enough, the orb lost its forward momentum and fell on the ground, smoldering for a bit before flickering off, out from existence. Once again, the interior became dark. Every hunter stole glances at themselves and collectively, turned their head back to the darkness. Buji, standing beside Instructor Jean, trembled in fear. His legs vibrated in a way he couldn't control. If this was bad news or worse news, he couldn't tell. He only tried to imagine if the raid was going to be worse than his previous one. Then, to pass through the statue of chess players, they had sacrificed one of the team members. Only because it was a game. What they were going to face inside there was in no way going to be a game like the other one, since the guards are living things. He looked up to Instructor Jean, who caught his glance just in time, noticing the fear in his eyes. Are we proceeding? Buji's voice fell in a tremble. Instructor Jean patted Buji softly on the back and turned to the other hunters. We are entering inside, for the fact every one of us is still fit to fight. Plus, we cannot leave this dungeon without clearing every beast inside. What I'm saying is that the portal won't appear to grant us that opportunity. The portal will only appear again on 2 occasions. First, if we end up successfully clearing the dungeon, it will appear to allow us out. But, if our time elapses and we're not done clearing the dungeon, it will also appear to let the beasts out. In that scenario, it only implies one thing. It only implies that we, the hunters inside, were already dead, Instructor Gibb attested. Meanwhile, we are allowed to report the situation to the association. But, with enough information. We don't know what lies in there, so, we can't relay them with enough proof as to why we need help. We were assigned this dungeon based on our rank and talents, remember. Even, our name should be enough proof. Giving us the name, debut, only implies that we are yet accomplished as tough hunters, Emra suggested. I heard that in situations where other hunters get involved as help in raids, the takings from the dungeon decreases a lot too, Zane commented. That's true, Instructor Gibb confirmed. But, we are still entitled to our standard payment as ranked hunters. Buji, who trembled in fear moments ago, said something that surprised everyone. If we are going to get other hunters involved, it only means that we are not compatible to make up a team. Plus, we are not even supposed to, he said, demonstrating with his hands. I mean, none of us is injured, right? The hunters briefly laughed at Buji's last statement. None injured? When he barely recovered due to Rose's healing ability. Realizing why the hunters laughed at him, he said curtly, I mean, we have a healer here with us. And 2 mages. 2 instructors, and experienced slayers. Aren't they enough to take down whatever was inside there, he concluded, pointing to the dark interior passageway. The facial expressions of other hunters crumpled at Buji's speech. They fell into a deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Buji's voice cut in through their thoughts. That's more reason I did refer if we take on this raid ourselves, and take down the boss. Instructor Jean was still surprised at the amount of courage Buji had gathered to make that kind of decision. Like, moments ago, he had seen the intense fear in Buji's eyes. The truth was that the battle difficulty of the dungeon so far was particularly low. Even, they knew, no one could determine what the next level of battle difficulty would be. Fighting the monstrous bats seemed easy for the 8 of the hunters because they were 8. But from what Doris said, they were going to be facing multiples of that kind of bat. Those bats were sure going to be difficult for only one hunter at the student's level. Instructor Jean coughed slightly to gather everyone's attention to himself. Are we pushing through? He asked. They shifted their gaze to Buji, who stood beside Instructor Jean. They were going to agree, after all, if Buji was in for whatever was going to happen, they too were in. He was the weakest among them all, yet, he was ready. Backing off would only mean he had an entourage higher than theirs. And they also needed to keep the team's reputation afloat. We should, came the collective voice of the other hunters. 1 hour 50 minutes and 5 seconds remaining to kill the boss. As Buji and his team pressed deeper, the air grew thicker with the stench scent of bats. Emra and Kira together, conjured the magic light orb to illuminate the passageway once again as they moved in deeper into the dungeon. Buji, at Instructor Jean's instruction, walked alongside him, close by. He didn't know his reason, but he guessed it was meant to protect him from more dangers, and injuries. It was a chance to see what he's worth as a hunter, and maybe, learn from him too. That's why experience is always the best teacher. Normally, like Instructor Jean had said, if a dungeon raid failed, there was a high chance for it to break loose because the hunter team assigned to raid it must have elapsed their time. This meant that the beast inhabitant of that particular dungeon could pass the portal that was going to appear and enter their world. It's not going to be a good thing for the ear, since it's going to be unwelcome to the world. The later misfortunes that will take place shouldn't even be thought about. Due to matters like this, the association always made sure to assign hunters who they deemed fit and compatible for a particular dungeon raid. They were taking care of an A-rank dungeon, except Buji, who was an S-rank hunter. If only he had a talent, he was going to be involved in S-rank hunting. The thought of raiding an S-rank dungeon alone made his stomach throb in disgust. Just, how deadly was that raid going to be? Buji, Instructor Jean called out. Ha! A high rank didn't make a hunter a genius in both combats, or put simply, the talent the hunter had awakened. It simply meant that the hunter possessed a great feat of superpowers. The talents are only there to help him hone those powers while putting them into action. Hence, it's not a surprise to see a low-ranked hunter who has more strength than a high-ranked hunter. The difference is just that the low-ranked hunter was able to hone the talent with the talent, but the high-ranked hunter has failed in that aspect, Instructor Jean said, and halted instantly. Buji, who listened to what Jean said, with his head slightly bowed as they moved deeper, raised his head to know why other hunters had halted. And he saw it. In front of them were numerous monstrous bats, with intense red eyes staring at them. Did you understand the information I tried to pass to you? Instructor Jean asked Buji, regardless. I think so. I'm an S-rank hunter. Buji replied. But Instructor Jean cut him short. Then, let's see what you've got. Buji, Instructor Jean called out. Ha! A high rank didn't make a hunter a genius in both combat, or put simply, the talent the hunter had awakened. It simply meant that the hunter possessed a great feat of superpowers. The talents are only there to help him hone those powers while putting it into action. Buji didn't know why Instructor Jean had to start telling him this, but he still had to listen anyway. Hence, it's not a surprise to see a low-ranked hunter who has more strength than a high-ranked hunter. The difference is just that the low-ranked hunter was able to hone the talent with the talent, but the high-ranked hunter has failed in that aspect, Instructor Jean said, and halted instantly. Did you understand the information I tried to pass to you? Instructor Jean asked Buji, regardless. I think so. I'm an S-rank hunter. Buji replied. But Instructor Jean cut him short. Then, let's see what you've got. Buji reasoned out what Instructor Jean said. If high-ranked hunters had more superpowers than low-ranked hunters, it means they can perform feats far better than the low-ranked hunters. Even though these hunters all possessed different talents. In his own case, Instructor Jean was trying to make him know that he must not have talent to be able to perform like fellow hunters. He can develop one himself, he can hone any slightest skill he has with the rank to become super strong. But how was he gonna do it? Buji listened to what Instructor Jean said, with his head slightly bowed as they moved deeper. But, now the other hunters seemed to stop moving, they had all halted. He raised his head to know why they had stopped moving. And he saw it. In front of them were numerous monstrous bats, with intense red eyes staring at them. Dozens of them. So, he gripped his sword tightly, steadying them to face the bats. Other hunters had done as he did, setting themselves in position to set go if they were to. At the back end of the bats was a staff, with its top calved like a bat. In the middle of the spread wings of the bat calved on the staff, was an orb. The orb emitted a blinding yellow light which sent out rays of yellow energy flowing into the monstrous bats. What? If we allow that, they might become stronger. The energy flowing into them is strengthening them. But it's going to be a bad idea to make a move. St. Kira was still in between speech when a sword shot out from behind them to strike the yellow light-emitting orb. Buji! Buji! They exclaimed collectively on realizing it was Buji's handiwork. Their strength giver is down, so what now? Buji commented. The bats, on realizing what Buji had done, let out their ear-deafening screech sound. In between the brief chaos, Buji was distracted by the system drop-down notification. Ding! The player has awoken the dungeon boss. Ding! Emergency quest activated. Kill the dungeon boss. What do you mean? With my current self. To complete this quest, the player has been provided with skills that will help him through the battle. Skills: Jumper, Swordsman, Counter-attacker. Acquisition: Etherfang, Long Sword. Time remaining: 45 minutes. Are they being serious right now? Like what th? As if pulled by an unknown force, he leaped from the ground towards the orb that now flickered its light before going off. Instructor Jean, who was closest to Buji, shouted his name and in reflex, held onto his leg. Instead of pulling Buji to the ground, he too flew with Buji landing in front of the staff. The monstrous bats glared in anger and instead of facing Buji and Jean, lunged forward to the other hunters. Seeing what happened, Instructor Jean tried to change position of where he stood with Buji, but he was thrust back with an unknown force. A barrier? What? Buji asked. We can't leave this spot. There's an enclosure preventing that. Are we trapped? No. The dungeon boss is awake and might appear sooner. We are here to tackle with it, and maybe, only then will we be allowed to leave this so-called barrier, Buji explained. So, now I see why the bats couldn't face us. They knew there was a barrier. So now what? Are we just going to sit here doing nothing? Are we just going to watch them? Don't say that, Buji interrupted. They can do more than we expected. While Buji and Instructor Jean flew into the invisible barrier, probably created by the magic staff, the array of monstrous bats in their many numbers marched towards the hunters before them. Lucky enough, the bats were not attacking in crowd. They came in less numbers, easier for the hunters to handle. Emra unleashed a wave of fiery mana toward the monstrous bat that had flew up and swooped down again towards her. The bat roared as flames licked at its wings, but it wasn't enough to bring it down. Before the bat could regain balance, a dagger stabbed its back, bringing it to the crowd with a great force, producing a loud thud. Not strong enough. The voice was Instructor Gibbs. Emra looked behind her to see that some of the monstrous bats were already down. How? Emra asked. It just happened to be, Gibbs said. The light orb was sipping energy into them to give them strength and become stronger. Unlike the one we had battled out there, these ones are still weakling. I see. It only meant that the bat from before only had artificial energy it gained from this staff. Exactly, Instructor Gibb attested, bringing out her right hand to expose her palm. Pam. She exchanged a high-five clap with Emra, and together, they dashed forward to join the others. Zane's short axe sliced through the air as he parried a bat by its wing. As the bat fell like a lifeless object, he swiftly countered with a strike to its throat. The bat collapsed with a gurgle, adding to the growing piles of dead bats on the floor. Is it just me? Zane said. These bats are nothing like the previous ones out there. They are relatively weaklings. Same here, Kira said. I guess no one would be needing my healing magic, Rose commented. Let's go. Before she could dash out, she heard the scream. Ah! Doris cried out, the pain was unbearable, but the adrenaline that rushed through her veins did the work. With her sword, she retaliated with a desperate thrust, piercing the bat's chest and ending its life. Over here, please, she cried out, as blood seeped out from her wound. She staggered back, pulling out the fang of the bat that stuck in her shoulders. Rose rushed to her, carefully helping her to relocate to a safe open place by the side of the cave. Placing Doris on the floor, she produced her healing magic and concentrated it on her wound. Why am I sensing the bats are getting stronger? Kira said, flipping her cord to slice through the bat that was against her in attack. It seemed everyone was busy at the moment as no one replied her comment. She conjured arrows with her left hand and tossed them up in the air. Then with a horizontal slash of her cord, sent them firing with precision and speed at the bat before her. Kakik, the bat screeched and fell to the cavern floor, dead. Pair up and face the bats, Instructor Gibb instructed. They're getting tougher. She was already fighting alongside Emra. Zane, who was closer to Kira, joined her, while Lobby and Dave joined to form their own pair. One of the monstrous bats, sensing their new approach, let out a loud screech. It sent a shockwave through the air, knocking the hunters off their feet. They all hit the ground hard, with their weapons skittering out of reach. "Good thing we landed together," Emra said, struggling to rise from the ground, same as others did. Now up to their feet, weaponless, Emra placed her hands on the cavern floor. Realizing what she wanted to do, Kira joined her. The ground around them lighted with an otherworldly energy, gradually protruding outwards to form a canopy. They had conjured a shield, and from what it seemed, it was going to be stronger than previous one they created. "Kira, hold up the shield," Emra said. "I will do the rest." "Huh, it won't last longer if only I should. This shield created with 2 mana forces," Kira said. "You two, do the job, let me take on the rest," Instructor Gibbs said, standing out from other hunters. She untied the 2 dagger holders that were tied to her legs and joined them. Surprisingly to onlookers, it tightened with a click sound. Following, a hook-like mouth protruded from the top of the joint dagger holders, forming a staff. "A gift," Instructor Gibbs said, with a smile, and muttered some words. She raised the staff high, and muttered, "Sagittarum scutum." A bright light shot out from the staff to form an impenetrable shield, covering the one that had been conjured by Emra and Kira. Arrows of pure energy materialized around the shield, spiraling in a dazzling formation before locking into place. "Shield of arrows?" Emra lamented in surprise. With a determined glare, Instructor Gibb thrust her hand forward and shouted, "Tele munimentum." The air shimmered as countless projectiles formed, layering themselves into a glowing fortress of magical arrow directions, steadied at the monstrous bats fast approaching, ready to strike. "Strike!" Instructor Gibb commanded, and the arrows from the shield escaped, following the projectile motion formed earlier. If the monster, or rather, the object that stood before Buji was the dungeon boss, then nature has in every way cheated them. Before them is a deceptively small bat, that just broke out from a thin opening in the wall they hadn't noticed. Except the energy it possessed. Though diminutive in size, the energy that radiated from the bat could be lethal. Its aura sent chills down their spines. But, if luck was on their side, this dungeon boss is a cup of tea to deal with, right? The bat seemed to understand that the duo were already estimating what it can do. He glared at them, with its crimson eyes glowing like embers in the dark. Its wing, taut and sharp-edged, pulsed with mana. Each time it flapped its wings, the air crackled. It sent shockwaves that made the duo step back at each flap. The small object. The thin bat happens to appear very powerful. Buji stared at Instructor Jean in an "Are you ready?" form, and like expected, he got a positive nod. But then, he had no weapon. His sword was still stuck in the orb of light. How can he forget? The other fang? Even, it will be a bad idea to pull the knife out now that Instructor Jean watched him with every curiosity. The reason for the stare, Buji couldn't tell, but good enough, Instructor Jean signaled his hands with his head. Understanding what the sign was about, Buji in return pointed at the orb of light affixed to the staff on the other side. "I will handle it," Instructor Jean said. "You, find a way to get the sword." The bat flapped its wings and let out a high-pitched screech that reverberated through the enclosure, deafening their ears for the moment. Then, without a single warning, it launched itself at Buji, who made his way to the staff. Buji sidestepped at the last moment, his instincts were better used during battles. Still, the bat was quick enough. It launched its razor-sharp claws as they grazed the air where Buji once stood. A spear appeared from his side, hitting the claws in counterattack. So fast, Buji muttered under his breath and continued with his course to get his sword. At the moment, he is useless without the sword. Thankfully, Instructor Jean was just in time to distract the bat. The bat veered to the side with unnatural agility, avoiding a second strike from Instructor Jean. Luckily enough, the spear had two sharp edges, and Jean was a master of spear in action. He changed the direction of the spear to the position the bat had taken, this time pointing the second mouth edge. But the bat was too fast. It spun mid-air, balancing itself with its wings before diving toward Instructor Jean. "Watch out," Buji shouted, leaping between Instructor Jean and the bat. He raised his long sword to parry the attack, sparks flying as the bat's claws clashed with his blade. "An etherfang?" Instructor Jean asked, surprised. "A gift," Buji replied. For a moment, Buji had approached the staff with his short sword stuck in it. He tried with his whole strength to pull it out, but all his efforts yielded no result. Due to this, he resolved to make use of the sword in his system's acquisition. It won't matter how he got it, or what Instructor Jean might think. What matters at the moment is that they should be done before time elapses. He was not ready to die. He was not ready to share any dungeon takings with outside hunters. And he wanted that reward, at least, he knew there would be a reward if he managed to accomplish the system's quest. That being said, he must be the one to kill the boss. The force of the collision with the bat had sent Buji skidding backward. He managed to regain balance by scraping his sword against the cavern floor. "This thing's insane," he grunted, shaking off the impact. Instructor Jean could care less too about the new sword Buji was with, just as Buji had expected. He had launched himself forward to the bat, which seemed unshaken from the impact earlier. He executed a flurry of precise strikes. Each movement was calculated, aiming for the creature's weak points. "Of course, he's an instructor," Buji muttered with sincerity in amazement as he watched the instructor's moves. The bat on its own part was a small witch, devil if to say. It had recovered quickly from Buji's strike, dodging most of Instructor Jean's attacks and countering with a rapid flurry of wing slashes. One of the slashes caught Instructor Jean on his side, tearing through his tunic and leaving a shallow gash. "Ouch, ag!" Instructor Jean howled in pain. Just as it seems, he won't be getting healed anytime soon. They couldn't leave the enclosure due to the barrier. With instinct, Buji covered immediately. He went after the bat which was on the orb of light, and halted. "What is it doing?" "It's reviving the energy back, stop it." But it was late. Instead of stopping it, Buji was slowed. His short sword shot out from the orb with a rapid speed, heading towards him. He managed to sidestep to prevent its stab, but he narrowly missed it. The sword had slashed his right hand, and went straight to stab Instructor Jean, who still lay on the ground on the shoulder. The bat's slash had been severe and would only take any man some time to regain composure after being a victim. One thing the duo didn't know was that the bat had seen what was happening outside the barrier. His guard, the massive bats, were beaten mercilessly. Most of their dead bodies now lay on the floor. That was only possible because they were comparatively weak without the energy from earlier. And that was why it had seized the opportunity to revive the orb of light to continue doing its job on the massive bats. It had worked. The massive bats were regaining control over the hunters out there, and that was a good thing for the boss. Just then, Buji as well as Instructor Jean understood what was going on. Before Buji could think, the bat had ascended with its wings glowing ominously. What now? The bat had executed a powerful flap of its glowing wings, causing it to unleash a barrage of sharp mana shards that rained down like a storm of daggers. Buji ran off to nowhere. All he did was run around, dodging each shard that came his way, leaving them to shatter on the floor. Instructor Jean on his own part had managed to get up from the ground. The sword was no longer on his shoulder, which meant he had pulled it out. But from where did the strength come? Buji wondered. Upon his injuries, Instructor Jean handled the spear with his left hand judiciously and perfectly in manner. He swung it like the blades of an electric fan, spinning around with it, all in quick precision. With that, each shard that fell on his side was destroyed, and he continued that way. What am I even contributing in this fight? The worst thing Buji thought of doing was to imitate Instructor Jean's attack format. At the count of 3 into the game, he should have left for his ancestors. But at least he could do something now. The orb. He was closer to it than he expected. If only he could totally destroy it, that would be luck on their side. Destroying it will turn the tide of the battle. Yes. He clutched onto his sword tightly with both hands and gave out a precise swing that sent the orb separating itself from the staff and shattering immediately after contact with the ground. Done. The orb flickered at intervals before going off entirely. That was when Buji and Instructor Jean noticed the sound. Arrows with different speeds whacked at them but ended up falling off after coming in contact with the barrier. The barrier had been their protector. Instructor Jean smiled to see what had happened. She used the gift. What gift? Buji asked. But he was answered with the change in energy in the chamber. The air was dense, and it pressed on his chest making it hard for him to breathe. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and he saw it. The bat, as small as it was, possessed this energy. They were distracted by what had happened outside the barrier. Now, Instructor Jean is lifted off the floor, with the claws of the bat pierced into his stomach from the back. Ugh, Instructor Jean growled in pain. Buji. Instructor Jean called out, showcasing his bloody teeth. Buji stood with the swords by his side. Here he was, with Etherfang, nothing to do came to his mind. But then, he reasoned, from the way Instructor Jean had called the sword's name in shock, it meant there was an ability it had. But he is ignorant of that fact. Huh. The orb flickered at intervals before going off entirely. That was when Buji and Instructor Jean noticed the sound. Arrows with different speeds whacked at them but ended up falling off after coming in contact with the barrier. The barrier had been their protector. Instructor Jean smiled on seeing what had happened. She used the gift. What gift? Buji asked. Buji was answered with the change in energy in the chamber. The air was dense, and it pressed on his chest making it hard for him to breathe. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword, and he saw it. The bat, as small as it was, possessed this energy. They were distracted by what had happened outside the barrier. Now, Instructor Jean is lifted off the floor, with the claws of the bat pierced into his stomach from the back. Ugh, Instructor Jean growled in pain. Buji. Instructor Jean called out, showcasing his bloody teeth. Buji stood with the swords by his side. Here he was, with Etherfang, nothing to do came to his mind. But then, he reasoned, from the way Instructor Jean had called the sword's name in shock, it means there was an ability it has. But he is ignorant of that fact. Whatever, Buji growled. I will end it now. The system had allotted him some skills, and he didn't think about it if not now. Activate skills, he shouted in anger, sprinting forward. Skills activated. Buji didn't waste any time. He unknowingly jumped to the bat, hovering in the air, with Instructor Jean in its claws. His blade glowed with energy as he activated on the skill, Swordsman. In a blur of motion, he delivered a series of rapid, powerful slashes that left the claws of the bats flying off in the air. Instructor Jean was finally released from the grip, landing on the floor with a loud thud, with shock in his eyes. The bat's high-pitched screams filled the chamber as Buji's strikes left an indelible mark on the bat. But, it wasn't over yet. As if trying to free itself from the pain sent to it by the strikes of the glowing sword, the bat thrashed violently. Now free, it burst with the mana emanating from its body. The force sent Buji flying. Buji hit his body hard on the ground, the wind knocked out of him. He coughed and staggered to his feet, blood dripping from a fresh cut on his forehead. Instructor Jean wasn't faring better either. He had been stabbed in the back and was also severely injured. Yet, he forced himself to stand. This thing isn't just fast, Instructor Jean said. It has ranges of attack. What are you doing? Buji asked with concern. You need to rest a bit. I can't leave this up to you. It's too much for you to handle. What do you think? Buji asked. What do you mean? Instructor Jean returned the question. Let's go all in then, Buji said, wiping the blood from his face. Affront, the bat hovered in the air with its crimson eyes glowing brighter than before. It has managed to sustain severe wound but appeared far from defeated. Instructor Jean gathered all his strength, flipping his spear in a circular motion before bringing it diagonally to his side. He staggered a few steps before standing firm. He was pouring all he had into this battle. Buji, distracted, he instructed. I will target the core. Where is the core? Beside its chest. Buji's eyes widened. If Instructor Jean was going to strike the bat's core, then it would mean the boss was killed by Instructor Jean. Not like there's anything wrong with it, but he will be losing the rewards of a completed quest. He wanted to see what it felt like to complete the system's quest. Yet, he still needed to be the attacker. Without hesitation, Buji charged at the bat with unpredictable movements, zigzagging across the chamber. The bat lashed out with its wings and claws, but Buji dodged with a combination of flips, rolls, and well-timed counters. Whoa, he gasped. Is this me just now? But there was no time. He doubted if they had barely 10 minutes to complete the raid. So, he needed to be super fast, even though he lacked speed. When the bat lunged at him, he became the bait, leading it closer to Instructor Jean. Now, he shouted. Instructor Jean hurled the spear with all his might. The spear crackled as it soared through the air, aimed directly at the bat's chest. The bat tried to dodge, but Buji anticipated its movement. With a powerful leap from the ground, he struck the bat with a spinning slash, forcing it back into the path of the spear. The spear pierced through the bat, pinning it to the cave wall. It struggled to get loose of the spear's grip, but the force with which the spear struck into the wall was great. With a final urge to send the bat to its ancestral land, Buji flung his etherfang horizontally, directing it to the bat's neck. With the head off, the creature still let out a final, ear-splitting screech before ceasing breath. Odd, Buji muttered. Even without the body. The boss was down but the battle was still on. Where? It was a joke. The barrier was down with the death of the dungeon boss, allowing the hunters entry. Instructor Gibb rushed to Instructor Jean and clamped onto his injury. His clothes were already soaked in blood. Rose. Over here, Instructor Gibb called out. The other hunters have assembled around Buji, who knelt with one knee, supporting his body with his etherfang sword clicked to the ground. Their facial expressions were clearly not good and Buji sensed that something had happened. What? She's dead. Buji searched the group immediately and noticed there were 7 instead of the supposed 8. We lost her, a male voice said. Buji staggered to his feet and with the help of Lobby, who took him by the shoulders, went to the dead body that lay on the cavern floor a few meters apart. Instructor Gibb also assisted Jean, who was getting better from the rose's healing magic to the dead body. Not that his wounds had closed completely, they were going to close but gradually. At that moment, the pain he felt had drastically reduced. Buji stood over the fallen body of their team member. Disgustingly, it was a female, and the body was without a head. Looking by his side, he saw the head. It was Doris. She lost to the claws of one of the bats, Kira said, with a low tone. Buji didn't know what to feel. Or how to feel. He wasn't feeling any sympathy or so to say, but the sight, just the sight. Brace up guys, Instructor Jean muttered, clutching his chest. 'Cause we need to get out of here. Outside the dungeon, the treasure miners were already there with their trucks. So, there are people who mine the treasures of the dungeon? Buji wondered. On their way out, Buji noticed the dead bodies of the bats, had all turned to glowing crystals. The returns from that of the massive bats were more in size, while the dungeon boss, there was a whole stack of purple glowing crystals. He was almost tempted to pick one of the crystals, but he was warned by Lobby not to do so. On second thought, he didn't know how much the crystals were worth, so, it might be useless if he collected any. Still, on their way out, the hunter's system had notified them of a completed raid. Time is up. Congratulations, raid completed. Rewards will be allotted shortly. As if that was not enough, he received the monster's system notification. Ding! Class 1, Hunter. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Congrats. Level 21 attained. From level 0? Buji thought. He really needed to know the deal, but until he got to school first. Another notification popped up. Ding! Quest completed. Congratulations. You have completed the quest, kill the boss. Rewards will be granted shortly. Buji was intrigued by the system's notification. He couldn't wait to see the rewards, but he didn't want to rush it either. He wanted to settle while going through the rewards when it came. In the meantime, he with his teammates was distracted by the continuous congratulations from the crowd outside the raided dungeon. Congratulations. 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 You have completed the quest, kill the boss. Rewards will be granted shortly. Buji was intrigued by the system's notification. He couldn't wait to see the rewards, but he didn't want to rush it either. He wanted to settle while going through the rewards when it came. In the meantime, he with his teammates was distracted by the continuous congratulations from the crowd outside the raided dungeon. Congratulations. 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 The lorry that would be conveying Buji and his teammates back to school had arrived, they knew from the roaring of the lorry's engine. So, they turned to the direction where they heard the sound of the lorry to see the vehicle slowly maneuver through the crowd of onlookers who had gathered to witness the successful return of the hunters. The lorry came to a stop a few meters away, with its headlights cutting through the dusk. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure, Buji said, trying to shove the onlookers who couldn't stop congratulating him away. Every member of his team was weak, with Instructor Jean already severely injured. So, they hurried, together with Buji, to the lorry. The lorry driver, a burly man, stepped out and waved them over. As they approached, he pulled open the sliding door so that the hunters could alight. Let's get moving then, he said with a gruff voice. Instructor Gibb caught his hands as he made to transverse to the other side of the car. Take us to the hospital first, she said. I got the orders earlier, so, okay. I'd prefer heading back to school directly, Buji said firmly. Everyone seated in the lorry turned to look at him. They knew he was injured, even Instructor Jean could attest to the fact that he had sustained injury from the bat's burst of mana shards. What are you saying? Kira's voice cut through the silence that followed Buji's declaration. Buji hesitated. He had sustained injuries, quite yes, but they weren't severe enough to warrant a hospital visit. And he wasn't in the mood for the formalities that came with medical checks, not to talk of the scent that oozes from hospitals. You sure about that? Instructor Jean struggled to say, clutching onto his shoulder tightly where had been stabbed. I mean, you sustained an injury too. You went through a lot in there. Well, thanks to Rose's initial healing magic. Seems like I don't feel the pains any longer, Buji replied. Even if you feel fine, internal injuries can be tricky, you know, Rose commented. My healing magic only focuses on the external injuries. It's not advanced yet. Oh, is that? Buji said as if he was surprised and still insisted. Well, I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine. Are you for real? Emra chipped in. Emra? What's your concern in this matter? But anyway. I'm good, Buji replied. I'd like to take some time to rest. If anything feels off, I will visit the infirmary at school. Instructor Gibb looked at Instructor Jean for approval or disapproval. At the signal from Instructor Jean, Instructor Gibb sighed but nodded. "All right, since you insist." Buji nodded in gratitude as the lorry roared back to life. It followed the path that led to their school first, which meant he was going to drop Buji off before taking the others to the hospital for medical checks and treatment. During the little moment they spent in the lorry, Buji's mind raced from what possible rewards would be given to him by the system, and the solo raid he was getting himself into the next day. What if he decides to skip the quest? What will happen? When his daily quest started, the system had only warned him that he would receive punishment. The punishment seemed minor to him since he was only going to be deducted some SP, score points, from his scores. But then, it meant there would surely be punishment if he decided to miss this weekly quest, and he didn't want to know what it would be. He didn't want to think of it either, so, he would go for it. Since the system helped him in there, it will surely do the same the next day. The lorry had stopped in front of the school gate, waiting for him to step down from it. Buji stepped down from the lorry and waved in gratitude to the driver, and then to his teammates. He watched as the lorry roared back to life, carrying his teammates, and disappeared into the lonely road. He remembered their fallen comrade, Doris, and how she was left in the dungeon alone. Instructor Jean had told him that except for the treasures they got after any raid, anything that happened in the dungeon didn't come out. So, like that, Doris' body is. The thought alone left a heavy feeling in his chest, but he shook it off and began the solitary walk back to school. The school environment was quiet by the time Buji entered through the gates. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a faint glow over the buildings. Proof that it was night already. Buji trudged to the dormitory building. His body ached but his mind was restless. He was not sure what he thought about at the moment, but his mind. He was back again in the dormitory's hallway, and through the stairs, he made his way to his room. Finally, he reached his room and immediately pulled off his robes, flinging them onto the bed by the side as he collapsed onto it. The soft mattress felt like a blessing welcoming him back to life after experiencing the hard cavern floors. For a moment, he simply lay there, staring at the ceiling, letting the silence wash over him. The sound of the dinner bell rang, but he didn't feel like attending. So, he ignored it. He collected his smartphone from the stool beside his bed and opened the messaging app. There was no reasonable message yet, so, he thought it was not time for the reward. But then, his eyes flickered to the highlights of a message. Download Hunter's app. He sat up on the edge of the bed and looked at the unread message again as if deciding what to do. He clicked the tab and the message opened. He read the details of the message which contained the link that will be used to download the app, and his profile details. He was also provided with his login ID which he was going to use, but after he had created his profile password. Buji followed all the steps accordingly and was finally able to access his profile. As soon as his profile opened, his thumb immediately hovered to the account button by the bottom left side, and it loaded and opened. Unlike the former message he had read some days back with his message app, this one showed his balance in bold highlight before providing the details below. Hun 248,000.00. ACCT number, 44*******189. Currency, Hun coins. Sender, World Hunters Association. Amount, Hun 32,000.00. Desk, S-rank Hunter. Balance, Hun 146,000.00. Well. He said with a smile. ACCT number, 44*******189. Currency, Hun coins. Sender, World Hunters Association. Amount, Hun 70,000.00. Desk, share from Dungeon Treasure. Balance, Hun 216,000.00. Seems like the dungeon treasures this time were much if I had to get this amount, he muttered. Even though I expected it to be more since we killed the dungeon boss this time. ACCT number, 44 ******* 189. Currency, Hun coins. Sender, Raid Team Selection Division. Amount, Hun 32,000.00. Desk, Dungeon Raid Success, Debut Team. Balance, Hun 248,000.00. Cool. Cool. Yeah, pretty cool. But he noticed a change this time. Initially, it was the WHA who paid him for Dungeon Raid Success, now it is the Raid Team Selection Division. Maybe because then, he hadn't joined any team was why the WHA had to pay him. I guess. Then, a thought came to his mind. How much worth is this currency in dollars? His eyes navigated the app until it met with the currency tab. He clicked on it and allowed it to drop down options of different currencies. He searched and found the dollar currency and selected it. Afterward, he checked his balance. Less than $248. So, H1000.00, 1000 Hun coins, make up $1. And I thought I was rich, he said and changed it back to the Hun coin currency. He preferred to see large numbers, at least in the meantime. He left the account tab and hovered his fingers over to the profile tab. There, he saw a little information about himself as a student. Name, Buji. Class, First Year Hunters. Team, Debut. Rank, S rank. Talent. Achievements, killed a dungeon boss, 1 out of 10. Buji saw the bracket and didn't understand what it meant. Since the achievement came as a button, he clicked on it to load and open it. Achievements. His eyes navigated the app until it met with the currency tab. He clicked on it and allowed it to drop down options of different currencies. He searched and found the dollar currency and selected it. Afterward, he checked his balance. Less than $248. So, H1000.00, 1000 Hun coins, make up $1. And I thought I was rich, he said and changed it back to the Hun coin currency. He preferred to see large numbers, at least in the meantime. He left the account tab and hovered his fingers over to the profile tab. There, he saw a little information about himself as a student. Name, Buji. Class, First Year Hunters. Team, Debut. Rank, S rank. Talent. Achievements, killed a dungeon boss, 1 out of 10. Buji saw the bracket and didn't understand what it meant. Since the achievement came as a button, he clicked on it to load and open it. Achievements. Description, on a 4 note, the hunter should be aware that this description is limited to him alone. The reason is that the hunter has yet to awaken a talent. The only option the hunter has to awaken a talent is to kill up to 10 dungeon bosses. After that, the hunter will be allowed to enjoy other rewards and benefits of being the killer of a dungeon boss. I see. Only until I am able to kill up to 10 dungeon bosses, Buji chuckled. This is close to impossible if I must say. Even if it were to be other hunters, they should try killing something similar to those massive bats. Whatever, this hunter app doesn't look interesting, he muttered and closed the app. Buji laid back down on his bed, staring at the blank ceiling above him. He thought about the system's reward. It was time for it to materialize if only he knew how to summon it. Then he suddenly remembered the demon system. At least he needed to be patient enough and recover fully first. And he was able to communicate with the system then with his mind, with his thoughts. Demons, he thought. Like before, the system rang out in his mind, a cold mechanical monotone. Recovery system, DMONS. Weekly summon initiated. Your body is currently assessed. Body assessment completed. Initiating recovery protocol. And immediately, Buji was tossed out of the reality he knew and everywhere had suddenly become dark, only for his eyes to adjust to a sudden brightness later on. If it were to be his first time, he would have asked questions. But now, it was normal, any strange thing he felt or seen. He looked around the room, it was different from the former one when he had first witnessed the recovery system. There was the sound of a beeping machine. Also, he realized N4 drip was attached to his arms, surprising. A hospital? He was in a hospital, except something was different with this hospital. The choking sense, the bright walls, were not in existence here. The walls were brown in color, illuminated by the sharp bright light that came from the window. The color contrast was still, strange but, anyway. As he tried to sit up, he felt a sudden surge of energy flow into his body. First, from his chest, then radiating like a wave of molten energy to his entire body parts. He felt the warmth. He looked up at the drip that was connected to him, the fluid was finished and he reasoned. I've not been here long, I guess. So, how? The appearance of the system, hovering in the eyes before his eyes, replied his thoughts. Ding! Congratulations on completing your first dungeon quest. Description: kill the dungeon boss. Rewards will be granted shortly. Beside the screen was a second screen, with floating notifications. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Congrats. Level 21 attained. Okay, but that's very fast. From 0, his thoughts doubted. I really need to know how this level up stuff works. Ding. Reward, unread. He clicked on the message to view its information. Congratulations. Rewards for completing the quest, kill the boss. Have been granted. Ding. New skill detected. Skill, Phantom Step. Description: grants the player the ability to teleport a short distance within their line of sight and action, leaving an afterimage to confuse the enemies. Congrats. That's it, the step the bat boss had used while they fought. He didn't know the name then, but it gave the bat an edge over him and Instructor Gene during the fight. Title achieved, Rookie Slayer. Awarded to the player for defeating his first dungeon boss. Plus 5% score points added to stats. Rookie Slayer. Am I even worth it? Ding. New acquisitions detected. Etherfang, upgraded. Buji's eyes widened at the notification that showed Etherfang upgraded. He quickly tapped on the Etherfang to view its details. Description: the Etherfang blade is a very exclusive rare weapon that has been acquired by the player. It can cause 50% damage to an object if used with precision. It is enhanced to go against mana-based creatures. Special ability: it absorbs energy, able to store mana from defeated enemies to replenish the player's stamina and skills. Cool, Buji thought. So this is why I was given the sword once the quest was activated. This is also why the bat's movements drastically decreased with just one of my strikes. Even though the bat's resolve made it strong enough to fight back. The sword was rare to find among hunters. Not rare, it can't be found with any hunter of this age. It should be leagues above the dominant swords even high hunters made use of. Then another notification from the system broke the brief silence that had suddenly broken out in the room. Ding. Score points, SP, boost, plus 10% each. The screen flickered for a while and went off. Another screen popped up. Ding. Quest completion, 40,000 Mon coins received. The player can now check the account for more monetary rewards. Account, Buji communicated with the mind. Account initiating. Personal account or inheritance account. Buji thought for a while. He couldn't recall what the system had told him initially, but he remembered it using the phrase, level up. So, he decided to check his inheritance account first. Inheritance account. Inheritance account. Account details, locked, account balance, locked. The player can only have access to this account when he levels up to the next class, Class 2, Necromancer, ability to engage with the undead and spirits. So, I still can't have access. Personal account. Activation pin require. _______. 0000. Personal account activated successfully. Name, Buji Nin. Number, 211-200-4455. Currency, Mon coins. Balance, calculating. Congrats. You were inevitable while killing the dungeon boss. Reward, M40 000.00. New skill unlocked. Reward, M5 000.00. Title acquired. Reward, M5 000.00. Acquisition. Upgrade cost, less M2 500.00. He was still trying to sink in the information of his account details when another screen popped up, distracting him. But, he failed to be distracted. He shifted the screen to one side and continued with the account screen. Acquisition item acquired. Reward, M5 000.00. Which item? Buji didn't see any new item acquired, apart from the other fang which was upgraded. Total income received, calculating. Income, M55 000.00 received, rich MF, on first quest. Less M2 500.00. Balance, M52 500.00. Buji couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. The system is just too generous. Too generous. As Buji slid the screen away, he collapsed immediately onto the bed he lay on. But why? All that happened next was that he opened his eyes, only to find out he had arrived in his room. And then, the voice shouted in his mind. Recovery process completed. The player has done well by summoning the DMONS system. The next summoning will be the coming week. He had been drowned in the system's rewards that he didn't remember he was given medical attention by the recovery system. And now he thought about it, he shouldn't have even summoned the system. It clearly stated that his next chance of summoning would be the following week, and tomorrow he will be facing a dungeon by himself. What will he do after the raid? Survival was not his concern. He had inherited 99 more survival chances, his concern was, how will I get myself treated after the raid? Not that he lacked the confidence of a successful raid. But that, the possibility of sustaining a severe injury was there. Inevitable. Gosh, he lamented, hitting his bed as he rose from it and made it to the window. What should I do? I mean, what will I do? Nothing, obviously. The reality of being a hunter only began to sink in. It wasn't about the rewards, it was about the reality of life and death. The reality of being a hunter.